Mears comes in again and bowls. This one is swung, comes off the inside edge. This one, of course, will get down to the fine leg boundary, but there's a fielder there. So a single to get the Kiwis off and running. It's New Zealand being asked to bat. They are one without loss after ball number 3.
What was encouraging about that was that Calmir's got a little bit of movement in the air, as we said. He gives it length. Going for the drive was Guptill because he saw it as a ball that could be driven, but perhaps deceived a bit by the movement, got an inside edge which went to the leg side. So promising signs against the right-hander. Of course, we're now going to see Dean Conway, who's a left-hander, taking strike.
Yeah, we've got the little left-hander, Dean Conway. There's still a slip. There's now a third man. There wasn't a third man for the right-handed batsman. There's a third man for Conway. And there's also a backward point, sweeper, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. As Mears comes in and bowls. This one is just on the line of the off stump, and he's forced to defend. This is good bowling from Kyle Mears. 4 balls gone, just 1 run. But what he has done, he's brought the ball up, has not bowled short. On a pitch that has a bit of grass and looks to be pretty good for batting, you would have to say that this is the first 4 balls have been immaculate.
We saw Guptill go up and have a word with Conway because the ball took the inside half of the bat, which obviously would have fooled him a bit.
Mears in again and bowls. He comes down the pitch, dances and drives straight to mid-off. Still no run. 5 balls, 1 run. Good start. It's New Zealand 1 without loss being asked to bat.
Very important for Calmir's to wrap it up now with a dot ball, because the West Indies have been guilty of bowling 4 or 5 balls and then giving away a boundary. So it's important for them to keep it tight. But you can see where Guptill went and spoke to Conway. Conway then coming down the wicket. That's not advised, obviously. It's the first over. You can still see it off.
Quite excited to see Trenton Boult and Lockie Ferguson here. They'll be coming on later on as this delivery is wide, very wide of the off stump. Signal wide now by the umpire. And that's going to be the first sundry. It's now 2 without loss with 1 ball left in over number 1.
The comment being made is that it's hard to bowl 6 balls consistently. That ball very wide, moving even further away from the batsman. At least we're seeing movement from Kyle Mears, but he's got to ensure that he wraps up this very tidy over with a dot ball.
He turns now, goes back to his mark, just a delivery left. In these very humid conditions here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. He comes in now, passes the umpire and bowls to Conway, and Conway's driving beautifully in the air, over cover. That's gone for 6. So the over was started well and it finished quite prosperous for the Kiwis. 6 runs to end it. It was pitched up and Conway just eased on the front foot. At one stage it looked like if he was just trying to get the ball over cover. I had no idea it would have sailed into the stands for 6. Well done. Conway gets a 6. He is on that number. It's 8 without loss after over number 1.
And so, as we've seen, 8 for no loss after the first over, but as we've seen, the West Indies incapable of wrapping up an over with economy. There's always that ball that goes away for 6. But credit Conway, who went on the front foot and lofted the ball. It is a power play, obviously. The fielders are in, and he went straight over the head. A comparison to be made, because 2 dot balls in the last T20 in Florida, Jason Holder was opening, and he decided to paddle the ball off his middle stump for the 3rd ball in total panic. Whereas here we saw composure to the last ball and then a 6. In the end, they've got 8 runs in the first over. The West Indies had lost a wicket in their first.
Yeah, you're very right. Speaking of Jason Holder, he opened the batting, now he's opening the bowling. 43 matches, 44 wickets, averages 27 runs per wicket, and he's going to open from that George Headley stand. As he runs in now, steams in, as we're coming to you live from the Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, and bowls has delivered us down the leg side and turned to the short fine leg. There will be an easy single there as the West Indies there concede another run. It's 9 without loss.
Just on the leg stump, moving away a bit. Easy for Guptill to just guide away and get a simple single. Jason Holder had maintained that line just outside off stump against the Indians, and very, very tight as well. He's got to make sure that he keeps his batsmen cramped. Conway stepped down on his 2nd ball, trying to loft the ball, didn't get it. And the last ball, we saw him hit for 6. You cannot afford to give him any chances at all to swing his bat.
So, they've got a fly slip, if you want to call him that, because you've got Kyle Mears, who's standing in a slip position, but he's standing all the way back as this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Forced to defend there is little Conway. And the ball goes into the outside and there's no run.
Almost getting the feeling that that ball hurried onto him as he came down very quickly with his bat. Ball bounced just in front of him, rolled back, not towards the stumps, but nonetheless he was a bit surprised, I think, by the pace of Jason Holder. Not the fastest man, I'd say, on the field right now, but nonetheless does maintain a good nick.
So they're well spread. There's Devon Thomas, who's doing the keeping, who's also making some changes and adjustments to the field. He's moving that fielder from sweeper much wider, perhaps to a point boundary. As Jason Holder comes in again and bowls to Conway, who will come down the pitch and drive straight to cover. No run there for him. Couldn't find the gap. But Conway just, if anything, just a little bit, a tad impatient there. Could have perhaps just waited. The ball didn't seem to come on very quickly off the pitch, and if I had to be critical of the pitch, it might look very hard and look very true, but it seems to be a little too paced early on.
Well, the ball before that hurried onto him, and he had to come down very, very quickly. So I think he also is just trying to read the pitch. But Jason Holder does have the ability to alter the pace, and maybe he just bowled a slightly slower one.
Here he comes again and bowls. This time, this one is played down to the fine leg, down to the third man boundary. The fielder running across there from the backward point area as the batsman will get a brace of runs. So 2 runs to the total, 11 without loss after over and 4 balls. Conway's got 8, Guptill has got 2. Guptill, of course, very much accustomed to playing as well in the region in the Hero Caribbean Premier League. And speaking of the Premier League, we're going to talk some football a bit later on, because csport.com, they've really got things happening with football as we watch it now around the region. As this delivery is wide again, outside the land, the off-stump taken there by the keeper. This good bowling from Jason Holder. It's a dot ball as the total now goes to 11 without loss.
Conway tends to come down very hard on the ball. He's holding the bat very firmly. And so I think what Jason Holder is doing is trying to get him to think twice when he plays a shot and hopefully get that outside edge. You can see, as you mentioned before, Barry, that the slip is very deep, and that's because they recognize that he's not going to use soft hands. If it comes off the edge, it's going to fly.
Last ball in the second over. As he comes in again, turns, runs in now and passes the umpire and bowls to Conway. And Conway is driving beautifully through extra cover. That's gone for 4. So on the last ball of the first over, he struck an immaculate 6. And on the last ball of the second over, what a boundary through cover. He is certainly driving quite well. And the latest score at Sabina Park after over number 2 in this first T20, it's New Zealand, 15 without loss at Sabina Park.
Unfortunately, the difference between most teams, top teams in the West Indies.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
So he turns now, he's ready to deliver. Steams in, passes the umpire and bowls to Guptill. And this one is now very wide in the off stump, and it's another wide. So Obed McCoy has lost his radar here. First one was wide down the leg side, the next one is extremely wide in the off stump. And good takes, I must say, on both occasions there by Devon Thomas, who's keeping. Jason Holder's there at that short third man position. There's also a very deep gully. Point on the boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square in the boundary, and a very short flying leg. As Obed McCoy, left-arm pacer, comes in again and bowls to Guptill, who's on 2. Guptill is driving, strong and firm, but straight to cover, pass. The man, Kyle Dapamere, is there, and there is no run.
A very firm drive there by Guptill. He's had 2 drives straight to the fielder. Not scared to play his shots as a man of experience would, but not seeing much in the pitch so far. This is the third over of the day. Not that we're seeing much bounce. We're not seeing much movement either off the pitch. That's to be expected in a T20 match.
As McCoy comes in again and bowls to Guptill, and Guptill gets a short delivery, turns it forward of square. He'll get a run. There's the fielder on the backward square boundary. They want 2, but they won't get it. The throw comes in just about now there from Shimron Hetmeyer, and there's just 1 run.
As you said, the pitches in T20 tend not to offer very much to the bowlers, and it's the bowlers who've got to use their variation. More often than not, that variation is in pace. And you see people like Dwayne Bravo, for example, the master of the slower ball, consistently varying their pace. Andre Russell developed that as well. Haven't seen that in the new crop of West Indian bowlers.
So McCoy is back on his mark. Again, some adjustments to the field. There's now that short slip as McCoy comes in again now to the left-handed Conway, who's got 12. As he bowls to Conway, who gets a delivery that's short, but also had some swing, comes off the inside edge, and has gone down to the boundary to find leg for 4. That's very unfortunate. It was a really good delivery, the line, the off stump. It had a bit of swing. Conway was shaping up to cut, but had to perhaps change his shot. When he did, it came off the inside edge of the bat and went down to the fine leg area where there's no field down. Lucky to get 4 runs for that. But nevertheless, it's the boundary, nevertheless.
Well, that's the luck of cricket. It's the best ball he's bowled. So the 2 wide balls only went for 2 runs. This one's gone for 4. A very good ball, as you said. And had him cramping up again, as if it was a bit quicker than he expected. That's the second time we've seen Conway do that.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Conway. Conway gets a delivery that's short. It's turned down to fine leg. More runs here for New Zealand. They get 1. They'll come back for the second. The fielder picks it up just about now. That's Shamar Brooks. Not a good throw, but nevertheless good enough not to go for any overthrows, and 2 more runs completed. So the Kiwis go on now to 24 without loss in over number 3. Conway's got 18. Guptill has got 3. We're coming to you live from Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Extremely humid, and what a beautiful day it is. This is really a paradise. Bob Marley knew what he was talking about, as this delivery again here from McCoy is outside the line, the off-step and cut away. A very delicate cut, but well fielded by Hayden Walsh Jr. That had 4 written all over it, but a diving save like Greg Lougain is pulling it down, stopping what would have been 4, and in the end it was just a single. He saved 3.
Indeed he did, yes. That was the sort of feeling that you associate with Hayden Walsh, but that would have been 4 by no means. Played it very well. In fact, tried to position it just wide of his left hand, but a diving Hayden Walsh was able to pat it down and still stop them from going for more than 1.
So just 1 legal delivery left in this 3rd over. Here comes Obed McCoy now and bowls to Guptill. And Guptill is going for a big drive, misses, taken by the keeper. He finishes with a dot ball. The latest score then at Sabina Park is New Zealand being asked to bat. They're 25 without loss after over number 3.
Good bowling, you'd have to say, by the West Indies in patches, but nonetheless, a boundary coming off of every over so far. We're seeing where Obed McCoy, as you said, in the first match getting 6 for 17 against India, and since then just doesn't seem to have that worrying aspect in his bowling. Even when he finishes bowling, he comes back almost hanging his head as if something is just not working right. You're not seeing thought process, you're not seeing a plan to the batsman, and obviously it's something that on the field he's got to have to work on, and the experienced players around him have got to encourage him. That would have to be Jason Holden.
And again, they're going to make another bowling change. Now it's going to be Romario Shepherd. So Nicholas Pooran has obviously decided to shuffle his bowlers quite early and not let anyone perhaps settle. It's going to be Romario Shepherd. He's got 20 wickets in 21 matches. Here he comes in now and bowls. This delivery is driven straight to cover. No run there for him. Romario Shepherd, of course, from Berbice in Guyana, has not really had a good start bowling-wise to his ODI career. You're talking about someone who has a first-class century. He's played some useful innings, but being asked to bowl at the death, he has not answered those questions correctly as yet.
And perhaps he's not a death bowler. I think it's nice to see him earlier on, of course, shuffling the bowling around, trying to see who probably fits in the right position. For Shepherd, I think the early overs and the middle overs are better suited than the death.
Here he comes again now and bowls to Conway. And Conway is beaten with a beautiful delivery on the line, the off stump. That's the ball, the best ball I've seen in the last 3 months. Just on the line, the off stump. Conway nibbled at it. It moved away appreciably. He almost got an edge and was taken by the keeper with a good take as well.
It was the movement that got him at that time. In fact, you could see the seam just moving off the pitch as it's supposed to. Shepherd, not an express bowler, but he can cut the ball off the pitch. He did that very well a while ago. In fact, they still have that deep first slip for him, and I think that might be a mistake because the ball is not going to carry. He doesn't have that sort of pace. I'd rather see a traditional first slip.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Conway, who's looking to play a very cute shot. He comes right across his pitch, comes across the pitch and just plays the ball off the inside edge and purposely down to the vacant flying leg for 4. A little scoop, a little paddle, and effective as well for another boundary for Conway. He goes to 23. He's 29 without loss.
Well, he was in position very quickly for that ball that was very short. In fact, perhaps trying to play the dill scoop, but it didn't get as high as you would for a dill scoop, so he was able to paddle it just to the right of Devon Thomas. 4 written all over it. A risky shot, yes, but calculated because he was in position very, very early.
Here he comes again now and bowls to Conway, and Conway this time is steering this one down to the vacant third man, but the fielder Brooks runs across gingerly. Of course, we're in the land of very fast men, so perhaps he's inspired by that. Fast men and fast women too, I might add. But he ran across very quickly there from the point area down to the third man to prevent any more runs. It was just a single in the end, but still good enough to bring the total up now to 30 without loss. The run rate is spiraling at 8.18 so far.
Indeed, yes. It's been easy runs as well. But we saw Romario Shepherd, for example, bowl and beat Conway a while ago. I like Conway's approach. It's very aggressive. Guptill is more swinging the bat.
Shepherd in again and bowls to Guptill. And Guptill is driving loosely, very pugnacious, but not effective. Straight to cover, and there's no run. Odin Smith picks it up, and that's another dot ball.
Example of what I was saying, that Guptill just trying to swing with drives, as opposed to Conway, who's playing all around the ground, paddling the ball, cutting the ball, hiking the ball over the field as if he wants to. He looks far more purposeful, whereas Guptill, I think, willing to play within his repertoire of strokes and trying to pierce the field. Not successful so far.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Guptill. Short, wide outside the line of the off-stump. Guptill looking to cut, misses, taken there by the keeper. 4 overs gone here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. New Zealand being asked to bat first in this first T20 against the West Indies. They're 30 without loss, with Conway on 24 and Guptill has 3.
Barry, I tell you, that's probably the best over.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Sneaky little run, but it was effective. And that meant that Conway now goes to 25 and Guptill has got 331 without loss.
Pura not gathering cleanly. He stopped the ball but didn't stop it with the first grasp, and because the batsman, I think, felt confident going for that run. Good singles being taken by New Zealand. You're just seeing them tick over that scoreboard, which is pleasing to see at T20 level.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Guptill, and Guptill gets the delivery. That's driven high, hard and handsome. That's gone over mid-wicket for 6 into the Kingston Club Cricket Pavilion. What a shot from Guptill. He picked it up so beautifully. It reminded me of Dwayne Smith against England. I think it was in 2008, I think it was, or 2009, playing in a ODI in Bridgetown, where he had a delivery on his legs and he just picked it up so sweetly and struck it for 6. That one was effortless and he deserved that. Guptill now goes to 9, is 37 without loss.
Well, we had mentioned that Guptill was trying to hit the ball too hard and missing the ball. This one timed to perfection, as it was on his pads. He just had to flick it. Really more wrist work than forearm power, but the timing was exquisite.
Here he comes in again, McCoy, and bowls to Guptill. And Guptill this time is going for another big drive. A slow delivery. He missed it, taken there by the keeper. Well-disguised slow ball because it was pitched up, but he swung with everything he had and he missed it.
Once again, Guptill, I think, guilty of trying to hit that ball too hard. We've seen him miss far too many balls that he would normally connect if he played with his normal technique. The 6, as we mentioned, was in his pads. He had no choice but to make contact with wrist work. But when it's outside the off stump, he's going for throwing the kitchen sink at it and mistiming.
Here comes McCoy in again and bowls to Guptill. And Guptill this time is defending. Out to the mid-off area he goes, going to scramble for a quick single. There was Shamar Brooks, not sleeping, but he was very deep. And he was unable to stop the run. The good news is that Sheldon Cottrell is here. The only thing is that he's not playing. He's just come to the ground to watch. Just pulled up in his blue Range Rover.
Indeed, a very distinctive Range Rover. You can't miss that at all. Yeah, soldier from the Jamaica Defence Force. Unfortunately injured and therefore out of cricket for a bit. But I'm glad to see that he's here to watch his mates.
He salutes as well. Here comes McCoy now. Bowls to Conway. And Conway gets a delivery that's wide of the off stump. Stare down to Hayden Walsh Jr. Thought of a single, but it would have been very suicidal because Hayden Walsh is very fleet-footed and he was able to do the fielding and throws the ball back to the keeper. There is no run.
What's been pleasing to see in this spell by the West Indies, the first 4.5, almost 5 overs, is that there hasn't been any short pitch bowling. They've assessed the pitch, they realize there's not much bounce in it, and they've kept the ball up to the batsman, something that they've been guilty of in the past, trying to bounce out batsmen. Happily, that's not being happening this time.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Conway, and Conway is looking to pull. Misses, taken by the keeper. I've got to tell you that the Black Caps are wearing black armbands today to honour the passing of popular New Zealand cricket journalist David Legatt. as well as South African umpire Rudy Kurtzen. So if you're watching or listening and wondering why they're wearing these black armbands, it's because of the passing of cricket journalist from New Zealand, David Legat, and Rudy Kurtzen, the umpire who died in a tragic car crash a couple of days ago. May they all rest in peace. 5 overs gone here at Sabina Park. The latest score is 38 without loss. We're going to have a change in commentary. Andy McLean joins us along with Andrew Mason.
Thank you very much, Barry. And New Zealand off to a pretty solid start here. 38 without loss after 5 overs. As we see, as Andrew comes into the commentary box, Guptill hits one out to mid-wicket for another single.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy, for doing my job so wonderful. So 39 without loss. We're into over number 6. Hello to wherever you are, from Kingston, Jamaica, right through to Rob Street in Georgetown, Guyana. Listen to NCN Radio. It's been a good start for the New Zealand team. Guptill is on 11, and Conway has got 25. The run rate is 7.55. And Shepherd, the man from Berbice, comes up now on his way from the George Shelby stand. He's in and bows the ball, pitch him, whipped away, through forward a square. Run for Conway, heads out towards the ball. Will come back for second. Back for square, comes across the right to pick it up. The batsman will come back for 2 to carry New Zealand, who were inserted to 41 without loss. We're into over number 6. This represents a pretty good start by New Zealand, Andy.
Very good, and Conway's. This is why I like him at the top of the order in all formats of the game, because he is a scorer. He's not a slogger or anything like that. He's not the biggest hitter, but he keeps the board moving all the time. He
does. Here's Shepherd as he comes in again to bow to Conway into this delivery pitch. Should be driving off the outside edge, down to third man. More runs for New Zealand. 1 to come back for the second. The return comes in, and with the pace of Usain Bolt, Conway gets back for the second. Of course, he's in the land of speed, Jamaica. And with those 2, he goes to 29. We're into over number 6, halfway through, and New Zealand will be quite happy with their start. Scoring at a rate of 7.82. They've gone to 43 without loss. Shepherd to continue. Big strong man from Guyana. Supposed to be brought up on the wonderful food there in Guyana. Lovely fruit and vegetables in Border Market. When you go there, Andy will take you there sometime. Here's the ball pitched up and driven by Conway out towards cover. Will they come back for the second? The return comes in to get the second on the pressure of the cover. It's Paul, doesn't pick it up. And that's what happened when you run hard the first one. And the fielder was under tremendous pressure coming off the cover boundary. And in the end, they got the second run comfortably to carry Conway up to 31. Guptill is on 11. And New Zealand being inserted there 45 without loss. Andy.
Yeah, that's a bad misfield, really. The bowler will be so annoyed with that Shepherd because now that gives a strike back to Conway as...
Well, here's Shepherd as he comes in again on his way. He's in and bows the ball short. Hit away. That's gone for 6 over the field at short fine leg. Where did that shot come from? Well, of course, it's T20. The ball was played away and it sailed over Brooks' head. He's inside the circle. That's gone for 6. And this represents a very good start for New Zealand. Banged in short. We have a chance to see on the monitor. And there was Conway going after that. And it went a long way, and that's gone away for 6 runs. The spectator on the north stand, the only stand open, was trying to catch it, and she failed miserably. 51 without loss, and what a way to bring her to 50. Last ball of the over number 6, being bowled by Shepherd. He comes in the Conway, who's on 37 to the series forward and drives. Straight as an arrow out towards the mid-off area. Holder comes across to pick it up. The batsman will get a single to end a very good over for New Zealand. At the end of over number 6, 52 without loss. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
But yeah, David Leggett, very experienced New Zealand journalist, sadly passed away the other day, and he's a real veteran of cricket and sports journalism. So very sad news there.
Well, Walsh in his 37th match. We'll see what he can do with his leg breaks. Operating with his leg breaks. He's got a short third man inside the circle, comes in to bowl to Conway, and to this delivery he's forward and whips the ball from the leg stump through the forward square area. Powell comes off the boundary very happily, fires the return to the keeper, and that was really thrown very hard to the keeper who caught it in the second attempt. They get a run to carry the score to 52 without loss. We're into over number 7 now. Let me remind you that the West Indies won the toss. They don't seem to want to bat first nowadays. It's something, maybe they're afraid of it, really. And I like to put my runs on the board. I really do, really. And when you look at some of the big games that West Indies lost, and when you look back to the World Cup, they actually lost chasing. Don't go back to 1983. Here's the ball outside the off stump. The leg break is cut away by Guptill down towards that backward point area. And there's a single to Guptill, who's gone to 12. Conway comes in to strike, he's 39. It's 54 without loss. And we say hello to all of our listeners in Jamaica on Omega KLS FM 89. I often know it as KLS Radio, but of course it's now got new owners, and we say hello to them. Here's the delivery, bowled by Walsh, and it's Conway coming down the pitch. Walsh saw him and pulled it down. Good bowling by Walsh. The batsman having to make the adjustment. Plays the ball away into the onside. 54 without loss. Halfway through over number 7, being bowled by the leg breaks bowler. We're talking about Hayden Walsh from Antigua. Hello to all of our friends in Antigua on Point FM there. And he comes on his way. He's up into this delivery, which is also landed like some swept fine. Runs for New Zealand. It out to the boundary. We'll get there as well. It was a ball sending out the leg stump, and it was hit pretty fine. The fielder inside the circle could not pull it. In fact, was away from him. That goes away. It was badly lined. Not a lot of bat under that, but sometimes you don't need that. You see the monitor. There's a swing. Yes, a little bat. And it went past the keeper very fine. And the fielder inside the circle holder couldn't get across. That goes for 4. And this continues to be a very good start for New Zealand. And over number 7, listen to this. They're already 58 without loss. Conway's gone to 43. Watches in, both them short on the back foot. The ball follows him. Beautifully bowled indeed. As it spun into him, inside edge onto the pad. Dribbles into the onside down towards mid-wicket. There's no run. 1 to come in over number 7. Conway's 43. Guptill is 12. The rate is 8.49, and Walsh looking to finish strongly, just 6 runs from the over. Can he do it? We shall see. As he comes in now, overcast conditions at Sabina Park, as he comes in to bowl to Conway. Conway's looking for that lap shot. There's appeal for leg before. More out of, really, that was not on. The batsman looking to play that paddle shot. The reverse sweep, and the ball just took the pad and dribbled away in the onside. To end over number 7, Guptill is on 12. Conway's got 43. It's 58 without loss. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Conway's scored quite a few of his runs, very kind of straight behind the wicketkeeper. I think we had an inside edge earlier, and then a little dab, and then that fine sweep there. So he'd have a slightly unusual wagon wheel so far. But it was interesting, Andrew, that 7th over. So coming out of the power play, West Indies immediately went on the defence. They put all their 5 guys out.
Yeah,
around
they
the
do
boundary.
that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just, I don't know how you win these matches. I mean, I know Andy Roberts made actually a really interesting call when he was on your show recently. He said it's all about
It's the Mason and Guest show.
Yes.
Give it its due, please. Thank you, Mason and Guest. You were on last night, weren't you?
I was on last
Yeah, I understand you were on for an hour. They kept you for an hour. Oh, the ratings, I understand, went sky high after you finished. Now it's going to be Odean Smith, a big Jamaican, comes in and bowls short outside the off stump. The edge found, dumped the third man, it's going to go for 4. Well, this is T20 cricket for you. He wafted it, the edge was found, and the ball sailed away past the keeper. The third man couldn't get across. That went over the line, and that's gone for 4. And this represents a situation where the score now goes up to, what's it now, 59, I think? We'll just double check that in a minute. Barry Wilkinson has asked me to read something. Barry, we read it on several occasions. 62 without loss. Over number 8. Guptill is 16. Conway is on 43. And Odean Smith, a big man, when you look at him, seems to have grown up on the Ackee and Saltfish of Jamaica. As he comes up now, goes past the umpire short, and there's the batsman looking to just get some bat into that. The ball followed him, and he just tailed away down towards square leg and went through to be taken by the keeper. course, that's Devon Thomas in his brand name shades, 62 without loss. Over number 8 being bowled. Hello to all of our listeners wherever you are. Of course, an NCN Radio in Guyana, CBC in Barbados, Starcom Network 104. Of course, our friends there in Reed FM, Mr. Andrew Donald. And if the broadcast is bad, you'll tell. Outside the offside, will the catch be taken? Oh, spectacularly! That has to be the catch of the year. Outside the off stump. There was Gupta going for the cut, and spectacularly on the boundary. Is that, who's it down there? Is that King down there?
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Inside the boundary, probably with about a foot to spare, and a sensational catch. But I also have to say, great bowling by Odean Smith there. He would have been tempted after Guptill had edged that one down to third man off the first ball, the short ball that he got a 4 off. The next ball he bowled another short ball, and then the third ball of the over, short again, and he got a wicket. So well done to him.
62 for 1. We're going to see that on the mark again. Andy, could you describe this again? Here we go. Lovely work by a TV crew. Where's the ball?
This is like backward point boundary.
Absolutely.
One-handed.
I think ESPN should get that, you know, and show it all the time. Beautiful, beautiful work indeed by Hetmar.
He was virtually in the Kingston Cricket Club there.
Yeah, yes, he was. He's going to... No, we're going to have Smithy's in bowl short. There's the batsman. What a spectacular catch taken. This is unbelievable. Short outside the line of the leg stump. There was Conway looking to swing the ball away. The keeper was going to the right, then had to veer to the left, and brings off an absolute beauty. This is absolutely magnificent cricket at Sabina Park. We've seen 2 catches, 2 brilliant catches. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Sabina Park, well, not many people here. Have a look at that. The batsman looking to swing the ball, comes from the gloves. The keeper is going across to the right. Where's the ball? He comes to the left now, sticks out that left hand in goalkeeper fashion. Beautiful work. The brand name shades fell off as well, but they're so good they would not break at all. The catch is taken. This is absolutely the brilliant cricket. And you know what? New Zealand...
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones' homes and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
It comes in from the northern Indies up and bowls the ball outside the off stump. And that will never ever fail. It's still a natural because the wide outside the off stump. He's going to try to get the wicket here. That was outside the off stump. And the batsman, well, saw a ball that was pitched wide. And Phillips allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper.
If there were any nerves from Phillips, then that was the absolute best ball to get for
yeah,
that
indeed.
hat-trick.
Yes, wide was bowled by Odean Smith. Big Jamaican, turns now. And now they've got a gully in place. Still a hat-trick ball as he comes in to bowl to Phillips. He's in, bowls to Phillips, outside the off stump, played away. Down towards the field on the backward point boundary. That's Hetmar. who, of course, may get the keys to the city in Georgetown after that catch. He's a Berbetian, one of the three counties, of course, of Guyana. Of course, there's Essequibo will take you there as well. And, of course, Demerara and Berbice. And they're looking forward to their CPL. They've got the contract for 3 years to have the semi-finals and the finals there. And I understand it's very difficult to get into Georgetown come the end of the month. We shall see. So run to New Zealand. Hello to all of our listeners all across the world. 62 for a loss of 2. We've got one ball left in over number 8. And Odin Smith, as he grips the ball and starts his run. He's going to bowl to Williamson. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Williams outside the off stump and cut away in the air. Down to wide, third man is going to go for 4. Outside the off stump. He got into that. Third man could not get across in time. And the ball whistled across the outfield like a shot from a gun. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 68 for 2 at the end of over number 8. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Well, what an eventful over we just had there. Like, really.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner, from the moment that I get up I'm feeling right.
Boundary. McCoy, the man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, comes across to pick it up. Hello to all of our friends there in St. Vincent there. Of course, hosting the under-19s. And had a chance to see a bit of it this morning with Jamaica playing against Barbados. Kane Williamson with tremendous experience. Really tremendous cricketers, no doubt about that. He comes in the strike. He's got 4. Phillips is on 2. Over number 9 being bowled and 69 for 2. New Zealand been inserted. Losing the wickets of Guptill for 16 and Conway 43 to brilliant catches. Here is Walsh. Comes up, he's in and bowls outside the off stump off the back foot and chopped away. Down towards that backward point here. Wilson can't pierce the offside field. There's a short third man. There's a short point. There's a short cover inside the circle. Protection out that extra cover on the boundary. Long on. There's a middle wicket and a man down at the backward square area. Here is a delivery which is on the line of that middle stump, given lots of air by Walsh. Coming out of the front for this, stroking the ball beautifully down towards long off, using the feet, lovely movement down the pitch to get a single. Williamson goes to 5. Phillips comes to the strike. He's got 2. And New Zealand been inserted, a rate of 8.24 with 3 balls to come in over number 9. There's 70 for 2. And it's going to be Walsh with number 86 on his back. Comes in to bowl to Glenn Phillips. He's in and bowls. He's forward and drives well. Out to cover. McCoy comes off the boundary. Sends a strong return to the keeper on the bounce. And it was so quick that and Thomas has a look at him. Stung him. And he's able to pick it up. And the action certainly will continue. 71 for loss of 2. Williamson 5. Phillips is on 3. 2 balls to come in over number 9 being bowled by Walsh. So far he's conceded 9 runs. Looking to finish strongly here as he starts again to bowl to Williamson. Goes past the umpire and also he's down the pitch when he gets there, finds a beautiful delivery. I think he might have been looking to flight that ball, but when he saw the batsman coming, he pulled it down, and there was Williamson making the adjustment, just pushing the ball up towards mid-off. There's no run. That's well bowled indeed by Walsh, who's bowled well in this over. In fact, an over in which just 3 runs have come, 1 to come. Can he finish strong here at Sabina Park? Slightly overcast conditions. He grips the ball and starts his run. Comes in to bowl to Williamson. This delivery, he's coming onto the front foot and drives. He finishes strong. The ball goes up towards that position of wide long off. The return comes in. Just a single, just 4 runs from the over. Good over from Walsh. At the end of over number 9, New Zealand has 72 for loss of 2, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Great work from Walsh there, wasn't it, Andrew? After backing up the previous over where they got the wickets, the over from Smith, just a few runs conceded in that over, and yeah, that's what happens with a double breakthrough. 2 new batsmen at the crease. This is a really important innings for Kane Williamson, by the way.
You think so? Do you think he's under pressure? He may lose his job.
No, of course not.
You speak up, you don't seem to be quite sure.
No, that's a bit like, say, Brian Lara's under pressure. You know, like.
Well, but he was captain 3 times.
Yeah, but
remember that.
The thing is with Williamson is he just hasn't scored runs for a very long
No.
time now through a combination of being out with injury. He hasn't played a T20 since last October. So, it's an important innings for his own benefit, I guess.
Well, he's about to set. He's got 6, and Smith comes in and bowls the ball into the leg stump. Worked away, fine, down towards that fine leg area. Just a single. The ball was pitched on the leg stump. Went down towards the fine leg. And Kyle Mears, a big Barbadian, comes across to pick it up. 73 for loss of 2 over. Number 10, Williamson is 7. Phillips is on 3. When did you arrive in Jamaica, Andy?
Arrived on.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
What part of the world did you come from?
I live in Indonesia, actually.
You live in Indonesia?
Door to door, 44 hours to get to the place in Jamaica.
So 44 hours. So when you left Indonesia, where did you go?
From Indonesia to Dubai.
To Dubai?
Dubai to New York.
Did you check on your properties in Dubai?
Yeah, they're doing all right, actually.
Here is Phillips. Comes up now in bowls. There's Smith. Comes in bowls. So Phillips turned away in the onside. Down towards that mid-wicket area. They scrambled a single. The fielder at mid-wicket wasn't able to pick it up quickly enough. That's Poran. A single to carry the score to 78 for 2. Williamson is on 7. Phillips is on 8. There are 2 balls left in over number 10. So from Dubai, you flew then to?
New York.
New York?
New York to Kingston.
To Kingston. Okay. Okay. You got it on Sunday.
I tell you what's nice when you arrive in a new country at an airport that you've never been to and wander out and just to see how it's different to every other place you've been to.
You can imagine, yes. Wonderful. Here we go. As Smith comes in and bowls, ball on the line to Lexham, pushed away up towards that mid-wicket area by Williamson. Can't pierce the onside field. It's also good to come to a country nowadays and don't have to produce and ask you if you're vaccinated, if you've got your, if there was a COVID test done recently. I think they finished with COVID now. I think they accepted it's maybe a cold. 78 for 2. Of course, my doctor friend Man Singh would never say that. They'll continue to tell you, please get tested. Williamson has got 7. It's Phillips on 8. Of course, the monkeypox is really giving some trouble as well. Here's a delivery on the line to the leg stump. It's turned away by Williamson down towards that position of a mid-wicket. Poran comes across to make the stop. The end of a decent over. We've now completed 10 overs. In the end of it, Williamson has got 7. Phillips is on 8. 78 for 2 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah, so really, really good comeback here from the West Indies. And the tactic of Smith to just dig the ball in a little bit shorter has worked. Obviously, he's taken the 2 wickets, but actually, apart from that 4 by Phillips in the last over, he's bowled really tightly. So, yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the way he's gone so far. Not very impressed about the fact the party stand's not open, but
I think it's going to be open on Sunday. I'm told Dr. Mansingh is a shareholder. Did he tell you?
Oh,
Dr.
right.
Mansingh is a shareholder at the party stand. Is that right, Doctor?
Not a shareholder at all. I did hear that it will be open on Sunday. The party stand hasn't been open for a while, but on Sunday we were led to believe that it's not only going to be open, but it's all-inclusive. So those who go inside will have their fill of drinks and fun. There'll be DJs, and from what I understand, also it's sold out or just about sold out.
Sold out. Oh,
still a lot of still tickets there, but they're expanding the capacity because of the response.
Okay.
Speaking of drinks, we do have people having drinks right now on the field, which is why there's no play right now. 78 for 2 at the end of 10 overs.
Samuel, you're going to do commentary. I think it's best for you to come over here.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new National Party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all times. NNP, your best bet for the future.
And I look forward to see what else there is on offer here in Jamaica. But certainly this contest, and from what we've seen so far, this pitch seems to be a good one. So the West Indian players, the batsmen in particular, should be looking forward for that opportunity when they do get it in this run chase a little bit later on. Nice pace, nice carry, not much spin. So this is setting up to be a good game. But first of all, the bowlers, they will need to do their job to ensure that they restrict the New Zealand team to a respectable and a manageable total.
What has been pleasing is the length of the fast bowlers who've carried it up to the batsmen, except perhaps for Odin Smith, the person who's gotten the two wickets. But you'd have to say those wickets perhaps belong to the fielders.
Yes, certainly. The first one short and wide, and Martin Guptill will feel a little bit unlucky to find Hetmeyer on that backward point boundary. But now it's time for Hayden Walsh Jr. From the commentary box then, and full outside off someone. This one is smashed straight back over his head. Wonderful strike, and it smashes the glass window to our right, and that will be a mark indelibly etched in this stadium for a long time from Martin Guptill. A solid blue.
Yes, that ball was overpitched, given a lot of air. Glenn Phillips, we mentioned before, is the one person as the most.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Big stump and just worked away to the one side, deep backward square, and just a single the result. So he has a clear plan for Glenn Phillips round the wicket, maybe to take his arms away, and then for Kane Williamson, he's over the wicket, a more conventional type of bowling for the New Zealand captain.
Glenn Phillips tends to move around the crease as well. So if you cramp him up, he just take a step to the right and try and put you over mid-wickets. You just got to watch out for that as well.
And he in passes the umpire. Bowls this one is short and wide is signal by umpire Patrick Gustard. Just conversation and support from the wicketkeeper Devon Thomas. Has been a couple of good overs from Hayden Walsh Jr. prior to this one. And again, just down towards the third man, manipulated by Kane Williamson. Straight to the fielder this time, so no single.
There's a short third man, that's Jason Holder, but he doesn't seem to attack the ball. So every time the ball is rolling towards him, the batsman feels he can go for a single. This time perhaps the ball was running a bit to him a bit quicker, but he's not attacking the ball at all.
Into the batsman outside of some cutaway in the gap. A lot of running to do for Obed McCoy. Will it get into the boundary? Diving stop. Full extension from the big fast bowler and restricts them to 3. So an expensive over from Hayden Walsh Jr. comes to an end. 13 runs coming from that over. 11 overs gone, 91 for 2 now New Zealand.
Sounds bad. It's not just the expense of the over, but the fact that there's nothing in it that troubled the batsman, nothing that you saw plan being bowled. You were one of the most successful bowlers in T20 cricket when it was invented back in, what was it, 1920? And but you really were able to keep the score down. What is different in your bowling from what you're seeing in each watch?
I think obviously the game has changed. Batsmen are much more proficient against spinners now. But what I did, and I think that helped me quite a lot, was my accuracy. So I bowled essentially a wicket-to-wicket line at a good length. And that didn't allow the batsmen to score square off the wicket. And even if they wanted to, they were always taking a risk trying to hit the ball off the stumps.
You were a bit quicker in the air as well.
And a bit flatter, so I tried to hustle the batsman as Jason Holder is now into the attack. Bowls this one outside the line of the off stump, backward of point, and will challenge the boundary. This time it gets into the fence despite the despairing dive of the fielder. So starts off the boundary, or the over with the boundary rather.
Yeah, that ball was to the left of Odin Smith, who did well to dive and stop it. I think it almost bounced off of his head, to be honest, on the rebound. So Odin Smith, as we're seeing on the replay here, getting his hand to the ball, and then it bounced off of his right forearm and back into the boundary. Good effort by him. Unfortunate that it went for four.
Yeah, he did well initially to get the ball back in, but as you said, hit it onto his right hand and then ricocheted back over the fence. So 4 to start the over, and they've made a change in field. Shimron Hetmeyer, who took that brilliant catch and backward of point on the boundary, makes the switch with Odin Smith. So Odin Smith into extra cover, Hetmeyer backward of point on the boundary as Jason Holder makes his way in. A good length delivery on the line of the stumps, just around hip height, and work towards mid-wicket to Nicholas Puran, who picks it up, no run the result.
We were commenting that over the weekend in Florida, Jason Holder bowled a very good length and line, and it was quite tight in giving away runs. Didn't see that in the first over that he bowled here today, but once again you can see as the most experienced bowler in this lineup, being able to keep the batsman at bay. A bit of worrying signs here as we see an army of groundsmen lining up with their raincoats on. I'm not seeing any clouds around us, but clearly they're seeing behind us where the rain usually comes from.
Yeah, and of course you're the hometown expert, so you should be able to tell us what's happening behind there as Jason Holder starts his run. He has to abort it now.
Well, Samuel, when you see 20 people in raincoats, you have to work it out.
And I think they are coming off now as we see the sound engineer running out onto the field to make sure he secures the stump mic and the stump cam. The rain isn't falling just yet, but it's imminent, and the umpires have decided to err on the side of caution, and they've called the ground staff in to ensure that the pitch and the square is well covered. And as you were mentioning, just on cue.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, in fact, it's not raining on the ground right now, so there must be a heavy shower that's approaching from the northern hills, from the Blue Mountain end. If we look to our left, we can actually see it raining over the Caribbean Sea, so it must be coming from that side, but the groundsmen are quick onto it. The old adage that, you play cricket in Jamaica or anywhere in the Caribbean, and you'll call rain when it doesn't rain that often. It used to be said 13 men in white, but they're not in white right now. The rain is coming nonetheless.
Yeah, as soon as you put up stumps and you say play, you're going to get that possibility. But a good start by New Zealand. Opening partnership 62 laid that foundation. Devon Conway in particular was quite impressive and aggressive. Martin Guptill took a little time to get into stride, but he too found the boundary a few times. And then double wicket blow by Odin Smith just pulled things back a little bit for the West Indies, and the captain Kane Williamson and Glenn Phillips trying to do a repair job. But this break here will certainly affect the momentum that they're now starting to develop.
Indeed, as we see the raindrops now coming onto the field, the situation is that after 11.2 overs, rain has stopped play with New Zealand on 95 for 2. 95 for 2, Martin Guptill scored 16 off of 17 balls. Dean Conway, a well-scored 43 off 29. Kane Williamson is not out on 15, having faced 13 balls. Glenn Phillips not out 16 off of 9 balls.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Grenlec. This is Real FM.
For the West Indies, given that opportunity up front. And then we only seen Hayden Walsh Jr. as a solitary spinner, Akil Hussain being arrested. So it's going to be a challenging effort now to restrict New Zealanders to under that 180 mark.
That was a bit perplexing for me too, Akil Hussain, if he's being rested. First match of a series that you want to create your emphasis. Perhaps the best all-rounder we've got, or maybe not the best all-rounder, but certainly the best spinner that we've got. And having him not play here, you'd assume that there's something more than just rest. But we've seen where the bowlers were not even given a chance to settle in. The first, Kyle Mears came in, bowled the first over. Jason Holder bowled the second over. Suddenly you had Shepard bowling. Then you had Odin Smith. Rotating the bowlers without them bowling even 2 overs. Would that be a factor for them settling down?
I think a lot of captains do that now in T20 cricket, particularly, not allowing the batsmen to size up one bowler for consecutive overs. So you give them a different challenge, so to speak. And as you're alluding to, it might interrupt the flow for the bowlers, but you have to be as professional as you can in this format. You can be called upon at any point in time, in any stage of the game. So I think captains do that to unsettle the batsmen more than anything else and not to allow them to size them up. But you're making a good point there about Akil Hussain and being arrested, because I haven't heard anything about an injury for him or from him. And as a spin bowler, being arrested is a little bit something that I'm not used to. But, and again, the first game in a series, you want to get off to a winning start. You want to possibly play your best 11. And then if the series is wrapped up, then you can rest guys and give them that break. I also understand that they've had series consistently and in a short space of time. They played Bangladesh, straight into India, and then a couple of days ago, they played that last T20 in Florida, and now they're here in Jamaica. So I understand the need for a rest. I understand the amount of cricket that is being played, but at the same time, whenever you go out on the field, you're representing the West Indies. You want to make sure that you're winning games and you're giving yourself the best chance to do that.
Well, I'll get to the India series in a second, but just to point out to our listeners that you're not missing play because it's raining now. In fact, appreciably heavier at Sabina Park. 11.2 overs have been bowled. New Zealand currently 95 for 2. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of a break because we're seeing some tractor tires coming onto the field. Happily, they're not attached to a tractor. They're just there to put weight on the covers, but it's appreciably heavier now. We saw where the Indians in the last last T20 in Fort Lauderdale took 10 wickets. The spinners take all of the 10 wickets. Firstly, is it criminal to be bowled out in a T20 match? And secondly, why is it that the Indian spinners, well, I guess it's a rhetorical question, why is that the Indian spinners took 10 wickets and our spinners are struggling to take even 1?
I think if you're batting second, it is more forgivable if you're bowled out chasing a total. If you're batting first, I don't think that you should ever be bowled out in a T20 international. You want to use all the deliveries. And to answer that second question, the first time ever in a T20 international, spinners taking all 10 wickets. And there's a vast disparity between what they're capable of doing and what our spinners in the region are capable of doing and the results that they are producing. Obviously, they're vastly experienced, more experienced than us. They've grown up in these IPL leagues and so many competitive domestic competitions. So when they come to international cricket, they're so much readier than perhaps players from every other territory, so that they make that transition quite quickly. Our bowlers, our spin bowlers, I don't think they're brave enough to try to turn the ball and to try the variations as we've seen from the Indian bowlers, the Indian spin bowlers. But yeah, it's a big difference between what we've seen there and what we have been able to produce.
I hear you about experience, but I've seen the same spin bowlers of the West Indies go around the world. So it's not a matter of our pitches, our conditions, because they've been in Bangladesh, they've been in Pakistan, India, of course, around the Caribbean. It seems to be the same old though.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look around the Caribbean, apart from Akil Hussain, who's in the team, and Hayden Walsh Jr., there's a paucity of options. I have made the point that perhaps we can look at someone like Ruston Chase as a spin bowler because he's done well in T20 cricket, he's done well in the CPL for a couple of years running. And when he did play international cricket in that series against India earlier this year in those 3 T20s, he did well as a bowler. So maybe we can think a little bit outside of the box and use him as a third spin bowling option.
That's an interesting name you brought up, Austin Chase. He was not even in the CPL pick initially 2 years ago, came in as a replacement player, ended up being, I think, player of the series, close to it, if not. Haven't heard from him. He was given a chance to come back at a longer version of the game, just didn't succeed. But as you say, he has the ability to at least come in as a spinner, if not as the batting all-rounder that we know him to be.
Yeah, in the last CPL, as you rightly mentioned, that he got the MVP Most Valuable Player award. He did well with the bat and with the ball. But I think every time that he's played for the West Indies, he's looked upon as a batsman. And if he's not performing with the bat, they simply drop him. But if you look at his performance with the ball, it's been quite solid, quite good. And that's why I'm arguing that perhaps he can be the third spinning option, batting at maybe number 9 or 10. And that's the sort of thinking that we must have, thinking outside of the box in terms of selecting our team.
Well, that takes care of the spinners, but the pace bowlers haven't really distinguished themselves either. The West Indies consistently going for about 180, 200 runs in T20. Jason Holder is certainly the most mature bowler, and you can see that in his bowling. What do you make of the other fast bowlers? Let's start with Odean Smith.
Yeah, Odean Smith has a lot of work to do in order to be consistent. He has the pace, he has the raw materials, but I don't think he has the consistency. I don't think he's able to bowl consecutive deliveries in a good line, good length. He's all over the place. So he has to develop that stock ball first and foremost. Any bowler, you must have a stock ball, a ball that you can bowl at will. And that stock ball for a fast bowler is a hard length on and about off stump. And if you don't have that and you're spraying the ball all over the place, in T20 cricket, captains would be reluctant to give you opportunity, especially in a pressure situation. So he has a lot of work to do in order to develop his consistency. Obed McCoy has shown glimpses of what he can do, glimpses of brilliance, but after that 6-wicket haul against India, he's been very expensive. So he needs to maybe relook at the thing that he's doing and try to get back to that form.
I heard you say glimpses, and I was wondering where the second one was. But indeed, he showed that he cannot be there up with the top bowlers, getting a wicket off the first ball. That too, Rohit Sharma didn't hurt at all. But he did bowl a different line and a different pace on that day than we've seen him bowl straight through. Odean Smith, guilty of bowling too short. Obed McCoy, perhaps guilty of bowling too full.
Yeah, maybe. So again, it's all about assessing the conditions and assessing what's the correct length. And when we look at the third fast bowling option, Alzari Joseph, I think he started off a little bit expensively in Trinidad, but he came back quite well. So he is quickly developing to become one of our frontline fast bowlers in T20 cricket. So I think they've given him a rest in this game. They're looking towards that one-day international series, which of course is for points in the World Cup Super League standings. So you have to perhaps balance trying to win this series here and trying to go for points, and therefore they've rested him. He's the leading wicket taker for the West Indies in one-day international cricket this year. But certainly he's one who is coming along quite nicely for them in white ball cricket.
All in all, the bowling needs a lot more experience. Where did they get that from? They've been playing back-to-back international cricket. The only domestic T20 to speak of, certainly at a regional level, is the CPL. But is that really about development? Or do we need a CPL, or do we need a T20 league, which is more about development, more about inter-Caribbean cricket as opposed to an international league?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that. Karen Pollard spoke about that some time ago, about having a league where our domestic players, our younger players coming through the system, they have an opportunity to showcase their talent so that they can be selected, first of all, for the CPL, but an opportunity to ply their trade. We're going to celebrate.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new national party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all times. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Have to think about development. We're seeing where development is being done at an academy level. We're seeing where there are youngsters who are now being taken over a year-long program. We just feel that there's a missing link there with T20. Because when you come to the international level, the West Indies have won 2 World Cups. But honestly, since then, the standard of T20 has changed and their approach has not.
Yeah, I think we missed the boat. We've had the greatest T20 players to play, some of the greatest, certainly the Chris Gayle, the Dwayne Bravo, the Pollard, the Narines, and so on, and certainly the pioneers of that format. And I don't think that we've necessarily branched off or catapulted ourselves to have a sustainable group of players coming through the system. So it's a far cry now from what we saw maybe 5-10 years ago. But the question I was asking is that, are we able to have a regional T20 tournament similar to the CPL with the islands competing against themselves?
I think that's something that has to be called for, something that has to be given focus to. Just once again reminding listeners, you're not missing cricket. It's not lunch, it's not tea. There's a rain delay, there's a rain break, in fact. I still think that there's some drops. Yes, in fact, we can see it on the covers there right now. It's been raining for the last perhaps 15 minutes. New Zealand, having faced 11.2 overs, are now 95 for 2. Kane Williamson not out on 15, Glenn Phillips not out on 16. Now, speaking of franchise cricket, we had mentioned before Glenn Phillips, perhaps the most experienced batsman amongst all of these players to have played at Sabina Park. He was one of the Jamaica Talbot's for a long time.
Yeah, and he has a really good record here as well. I think he averages something over 40 at Sabina Park in the CPL. I spoke to him a little bit earlier, and he said that he tried to pass on his knowledge to his teammates about the conditions here, about what can work, what can't work. And it's always important to have that sort of sharing of information, sharing of knowledge within your ranks, especially from someone who has been here and done it before. And from the few shots that we've seen from him, I mean, it's testament to why he's been successful at Sabina Park. But a really good player. And of course, in the CPL, he's batting in a different position. He's batting at the top of the order. Here for New Zealand, he's slotted in at that number 4 position. And it sometimes can be difficult to transition from opening the batting to go to the middle order because of that new ball, because of the power play and the restrictions that come with it. It's easier for someone to go from number 4 to open than the other way around.
Well, his success with the Talos was as an opener. When he's sent up to open, he actually scored a century in his first innings. But when he came out to bat today, you could see as if it was the power play being employed. He's hitting the ball square with the wicket, hitting the ball aerial, but in the gaps. The West Indies has been hitting the ball aerial far too often, but not in the gaps. Where, again, is there to be correction made? Is it at a regional level? Is it in the nets? Where does one practice that?
Yes, you can't practice it in international cricket, that's for sure. So it has to be done at the levels, at the territorial levels, and what's happening there, what's happening in the academy, what's happening as players prepare to come up to international cricket. And on another note, what we've seen from India in that series is that they have a clear plan as to how they want to approach T20 cricket. So they're going hard in the power play, looking at maybe 52 runs. That's what they average in the power play. But then that next phase, where many teams slow down and look to consolidate for the last 5, they continue to go hard. And then, of course, in the last maybe 4 overs, they look to get 50 runs, 60 runs. So they're looking to get to close to 200 every time they play. The New Zealand team, they have a sort of similar approach, unless, of course, you're losing wickets. I don't know that we, as a West Indian team, have a clear-cut approach.
Well, one thing that I've always said is that when there's something new to the cricket, the West Indies have dominated. When we're test champions for decades, it was because we had a different approach and people hadn't caught up, so to speak. The game became more scientific. West Indies ignored the science and we went down. 50-over cricket came along. In fact, it was 60 over for the first 3 World Cups. And the West Indies won the first 2 World Cups and came in the finals of the third one. Never to be seen in that area again. Because the game progressed, it became more scientific, and the West Indies didn't adapt. We won 2 T20 World Cups. But as we said, since 2016, this game has changed completely. Now, talking about plans, and you just mentioned beautifully how the Indians have shown their approach to cricket. What sort of approach was taken when you were playing T20?
So we're seeing, based on what you're saying, history repeating itself and repeating itself again. Yeah, I think the plan was quite clear when we played, and it worked for us. We had boundary hitters, we had 6 hitters, and we sort of backloaded our batting so that in the last 5 overs, we backed ourselves to get anything close to 60, 70, or even 80. So we tried to keep wickets in hand in that sort of era when that was the way we go, the way we went, to try to keep those wickets in hand. Lots of power players look for 6s. As opposed to what other teams did, they tried to pick the gaps, 1s and 2s, run hard between the wickets. So we didn't really go terribly hard in the power play. We had Chris Gayle. If he got off, he got off. If he didn't, we sort of batted through that middle phase and then tried to get as many as possible in the end. But we had the players who could do that in that era. And then with the ball, I had that clear rule at the top to try to restrict in that power play to make sure we minimize the amount of damage that was done, as well as pick up wickets. And then we had Narayan who would come through the middle now and continue that job and try to get wickets for the team. And then, of course, Bravo, the Russell, and Sammy, who could bowl some overs at the end. So we had a clear-cut plan throughout our period of dominance. And that worked for us. But like you said, times have changed. Teams are hitting boundaries, other teams that is, when they weren't previously, but they're also running hard between the wickets. So they're minimizing the number of dot balls. When we played, if we had 50 dot balls, we didn't mind because we know we could hit 10 sixes, 12 sixes and make up for those dot balls. But if you aren't hitting those high percentage of boundaries and you're still having 40, 50 dot balls, you aren't getting many runs.
Raindrops still looking very heavy on the covers right now at Savannah Park. We've spoken about a lot of negatives, but I think the one positive that I have seen is the fielding. In the last two series, we've not seen many balls misfielded. We haven't seen that many catches going down, but we've seen some spectacular catches as well. You see a change in the fielding approach of the West Indies?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've seen some superb fielders come through the system. Hayden Walsh Jr. is right up there with the best in the world. I think Fabian Allen has to be up there as well. And then all of the other players in the team, they're continuing to do their work. Ren Griffith must be given a lot of credit for the work that he's done with this team in getting them to the position that they are in the field. Certainly the athleticism, the accuracy with the throws, and the speed towards the ball. A lot of things have improved. So that's one area that they've done really well. The other area, I think, is that our middle order with the Hetmeyer, with the Puran, to a lesser degree, someone like a Rovman Powell. I think those three players who are considered the engine room of this batting lineup, they need to fire regularly and consistently. I think Rovman Powell is a little bit hot and cold. So he'll give you one innings and then maybe nothing for the next 4 or 5. Nicholas Puran gets off to a good start, but isn't able to carry on. And similarly with Hetmeyer. These three players need not only to get a start, but they need to push on and make sure that when they do get that start, they make a score of significance, a big half century, a 75. Those are the types of scores that can win you games. The one game that West Indies won in that India series was when Obed McCoy picked up 6 for 17. So it will take this team individual brilliance to win games. When you look at what we have right now, the resources that we have, it needs to be one player really doing well. One of those three players with the bat, if not Brandon King or Kyle Mears, and then with the ball, one bowler having an exceptional day. And that's the way it seems at the moment.
And hot and cold is what you'd said, because we haven't seen anybody really sustain a run of good scores. You know, we've seen it with all the players in the past, much less Chris Gale, who would consistently give you a 50, if not 100.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Mentioned that you can't beg anyone to play for the West Indies, and I absolutely agree with that. I read an article where Sunil Narayan said that he wants to wear the maroon again. And if that is in fact the case, then why isn't he part of these games? So it's one thing to say it, but you also have to make sure that you're making yourself available to play the games if and when required.
Looking at a global scene, though, who do you see as the big guns for that competition coming up? The world teams, the India, the Australias, the Englands. Who do you see as the big teams coming up to this World Cup?
Yeah, you can't look past India. I think they have a really good team. I think they have good fast bowlers when you look at what they've produced here. And that's without Shami, without Bumrah. So those two players come back into that team, and the risk of Yuzvendra Chahal as well. We didn't see him in this series, but he's certainly one who they'll be looking for, and then their batting is quite strong. So they're a strong contender. New Zealand is always up there in global events. Of course, they made that final last time around. Australia playing at home and are the defending champions, those three. South Africa, they've played quite well recently. They beat England, who we know is a strong white ball team, and England. So those five, I think I'm choosing all of the teams, aren't I? But certainly those five teams are strong contenders for that T20 World Cup later on. And if I could just extend a little bit, we can't leave out Pakistan, we can't leave out West Indies, we can't leave out Sri Lanka.
Yes, in fact, Pakistan has actually been ascending in their game, perhaps at a longer version, though they had a defeat in Sri Lanka recently. But Pakistan certainly seems to have their act together. And what's happy to see is their domestic cricket is coming together as well. They're playing a lot of domestic cricket out there at all levels. In India, domestic cricket is strong, but they had their under-23 competition this year, which they made under-25 because some of the players were not able to play in the last 2 years. Of interest, they have no T20 being played up to that age level. So they say they're not going to play T20, develop your technique, and the T20 will come. Are you a proponent of that?
Well, they can do that because of the number of players that they have. In our region, we don't have enough players playing cricket to start that. So if we do that, then we'll be restricting 90% of our players, so we don't have anything to select from. So from their standpoint, they are able to do that. They are, of course, the under-19 World Cup winners. They won the under-19 tournament here in the West Indies in January of this year. A very strong domestic setup they have, and they're continuing to produce players of international repute quite regularly. Pakistan, they're having an under-19 franchise tournament. I think Darren Sami is the ambassadors for one of that team. So they're trying to go in the opposite direction. So India aren't playing any T20. Pakistan and under-19 T20 franchise tournament. So we could probably look at those two and compare it a little bit later on. The West Indies team, our system and our setup, what are we doing here to ensure that our players are ready for international cricket? We have an A-team series on, West Indies A versus Bangladesh A, that's being played in St. Lucia. So some young players who've participated in the first class setup, given an opportunity. Joshua Da Silva, captain in that team. And then on the women's front, the West Indies women's under-19 in USA, playing against the USA under-19 as they look to prepare for that World Cup, under-19 World Cup in South Africa, January 2023. But I want you to answer me a question, Doc. Where are the fans here in Sabina?
Well, as we mentioned earlier, firstly, very few people in the Caribbean, in Jamaica, know that cricket is being played. There was very little advertisement for this game. People who are ardent cricket fans were not even aware that cricket was being played at Sabina Park today. In fact, I know people who flew out because they went for their holidays, not knowing that cricket was being played.
So whose responsibility is that?
It has to be marketing of either Jamaica Cricket or Cricket West Indies. But the reality is that the message did not get out there. We're now talking about the party stand on Sunday. We're talking about people coming on Friday.
In fact, Chris Darren, who we spoke to a couple days ago, he said to me he didn't know that cricket was in Jamaica. He's a big cricket man.
And he's not the only one.
Yeah.
So wherever the chips may fall, the reality is, and this is not something new. The last few series we've had in Jamaica, of course, spectators weren't allowed in the last one when Pakistan came. But the last few series where spectators were allowed, we didn't know the difference.
So it's a well-kept secret.
It's a very well-kept secret. It smacks of a bit of in the past, everybody knew cricket was going to be played.
Right.
Everybody knew that in fact you'd take time off, you'd have you'd do whatever. Now it's just not advertised, and they've forgotten that they're competing against a lot of sports. We just had athletics, the World Athletics competition. We've had our netball team do well in netball.
Right.
There's a lot of diversions in Jamaica. Sabina Park was full 6 weeks ago when we had the finals of the National Premier League football competition.
Oh, really?
It was ram-packed full. And yet today, we're seeing that the Headley stand, George Headley stand, is not even open.
What is the cost to get in, do you know, Don?
Well, from what I understand, it had started off at something which perhaps would have been unsurmountable for most people. My understanding now, it's somewhere around $10 US, which is...
$10 US?
Somewhere around that.
Okay, how much would that be in Jamaican dollars?
Depends on the day, but usually...
Depends on the day, all right.
But,
what about today's rate? What's today's rate?
$1,500, between $1,500
okay,
and
right.
$1,600. And that's what I'm being told. But then we had other problems too. The tickets were not printed until this morning.
Ooh.
There were all sorts of problems. But having said that, if somebody wanted to come, they could have come and bought the tickets on spot, because it's not like there's a line waiting to come in.
Box office.
However, the truth is that the word is not out there, And I'm hoping that with just us talking here, people flicking through the radio,
Right.
they're now recognizing that there's cricket on
Well, of
Friday
course,
or
it's on
Sunday.
KLS radio, and we're encouraging people to come to Sabina Park. Mind you, it's just drizzling slightly now. Overcast conditions, if you look out towards the airport, Norman Manley International distance, one would think we could.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners. Winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, GRENLEC. This is Real FM.
Right.
Of knowing that you can't, step over the boundary. And the third thing was the poise and the balance of jumping at the right time, picking it up, and still maintaining your.
We saw a brilliant catch taken by Vasper Drake. So you remember a couple of years in the World Cup? Well, what World Cup was that? Could have been about 3 or 4 World Cups ago. Tremendous catch taken by Vasper Drake. But you, in South Africa, remember that catch, Samuel Badri?
Yeah.
You were part of that as well? You're too young?
No, I was
or too old?
I was too young. But what we've seen from the modern day fielders,
2003 World Cup, yeah.
catches like those that Shamron Hetmeyer just took there, a lot of modern day fielders, what they do, they catch it,
Right.
they throw it up in the air,
Right.
go outside,
Yes.
and then return and catch it.
Yes.
So catches like those are more commonplace now than certainly when you guys were now coming through the system.
Right. Which would be back in 2003 in Vasper Drake.
Well, that's why breaks is so important. But,
Yeah.
but as Samuel Badri says, that's a practice scenario.
Right.
Where you go, you catch the ball, you overstep, and you throw the ball and come back
Right.
and catch it. That's a practice scenario. What we saw here today was a sheer brilliance, because
Sheer
that
brilliance.
cannot be practiced.
No, I agree. What about the catch that Devon Thomas took, the next ball?
Yeah, we're talking about 2 exceptional catches and 2 deliveries. The first one, Shamron Hetmeyer, and then Devon Thomas, he was wrong-footed. The line of the ball was down the leg side, so he was going to his right. And then all of a sudden, he had to change direction. So the agility, again, the presence of mind to do that, and full stretch to his left. Brilliant from Devon Thomas to take that catch. And again, 2 catches like that. You don't see that too often, but to see it in 2 consecutive deliveries, I think we've been truly blessed to witness that today.
And of course, in the scorebook, you're going to see Odin Smith getting the credit for it.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
that really was 2 short balls that were rightfully hit the way they should have been hit. In the first case, it was Shimron Hetmeyer who sort of plucked it out of the air at the boundary. In the second case, it came off the glove because it was missed time. But they weren't brilliant balls. They were just brilliant catches.
Yeah, well, we got Samuel Badger who's going to spend another couple of minutes with us. We really welcome you to our broadcast. We're going to obviously do a recap as well. You've been on the scene now, doing a wonderful job as a TV commentator. You're also doing some good ball-by-ball commentary. Do you enjoy it, Samuel? I mean, I know you're away from your family and all that. You enjoy it, going around the world doing TV commentaries?
Yeah, I think I do. I certainly enjoy being here.
Right.
Outside of that pressure situation in the field. So it's much different out there. You get hit for 6s with regularity. Over here, you just call the 6s, right? So it's different. Yeah, and certainly an enjoyable experience working with some of the well-established names in commentary, both in radio and in television, and learning from these guys. It's very much a learning process for me. Like you mentioned, I'm now getting into it, so I'm understanding the nuances of radio commentary and television commentary and what people want to hear and the insights that you can bring to the game, but certainly quite enjoyable.
How do you, the difference? So you're doing the TV commentary, you did a stint of ball by ball. We thought you did very well. Barry Wilkinson taped it, he judged it, he gave you 10 out of 10. But Barry is normally a very generous man.
I'm sure you're a much harder mark.
No, I will give you 9.5. And Doc will give you 11 out of 10.
Yeah, it's certainly different. So for people listening on, television commentary is very different from radio. Obviously, you guys aren't seeing the images, so we have to paint that picture. Television commentary, if I do the same thing, I'll be insulting the viewer.
Yeah, of course you will.
Because I'll be telling you exactly what you saw. So this skill here is much different from that skill. And I think this one is tougher because you have to get that image in the listener's mind and to paint that accurate picture of what is actually happening out there.
Did you miss playing, Samuel?
No, I don't miss playing. I thought I spent a lot of time in the field in the hot sun during my playing time, and once I had the opportunity to come off and spend time with my family and do other things, I certainly enjoy that.
All right. Well, the umpire, well, I almost said the umpire. Is that enough? Is that just, yes? Is that Mr. Reefer going out there?
Yeah.
Leslie Reefer.
Fourth umpire.
Yeah, fourth umpire. Well, actually, I had to look twice because with all the travel, he's put on a bit of weight. In fact, Barry Wilkinson told me that a couple of days ago. He's actually put on quite a bit of weight. But I understand that you're a gym man. Barry saw you in the gym this morning, and you worked very hard while Barry Wilkinson was puffing and huffing and needs to do some more work in the gym.
Well, I was quite fortunate. The first day I went to the gym for the last 2 months,
Really?
Barry Wilkinson saw me.
Can you imagine?
And everyone on the radio is listening to that. No, I'm joking. I try to get in a bit of exercise every day. Of course, I'm a physical education and sport curriculum officer with the Ministry of Education back in Trinidad and Tobago.
Wonderful.
And that's something that we promote, active lifestyles and, of course, healthy diet.
Right.
And we want everyone who's listening to ensure that you're getting in your daily physical activity.
Yes.
So important for your quality
I
of life.
went to Emancipation Park this morning. I didn't see Barry Wilkinson. I came back and I was very selective in terms of what I had for breakfast. Barry Wilkinson ate some I saw, was it some yellow banana? What was it? Yeah, lovely stuff this morning. But we certainly enjoyed ourselves. But the discipline. I mean, you travel around the world, these cricketers do, and sometimes you criticize them for the actual increase in weight. So there's the key word in my view here is discipline, isn't it?
Absolutely,
the discipline.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like you know,
right.
You're exposed to so many different
people want to take you out.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in Florida for that week there, and you want to go to Red Lobster, you want to go to Cheesecake Factory, you want to do everything.
Yeah.
But the discipline has to be there in terms of making sure the next day you get up and you do that workout. The amount of steps I made, the number of steps I made in the malls, certainly made up for all of that food I ate.
It's wonderful. But you're enjoying the ground staff is coming on, Samuel Bradley. Good news, and we hope perhaps in the next maybe 20 minutes or so without any rain to get a restart.
Yeah, certainly. I think seems to be clearing up quite nicely. We didn't have too heavy a rainfall to make the ground waterlogged.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Grenlec. This is Real FM.
Understanding the game and understanding the support structure that goes with the game. So I think the players would have said they had a great experience. But the support staff, the commentary box, the fans who came from all over North America, it was not just Floridians who came to this match, would have felt a bit upset about the whole setup.
Yeah, and that's a little bit surprising to me that a country that is so rich with sport legacy and sport history that they didn't have that setup. But again, it's perhaps because of the newness with cricket, but you'd expect that they have a proper media center, proper facilities for people to get in and out and all of that. But it's a learning progress, it's a learning process rather, and hopefully they can get it right in 2024 for that T20 World Cup. That will, part of it will be hosted there.
Now, look into your crystal ball. Of course, you've got the T20 World Cup coming up very, very soon. Do you think the West Indies could be in it, possibly. We've got the talent, but, you know, I sometimes begin to wonder. What do you think?
Well, first of all, they have to go through the qualifiers.
Yeah, I know.
They have to go through the qualifiers,
Do you
right?
think we can make it?
Yeah, I think we can make it in that qualifiers.
You sure?
Yeah.
Samuel,
I'm confident.
look into your crystal ball.
I'm confident that we'll get into the main round, and then the problem will start thereafter. But I think it's Scotland, Ireland, and Netherlands who will be coming up against
Scotland. We should beat Scotland.
Scotland,
What
Netherlands,
about Netherlands?
Netherlands and Ireland. We just beat Netherlands 3-0 in both one-day international and the T20s. And then Ireland, well, that's a little bit of a challenge because they beat us right here in Sabina Park in that one-day international series.
Yeah.
And the T20 match, I think it was called off because of some COVID-related issues. So we didn't have a chance to see where we are at against them in January. But Scotland, Netherlands, and Ireland, no disrespect to any of those teams, but I think that we can get past them. The top two will qualify for the...
Just before we continue our discussion, it's a wonderful discussion with Samuel Badri. Of course, we stole him from television, not for very long, but he's always happy to do radio. And of course, Dr. Mansing, 95 for 2, 11 overs and 2 balls, raining cats and dogs and pigs in Jamaica, but that's given away now. Overcast conditions, if we look out towards the Norman Manley, it's cleared up quite nicely, and the ground staff just doing some work, just trying to... Is that a bucket that is scooping some of the water into another bucket? Is that right, Dr. Mansing?
Indeed, yes.
Can we do better?
The understanding
is
that the super sopper is on its way. But I tell you, the last time we had rain here...
Is it coming from Barnett Street in Mobay?
There were torn pieces of sponge
that
were being used to sop it up. It was really disgraceful.
Oh, we got to do better than that. Come on.
It really is, for something that goes around the world, there's a certain optics that has to be maintained. And this optics happily is not going around the world.
No. Quickly then, Guptill caught Hetmar brilliantly off Smith for 16. Conway batted well, 29 balls, 2 sixes, 4 fours. 43 before he was brilliantly caught by Thomas off Smith. In fact, Smith was in a hat trick. Williamson, looking to get runs, has got 15. Glenn Phillips, who we know very well, plays a lot of cricket in the CPL, 16. Extras 5. And in 11 overs and 2 balls being inserted, New Zealand are well positioned at 95 for 2. The bowling for you, Mares, who opened the bowling, 1 over for 8 runs. Holder, 1 over and 2 balls, no batters, none for 11. McCoy, 2 overs, no batters, done for 18. Ramirez Shepherd, the big man from Berbice in Guyana, 2 overs, no batters, done for 19. Walsh, leg spinner from Antigua, 3 overs, no batters, done for 23. And Odin Smith, playing in his own backyard in Kingston, Jamaica, 2 overs, no batters, 2 for 16. Let me come back to you, Samuel. Were you surprised that Kyle Mears opened the bowling today?
Not entirely. I think it's a good strategy to give someone like him the first over. With that new ball, he has the ability to get some serious swing into the right-handed batsman. And for the first over, batsmen are usually very cautious and just looking. So it's a good over to get out of the way. Obviously, if he bowls well and perhaps gets a wicket, you can give him another. So not entirely surprised that he was given that over.
Now, were you surprised that Jason Holt opened the batting?
Yes, entirely surprised for that one. I didn't think that was on the cards at all. But I'm not too sure the reason for it. I don't see him opening in any of our crunch games in that World Cup or in the qualifiers. So that one certainly caught me by surprise.
Yeah, indeed. And early he actually batted number 3, that certain surprise. What do you think the think would have been, Doc Mansing, if there was any thinking at all, really?
Well, of course, the 2 regular openers weren't playing that match.
Right.
Brandon King and Kyle Mears had been rested. Well, Brandon King is injured, we were told, and Kyle Mears perhaps has been rested. So the regular openers weren't there. To me, when Phil Simmons came out and said that we're trying to see what the best combinations are and we're working towards our World Cup squad, to me it was just an experiment to see where he'd be. Now, that was Odin Smith's day.
Right.
He bowled brilliantly. He got 3 for 33, having gone 15 in the first over. A man like Odin Smith, to me, would have been the better experiment.
You think so?
To go out there on his day and see what he could do rather than Jason Holder. The other thing is, the Indians started with a leg spinner.
Yes.
So Akshar Patel came out to bowl. The first ball was a dot ball. The second ball was a dot ball. Well bowled, good length, good line. Jason Holder played it very well. And then the third ball was on the middle stump, and Jason Holder was trying to paddle it cross.
Can you imagine?
Cross bat, as opposed to playing it straight. Now, what we saw today was Dean Conway playing the ball straight. Only when it was wide was he playing it wide, and that's why he playing it horizontally, and that's why he was able to score at will. We saw Guptill, who doesn't play the cross-batted shot very well, sticking to what he knew.
Right.
I just thought it was inexplicable why on the third ball of the innings you're trying to paddle the ball off of your middle stump.
And even if you're sent to pinch hit, to score boundaries, by all means, stand and deliver. Those cheeky shots as a pinch hitter, leave that for someone else who cannot power his way over the boundary. So that, as you said, inexplicable is a apt word there.
Indeed. Samuel, good to have you with us. When you look into your crystal ball, let's start with Test cricket. How are we looking when you look into that crystal ball?
I think we're looking much better in that format than any of the others. I think we're looking quite solidly. Craig Brathwaite has done well, both with the bat and in terms of leadership, and he's forging a nice little team camaraderie, and everyone seems to be moving in the right direction. So I think from that standpoint, we're looking in a much healthier position than the others. I just want to see them continuing that.
And let's now look at ODI cricket.
Yeah, ODI cricket, I think we've been really disappointing. I don't see us competing with certainly some of the top teams in the world. With the players that we have currently. We need to do a lot of work to get up there. We need to find a way to compete at the international level in one-day nationals. And I think that T20, because I know that will be your next question.
Yes.
I think that we had a lot of hopes with these players that we have here. Against Bangladesh, we won quite convincingly, and we thought that we have some guys here now who can really put on a good show for us. And then we were humbled against the Indians. I don't mind losing.
Right.
I didn't expect us to win that series, but the manner of the losses, the manner of the defeats really left me a little bit disheartened. And I don't know necessarily what we're going to do in this series here. So I think this is another litmus test for us.
Well, of course, we are heartened with the news that the covers are coming off. The sun is trying to peep through the heavy cloud as we look up by the Norman Manley. It's looking a lot clearer. So we should get some action, hopefully. Lots of members of the ground staff there trying to just pull the main cover off.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new national party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all times. NNP, your best bet for the future.
The T20s and Craig with us.
What's your view on that, Dr.
Well,
Lansing?
it's equally hard when you're not informed yourself.
Right.
And so he's just carrying the burden of the team. And remember, he's emerging from the shadows of perhaps his mentor in Karen Pollard. So he hasn't been able to express himself. So to a large extent, this is the start now, since Pollard left the scene, that he's getting to express himself and so on. So I'd give him time with that. But the fact that he was struggling in his own form, I think would just add to the burden, and that's why I think sharing the burden would have been a bit easier.
Well, there's some talk that if we look now at Andrew Russell and, of course, Evan Lewis, I note with interest that the lead selector has an interest in these gentlemen. Would you pick Andrew Russell for the World Cup?
I'm going to take one step back. I'll take one or two steps back now that you said that.
I think you better take three.
Yeah. One is that when you asked Samuel Badre about the test team, and he said that the test team is moving forward.
Right.
The pleasing thing about it is that all people who could play it are playing test cricket. So we have a full slate to pick from. That is not so for 50 over and T20.
Yeah.
And so what is hurtful here is that we have better players who are just not in the maroon or yellow and maroon or whatever it is.
Yeah,
now we experimented.
Just before you go, I just want to come back to the ODI squad because it is my view that Josh De Silva should play ODI cricket.
Well,
hold on. And I've said this for a long time. I like Josh De Silva. He seems to like cricket, and that's important. It seems him in his veins. And you know, when about 3 or 4 years ago, 2019, if my memory serves me right, when the under-23 won the 50 over competition in Trinidad, he actually made 100. I think he's got the discipline. I think he's got the technique to go at the top. It's not 20 overs, it's 50 overs. And I've said for a long time that he must come into the equation in relation to ODI cricket. I would like to see Josh De Silva play.
What I want to support you with is that when they got rid of Shivnaraj Chanderpaul in 2011, because he was not the mold of West Indies 50 over cricket, that was the last time we ever batted 50 overs.
You can imagine,
And
yeah.
for the last 10, 11 years, we've rarely batted 50 overs in a 50-over match.
Right.
So you need to have those guys who can
Of
put the glue
course,
into
of
your
course.
team. Now, happily, of late, we've been seeing us batting the 50 overs.
Right.
That's been a change.
Right.
But the reality is you do need some batsmen who can stand there and put things together.
Let
when
him
things
go to the
bad.
top, work the
And
ball
so, I
around,
don't know
get
what Samuel
70.
has to say, but
we have to look at the resources that we have. So other teams globally, they've gone the other way. They've looked for players who can go and express themselves and look
Right.
to get to 350, 400
Right,
with regularity. So
right.
they've gone away from that Shivnarine, Chandrapal mold of players. But again, they have the players who can do that and do that
Exactly.
with regularity. We don't have that. So we cannot look to emulate those teams. We have to look to see what's our best way. And you're absolutely right. Getting players who can actually bat the 50 overs first and foremost and then move from there. So a lot of times we look to do what other teams are doing, but we don't have the quality of players to replicate that.
To be honest, I'm shocked. I've said it for a long time. I like Joshua Silva, by the way. I mean, as a cricketer, I think that he could perhaps even bat a bit higher in the West, because he's always come into a crisis. In cricket, you want to avoid one. And I think he's done very well. And I would like, and I'm making a call, you're looking at the options. I think Joshua Silva, in my view, has got the temperament, he's got the discipline to be in the ODI mix-up.
now the flip side to that is that we have a Super 50 competition coming up. He needs to knock down the door.
When is it going to be?
My understanding
You're director
is,
of the board, aren't you?
Yeah, but that doesn't include scheduling. But my
Okay.
understanding is that it'll be later this year.
But you may know, don't
yeah,
you?
I think it'll be later this year. But
Can we
the
get a scoop? When is it going to
the
be
scoop
held?
is that Joshua Silva has to score heavily if he wants to knock down that door. So the onus is on the players as well.
Right.
And that onus for Joshua Silva definitely to show that he belongs in that team.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is left to him as well as it is to the imagination of the selectors or whoever's planning forward on whether he's included or not.
The main covers come off the square. After that, just one to come. The umpires are doing the inspection. Of course, we hope to be able to bring some more cricket for you. It's still overcast, but let's hope the rain stays away. We can get some more cricket here at Sabina Park. Just as gathering of spectators, I see some of the big wigs in the private boxes. A couple of them are open, and no doubt they are here at Sabina.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Grenlec. This is Real FM.
And certainly try to give the other guys in the region that opportunity in white ball cricket. But once he's made that decision,
Right.
Desmond Haynes, the Honourable
Yes,
Dr. Desmond Haynes.
give him his handle, as they say.
Yeah, once you've done that, you have to continue with it. And then when he dropped him subsequently, then it begins to bring the question, what was the rationale behind that move?
His job must be very hard coming into cricket, where, yes, we've done reasonably okay in Test cricket recent times. The ODI, we're failing. I thought we were very ordinary against Bangladesh in difficult conditions in Guyana, and we were beaten soundly by India. He must have a pretty tough job, Samuel.
Yeah, certainly. It's an unenviable position, that's for sure, having to select a West Indies team in any format these days. And the results obviously speak for themselves. Again, it's the quality of the players that we have available for selection. I don't think necessarily we can blame anyone. We can't blame the coaches, we can't blame the selectors. The onus, as Doc was mentioning, is on the players. You get selected, you have to go out there and represent. And we don't expect that you win every single game. What we expect is that 100% effort. We expect that you play with a certain level of intelligence, a certain player, a certain level of hunger and determination. And once you are giving us that, as a fan, we don't mind. As a spectator, we don't mind.
It was interesting that I was talking to the Indian selector who was on tour in Florida over the weekend. Now, whereas Desmond Haynes has a difficult time selecting players, the problem that the Indians have is who do you leave out?
Right.
So here they had a series where they won 4-1, and yet about 4 or 5 players may not feature in their next series because Bumrah and Shami and Virat Kohli and many more will have to come back into the team, and you have to find a place for them.
Well, they made a change for that last game. They rested 4 of the players who played on Saturday. And 4 players who didn't play at all played on Sunday. And they had the biggest win against the West
You can
Indies.
imagine.
So they actually strengthened their team by resting some of their best players.
Absolutely, absolutely. We got interrupted, sidetracked a little bit, because we're having this discussion about Andrew Russell and, of course, Evan Lewis. What's your view? By the way, what's happened to Evan Lewis? I mean, you think you'll see him play again, Samuel?
Well, I can only go from what is reported in the media, and the report is that he hasn't made himself available to do that fitness test for whatever reason.
Ooh.
And I think he is such an important member of this West Indies team. Once he gets it right and makes it, he can walk into this team, but there has to be that conversation, and that to me is something that is sadly lacking. The communication and that shoulder and that sort of father. These guys are young guys. They may not be young in age necessarily now, but certainly young in terms of international cricket. And we need people to support these guys, not only from a selection standpoint, but they need good support systems around them. And maybe, I don't know personally whether Shimron Hetmyer has it or Evan Lewis has it or Andrew Russell or so, but they need people to make sure that they're making the right decisions, not only for themselves, but for their families and for their loved ones as well.
I'm speaking from pure conjecture, so don't get me wrong, but there's a shift in a lot of what happens right now. Before, the support structure used to be there, and what you had were people in the community, family, mentors. Now it seems to be all agent-based, and every one of these players have agents who advise them on which shoes to wear, which travel to make, what series to play, and you find more and more that overall support structure where you could get something from everybody is being replaced by these agents who come in. I don't know, as I said, this is conjecture. I don't know if that's reality.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a new feature.
And another thing, in terms of T20 cricket specifically, I think that there should be a greater level of compromise in terms of the fitness requirements.
Okay, interesting.
Because when you look at these players, the same Shimron Hetmyer, who had fitness issues less than a month ago, taking brilliant catches, performing in the IPL, performing in the league, Sunil Narayan, performing every league, Evan Lewis and these guys, and then we want to rule them out based on a fitness test for a T20 game. Now, if you have that fitness test for Test cricket and 50 overs, which are the longer versions and so on, I can understand. And I understand that there is that need for fitness. But if we want some of our best players on the park, I think there must be a certain level of compromise to get these guys there.
There has to be conversation. I don't know about compromise, but there has to be conversation. Now, I'll tell you, Shimron Hetmyer taking a catch like that is not a reflection of fitness. The reality is that if you don't have fitness, if you're not as fit as you should be, your chance of getting injured are higher. Your chance of performing consistently are lower, etc., etc. The reality is that every profession has minimum standards. I'm a doctor, and every doctor in Jamaica has to have a certain amount of educational hours every year to get a certificate which allows you to practice. If this year I decide I'm not going to get it, next year, no matter how good a doctor I am, I cannot practice. The same is for lawyers, the same is for everybody else. In the Olympics or in any other track and field event, there are minimum qualifying standards. And that is linked to your fitness, even though it's not a fitness test. It's linked, obviously, because your performance is based on your fitness. There has to be some reach out from the players as well. When you hear people are not taking a fitness test, that needs a bit more explanation, because that doesn't make sense. And I hear you about T20. Well, if you want to say you have different levels for different types of cricket, we can discuss that as a separate thing.
But no, hold on. But do you agree with Dr. Mansingh? I mean, with Sam.
But as I said, if you want to have that discussion about having different standards, that's a different story.
Right.
But there are minimum standards to which everybody signed up.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
This is signed off by the
minimum
standards.
Well. Explain that. I mean, you okay. So I feel like Hetmyer, what would you have to do in order to pass a fitness test, say, to play T20 cricket, as opposed to say, the ODI? Is it different?
Well, let's put it this way. Once again, we went to the professions, right?
Right.
Every profession has minimum standards. It doesn't mean that if you're doing X amount of things, you have a different standard for something else. The reality is that there are certain standards which are not very high, let me tell you that.
Right.
Which reduce the chance of
Can
getting
you
injured.
explain that when you said not very high?
When I say not very high, it's not insurmountable for an international cricketer in the world
Right.
to reach those standards. And the reality is that almost 90% of our domestic cricketers reach those standards. Not just international cricketers, domestic cricketers. So there has to be a give and take from the player as well. Now, if you're showing improvement, if you're showing effort, if you're showing commitment, that is when the discussion starts. But if you just don't turn up for tests and this you hear it consistently month after month, then something's not right in that equation.
The only thing I'll say to that is that I rather have someone who is failing those fitness tests but performing on the field than some of the fittest players who are failing on the field.
I hear that, and we tried that in the last T20 World Cup. Right? So we went there with people who are not fit. Not that fitness is the criteria necessarily, but when people who had a record performing on the field, and we came back as sore losers because not one of them performed for the West Indies.
So there was that compromise for the T20 World Cup.
And not one of them performed for the West Indies. And the reality is that if you look at those same players playing in franchises, when they come back for the West Indies, for some reason the performance is not
How do you explain? How do you explain that?
That is what I want to find out. So that has to go. It goes both
Why,
ways.
why do you think that happens?
So it goes both ways.
Why do you think that happens?
So I think it goes both ways. I think there's a sort of commitment or pressure or pride, which one it is. When I say commitment, I mean playing for your team. Pressure meaning that you know if you don't perform in certain leagues, you're not playing the next game. Whereas you can choose which game you're going to play for, you can choose which, how you perform. It's almost the same, to be honest, as when you heard when Courtney Walsh went to play county cricket in the heydays. Malcolm Marshall called him and said, listen, if you want to survive in this thing, you've got to bowl at 70%. Because you're going to get yourself injured, there's so much cricket. In the leagues, there's pressure and you've got to perform every game, otherwise you're out. At this level, they know that even if they don't perform, people are going to say, well, they're so great, they must play. That can't continue.
And just to add to that, your reputation, if you don't perform in the leagues, in one league, let's say you go to the PSL, and you don't perform in the PSL, the likelihood of getting another contract next time around diminishes. If you come in the West Indies team and you don't perform, the likelihood of you playing in the next series does not diminish significantly.
Exactly.
So there's a big difference there.
And that's the pressure I was talking about.
Do you think Andrew Russell will feature in relation to West Indies qualifying for the next T20 World Cup?
If you ask me my personal view,
yes,
I'd refer you to his performances over the last 2 years to point out what in there has suggested to you that a difference would be made. In other words, Russell is one of the greatest players we've ever had in T20 cricket. But in current form, and the current form extends to 2 years, he's not performed either at a regional level or
hence,
at a league level.
So hence the question again then, Doc. Would he feature as far as you're concerned?
So my personal view is...
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, GRENLEC. This is Real FM.
There has been a lot of activity because, as I said, the National Football League, the Premier League was
full
predominantly played here.
Right, okay.
The finals was, of course, full house. Jamaica, of course, is coming out of a lot of restrictions. We were one country which had curfews, for example, for 2 years straight.
Yeah.
We had lockdowns from sport for a very, very long time. So the ability to hold events here, which are outside of cricket, which includes parties, which includes other things, has not happened for a while. It's now come back. As you see, Jamaica is much different to when you were here last, when there were all bubbles and all sorts of things. But it's now growing. What I can tell you, the appetite of Jamaicans to support events has increased tremendously. And anything that's being held anywhere is being very well attended. So I think Sabina will pick up as well.
Well, I know that Samuel Badger has got to go, but just before he goes, we want to thank you in Barbados, and, you know, in relation to the work in Shadi Williams. I mean, she's been absolutely brilliant. She's here, of course, being trained and to win that goal at the Commonwealth. We're really grateful. And it's generated a lot of discussion in Barbados. I know our friends on 104 and CBC listen. Thanks to Samuel Badger, who is with us. Absolutely fantastic to have him. We're going to continue the discussion. It's good to see that she has done so well. And we want to thank Jamaica from the bottom of our hearts.
I've gone around the world talking about why Jamaicans run so fast. And one thing I draw a comparison to is it may not just be a Jamaican phenomenon, because the Caribbean as a region have been overachievers. Jamaicans, we've been performing since 1948. We've been getting medals consistently. But if you look at the Caribbean, the Bahamas, St. Kitts had a world champion for long time. Grenada has a double. Suriname had a gold medalist. Trinidad has a few. Barbados. We are a high-performing region in sport. The problem is that as science carries it further and further away, we just have to make sure that we don't fall further and further down. But the talent is there. It's just that Jamaica has a higher population, a bigger culture of sport. But I think the talent is all over the Caribbean.
Well, listen, I want to ask this question, and you may be very well qualified to answer this. Why is it that Jamaicans run so fast?
You know, as I say, I go around the world saying that, and the opening sentence is, I don't know, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But what I will tell you is that it's a mix of, you know, people say genetics, but the reality is that if it was genetics, then Western Africa would be winning all the gold medals.
I think so as well.
People say it's you know, a variety of other things in Jamaica, but the reality is we have a very strong sport culture. And especially when it's track and field, we have a culture where we have track meets every week from now December to June. I recall, and I tell this all over, that I recall many, many years ago that my own personal assistant, my administrative assistant at work, asked for half a day off of work because she wanted to go and watch her 2-year-old in a crawling race.
Wonderful!
So that support structure from the community, be it food, be it commitment, be it encouragement, be it sponsorship to a much lesser degree, comes. Then the other thing is, when our athletes were predominantly going overseas, we used to win 1 or 2 medals per Olympics. Since the noughties, since the 2000s, that they stayed in Jamaica, we've been winning over 10 medals per Olympics or World Championships. I think the fact that they're at home with some very good coaches, and there's just a handful of them who won at the highest level. But the fact that they're home, they're not being overrun, they can periodize, they can train in their own surroundings and so on, has gone a long way in catapulting us forward over the last 20 years.
Tremendous. Now, can I ask the question again? Mind you, the covers are off. We've been having a discussion. Did someone make a note when the rains came? What time did it come, Andy, that you were assigned that task? Quarter to? What time, Barry? Quarter to 3. And what time is it now in Jamaica? I lost my watch. What time is it now? Okay, 3:27. Andy, what time is it in New Zealand now? Can you tell me? Andy, you've been eating lots of food. In fact, you've got lots of food there from, of course, our friends at the Kingston Club. A wonderful lady just came into the box and ensured that Mr. Wilkinson got his food, and lots of jerk chicken and jerk pork. You've got to put on some more weight while you're here in Jamaica. What time is it now in New Zealand? Can you tell me?
It is 8:27.
8:27
a.m. on Thursday.
On Thursday. Oh, okay. Oh,
you've always wanted to talk into the future.
I like that. Now, let me ask the question, Doc, again. I like asking questions. Mind you, there's no cricket, but we hope to get cricket soon. The ground staff have done a wonderful job, a performance worthy of commendation, and we shall get some cricket. We want to thank all of the stations for staying with us, of course, from 104 in Barbados and CBC Radio, and of course, NCN Radio there in Guyana. We want to thank you for being very much a part of it. Of course, Taj Radio there in Trinidad and Tobago, Point FM. We want to thank you very much indeed. Of course, 95 QFM there in Dominica. The Dominicans who had such a wonderful show, they're very much with us as well. We really want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Real FM in Grenada, Mr. Andrea Donald, who says that the commentaries are brilliant. The stream is good, thanks to you, Peter John, who's chomping away there. Is that ackee and saltfish you're having, or is it live and banana? Of course, ackee and saltfish is the national dish. We're going to take you for some of that tomorrow, Andy. Can I ask another question, Doc? Is athletics the most popular sport in Jamaica?
I tell you one thing, I'm going to preface that a bit. Jamaicans have always backed winners. when West Indies was on top,
Right.
we had, you'd have a full Sabina Park and so on.
Right.
When West Indies started declining,
Right.
our reggae boys made it to the World Cup of football.
Right.
And the swing, that national fervor we had for that World Cup campaign
Right.
has never been replicated. After that, our netball girls
Yes.
went up to
beating
third place.
some of the big guns.
And as you noticed in the last week, everybody was cued into netball again because we'd beaten Australia for the first time and we moved up. Then, of course, when all of that happened, track and field took over.
Right.
So this generation of Jamaican youth know only winners in track and field, and obviously that is being heavily supported right now.
Right.
But football is still very, very popular. I think we're all disappointed by our
Are
performances.
you saying, Dr. Mansing, that football is more popular than athletics in Jamaica? Is that what you're saying,
If
Dr.
I was
Singh?
to say what for viewership of
Yeah.
all the leagues in the world, if I was to say about attendance at matches and so on,
Yes.
I would say that it probably still is, but athletics is very, very
So
popular.
it's football one. Who's at number two? Which sport at number two?
I would have to say probably track and field. It's just that, you have big events, not as
So
not
where's
often.
cricket in all of
Cricket
this?
has fallen way down. As you
Oh.
can see today. I mean, just look at the attendance here at Sabina Park. You remember the days when Sabina Park was full.
Oh, absolutely.
And it was intimidating to foreign
I
to
came here to
visitors.
match as a toddler and watched, who was it? Michael Holden bowling to Greenwich and Haynes here, and Sabina Park was absolutely rocking.
And that was a regional match.
And a regional match. I mean, full house. I mean, I never forget it. I mean, I remember back in Barbados, Carlisle Best batting up to Michael Holden and Patrick Patterson.
Yes.
I mean, a tremendous game. Kensington Oval was full. Those were the days. I remember going to Border in Guyana, in the 80s and watching Carl Hooper. Remember Tino Bess. People said that Border was a slow pitch. I saw Tino Bess bowl at Border. Could have been, 15 years ago or more. And the game lasted 2.5 days. He bowled so quickly at Border.
Well, a slow pitch doesn't mean you have to bowl slow.
Indeed. I mean, they kept talking about this Border pitch being slow. And he really woke up. I saw Malcolm Marshall, as he got, towards the end of his career. I remember a guy right here at Sabina. It was against Australia back in 1991. He said, obviously Malcolm was on the decline. He said, Marshall, the game will leave you. Meaning, in Jamaican parlance, leave the game now. He was with a passion because Malcolm, that woke up the big man. And Malcolm Marshall went to Border and beat Australia with a tremendous spell of bowling. He picked up 5 wickets and won the game. And in that same match, there's a man called Richie Richardson, Sir Richie Richardson now, the match referee. He made 100 against Australia. In my view, it is the most commanding innings I've ever seen in my life. Every ball hit the middle of the bat. It was, by the way, Desmond Haynes also made 100 in that game. Nobody remembered the 100. It was a commanding 100. The best innings I've ever seen is Lara's 153.
153 at Border.
In
Bridgetown.
1990. I mean, that was a tremendous, perhaps one of the best test matches ever. I mean, Brian Lara making that, and just to win with that beautiful drive-through cover. I mean, absolute pandemonium. So, when you reflect on the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, I mean, there were some great moments. And of course, perhaps the best catch I've seen I saw today.
I like the way that this conversation's meandering here. It started from is athletics more popular than football, and now we're talking about the halcyon days of the West. I watched Michael Holding's last Test match.
Yes.
In Wellington in 1987. I actually don't remember the bowling so much, but I remember exactly how he got out when he was batting. But it's kind of cool all these years later to look down at the ground here towards the Michael Holding end. Guys, I just have to say, how painful was that watching those covers come off?
Very painful. Yeah. But we hope that they get it right. It seems as if the run-ups might be affected there, Doc. They're having a look there.
Indeed, yes. In fact, the run-up at the George Headley stand end, or the Michael Holding end, seems to be more effective because at the northern end, the Courtney Walsh end, what we're seeing is more towards, you'd have to say, the gully position or the slip split cordon that they're sopping up. It's the technology that gets me, these torn pieces of sponge that they're using.
They're going to do better.
Up.
I mean, I must admit that it's something that cricket seems to have to look at.
Oh,
I mean, in this day and age, you can't have that. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but sometimes people get upset when you criticize them.
50 years ago, you couldn't look at this.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's and Mr. Skerritt and Dr. Shallow, who could be the president in waiting, and Johnny Graves and all that. We got to do better. I'm sorry, we got to do better. We can't have this at this stage. Come on, gentlemen.
I mean,
A little better.
they got the covers on fine. It was just trying to get them off. It's taking forever. And
the stumps are going to be going up pretty soon now, which is very good. So we should have some cricket. By the way, Dr. Mansingh, there's been some reaction to what he said in terms of the popularity of the sports. He said he's football 1, athletics 2, and 3 is...
I didn't get to 3.
Oh, you didn't get to 3. But for sure he said that cricket is down the line. In New Zealand, the most popular sport, is any doubt about it?
Oh, no. Actually, it's a really interesting time now because the All Blacks are in South Africa, right? And, I mean, rugby is miles and miles and miles ahead of any other sport in terms of popularity, whether it be domestically, internationally. We're in a contest called Super Rugby. It's hugely popular, but even with something like that, I go back to what you guys were saying before. Crowds over the years are just dropping out of sport generally. I think, combination of ticket prices going up, but I just think live sport has just kind of lost its appeal, and that's where I guess something like the IPL or Test cricket in England have managed to buck that trend. But yeah, apart from major international events such as the Olympic Games, the Commonwealth Games, I just think people are not going to live sport as much anymore.
I was going to comment that when we had full houses for regional cricket here, other countries had it as well. And now that we don't have a crowd for first-class cricket, other countries don't either. But the reality is live sport is now about an experience. And so I've spoken to a lot of people who do this around the world in developed countries, and all they're saying is we're trying to sell an experience. It's not just a sport, but the music, the food, the atmosphere, all that sort of thing. And some of the strategies is to drop the prices so low that everybody floods into the field. And there have been other strategies as well. What we've seen is expectancy that whatever worked 50 years ago is going to work now. And I think cricket has been guilty of that. So the IPL kind of reinvented that by bringing in a lot of stuff that the Caribbean actually invented, which is music and dance. But one of the tragedies for me was how we didn't exploit our own culture. So the first time I heard Bob Marley playing at a test match was in New Zealand and in England, because they had recognized the value of that side of entertainment far quicker than we had here. But as you're saying, it's something which people are happy to sit at home in their comfort, watching replays and slow motion and so on TV, rather than going out and seeing it live. And that's something you have to counter.
It's a good point, though, what you make about the experience, because if you look at, say, Test cricket in New Zealand, they've made a conscious decision now to not play at big grounds. So you've got the Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. The Basin Reserve's been around kind of forever, but it's not a particularly big ground. They resisted the possibility of moving Test cricket to the rugby stadium. That they haven't done that. Christchurch, you've got Hagley Park. Dunedin, you've got University Oval. So they've gone for that kind of like, it's not village, but like smaller ground feeling. And
you've got open fields where people spread out their baskets and they have a picnic, and kids are playing in the background, don't know cricket's being played in the ground.
That's the crucial element of it, is that you've got these grassy banks and things like that. So that's pretty cool. And so I'm not even sure when the last Test match in Auckland was, with that crazy cricket ground, Eden Park, with really long boundaries on one side and tiny ones on the other side.
Rugby field, is it?
Yeah, it's a rugby field.
Converted into cricket in the season. Yeah.
But anyway, it looks like we've got progress out here. The stumps are in. The ground staff are still milling around, but I would imagine we can't be too far away from a start. I guess the only question's going to be whether there's any water kind of lying around.
So this ground actually has very good drainage peripherally.
Yes.
Right. So you'd have seen, for example, the covers, they dump the water on the field and that's all gone in a flash.
It seems as if we seem to have this problem with the run-ups, not only in Jamaica, but throughout the Caribbean.
If you remember, this is the third successive year that we're having play held up because of that at Savannah Park. What we're happy not to see today is the sawdust, for example, because very often they'll come and sprinkle sawdust and they try to mop that up.
Right.
I say the technology is lacking. You can blame whatever you want for that, but there's, so we're talking a bit earlier about fitness levels and international standards. This too has certain basic minimum standards that should be employed for international cricket.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I see Ian Bishop from TV going out. So we should be in a position, hopefully, very, very, very soon to give you a report. Doc, you reckon we could get some cricket next 15, 20 minutes, half an hour?
Oh, yes, I reckon that it's imminent. We haven't seen the umpires come out, but the fourth umpire, Leslie Reefer, has been walking there and patrolling for a while. Not too much activity from the groundsmen either. I think they're just waiting for the sun to do its job as they're walking, sort of standing and walking around but not doing anything active. So I reckon 15, 20 minutes.
What about the start from New Zealand, 95 for 2? They started well?
I thought they played sensibly because the West Indies, of course, shuffled their bowling deck quite a bit. I was very pleased that the fast bowlers kept to a length and a reasonable line. I was happy with the approach of Guptill in terms of playing straight, but I thought he's trying to hit the ball too hard and therefore missing far too many. But Conway was spectacular. I thought he took the force. He had very hard hands on the bat, and he played around the wicket. He played short balls off the back foot, both off and leg side. He went out to the bowler. He played in the air. I thought he set the momentum, which allowed Guptill to just give him support. The two of them were out for successive balls, off of perhaps the two worst balls that we saw being bowled. Short balls, which really should have been clipped away. But then that's how cricket is. And Odean Smith, who got those wickets, didn't really distinguish himself with follow-up balls either. He, I think, was a bit too short. The spinners continue to suffer with the lack of spin and lack of variation. Hayden Walsh in particular. So he tends to be expensive and wicketless more often than not. But in the balance, I'd say that the New Zealanders at 95 for 2 off 11.2 would be in the advantage, but a few quick wickets and that could change very quickly.
What about the pitch? How has it played so far? But before you come there, you agree with that assessment, Andy?
I think you're being a bit harsh on Odean Smith, actually. I mean, he got...
Say that again.
I just think it's a little bit tough on him. Like, he was the first guy to actually dig the ball in, and he got 2 wickets in 1 over off consecutive balls. Okay, albeit one of them was to an unbelievable catch by...
On the boundary.
by Shimon Hetmeyer. But, I actually thought it was...
It's a good point, Andy, because my lamenting it is the fact that this happens too often. He bowls very short, and he's more often not going for 11 runs and over because of it. And so I haven't seen that change. Whereas the last time he bowled in Florida, just 3 days ago, he changed his length, he brought it up a bit more, still short of a length, but brought it up and into the batsman. And the first over went for 15 runs. He ended up with 3 for 33 in incredible bowling. So on that backdrop is why I was saying that I thought that it wasn't. He'd gone back to what he's been expensive with.
Yeah, I mean, the bowlers are all going at around 8 and over, I guess, which is pretty much consistent with the overall run rate in this innings so far. But it just shows you that you can accumulate runs quite quickly without going absolutely crazy. And as you say, you're very kind in your comments about Devon Conway. But he's very good at picking which ball to hit. And that's why it was a little bit of a surprise he got out the way he did when he tried to play the pull shot and just got a glove on it. So, but as he'd already scored a few runs by just kind of lapping it down fine. So,
well, the other person I think is very good at that is Glenn Phillips, and he's like the wicket.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. The other highlight or lowlight is the fact that just about 1 minute after I got out of this commentary seat, Glenn Phillips smashed the window. About 1 foot to my right.
Oh my golly!
Happily in another booth, so it wasn't in our booth, but there's a huge gaping hole there, which is going to take.
Gentlemen, have a look at the field. The umpires are out, but they seem to be worried about the run-ups.
Well, that's not the run-up. Where they're standing is
where's that?
2 pitches away.
Oh, well,
okay. But they just had a look at that. I think they'll go up to the other side where fourth umpire Reefer is sort of inspecting that run up quite a bit.
Okay.
Ian Bishop is not walking in a hurry, so it doesn't look like he's coming off the field to run to commentary anytime soon. But this is sad because we've had the sun out for almost 30 minutes now. And there's been no rain for maybe 40 minutes. And yet there's no resumption of play for what wasn't really a torrential downpour.
I was just thinking, guys, is there a time limit on this match? Apart from dusk?
So usually there is a time limit because of satellite commitments and everything else. Usually it's a generous time limit. So what would be interesting though is if they're going to cut the overs. Now,
I would think so.
I don't know how far we've gone in.
What I will do, I'll just ease off commentary now and just maybe go next door to find out what's happening. The umpires, I suppose, they will come after the inspection is made. So we'll just see what happens. In fact, Dr. Mansingh is going to go across and certainly let us know exactly, because I would imagine there will be adjustments. But the news is that the covers are off, the umpires are out. Just checking the run-ups. They don't seem to be very happy. Seems as if there's some seepage there. That's a problem. It's not only in Jamaica, but of course throughout the Caribbean. And I really am urging all of those responsible to ensure that that problem is solved, because we've had it, for quite a long time. So we should get some cricket, hopefully very, very soon, and we expect to have reduced overs. As I said, Dr. Mansing has gone next door to find out.
But
Yes, Andy.
I was just going to say, though, that that's actually a real shame if they reduce the overs, because by my calculations, this match should finish around 4:30, and probably we could play till 5:30,
right,
without having to worry about the light.
Maybe even later, because at this time in the Caribbean, 6 o'clock, it's still pretty good. Dr. Mansing is back. He's got the mic on. Hello, Doc. Any word for us?
Yes, so apparently you can extend play by 90 minutes, which means that if they start within the next 15 minutes, there'll be no loss of play.
Okay.
But if they go beyond that, then they'll start cutting over. So
okay.
it's likely that we'll start within the next 15 minutes. I mean, I can't imagine what else there is. Of course, the lights at Sabina Park can be turned on.
Right.
But it tends to get dark fairly late now, so I don't
think... Yeah, fairly late now, 6:30, 6:15, 6:30 or so. And... Doc, did you comment on the pitch? How's the pitch played so far, Doc? Are you happy with it?
In a T20 match, it's unusual for the pitch to be anything more than just good. And that's because you roll it out flat and let the batsman have a go. What we had seen against Bangladesh in Providence, for example, was where the pitch wasn't that, and you saw how everybody struggled. But this looks like a regular T20 pitch. I'm not seeing any devil in it, and I think the batsmen, if you remember the first over that was bowled, we saw Conway coming down to one of the balls just to dislodge the bowler. That was the confidence he had in this pitch, and it hasn't really done anything. It's not as bouncy as it normally is for, say, the first 2 days of a test match, but it's flat and good.
Is there a lot of cricket played here at Sabina?
Well, as I said, there wasn't much cricket played in Jamaica in general,
right?
But we did have a few club competitions.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new national party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all times. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Caribbean.
just wanted to come to the Caribbean.
It's a famous place, right?
And you went to Antigua. Your first stop was Antigua. Why Antigua, not Barbados? Or Jamaica? Or St. Kitts and Nevis?
I don't know.
Like no Prime Minister.
Maybe I just thought that I'd walk down the road one day and see Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards.
Or Sir Curtly Ambrose, or Sir Andy Roberts, or Sir Richie Richardson.
But it was great. It was absolutely brilliant. And so that was like kind of a package holiday. Also a direct flight. No domestic flights involved.
Right. So 2009 would have been the first time you came to the Caribbean.
Yeah, and then I came again in 2013.
2013. Why did you come in 2013?
That was for a sailing holiday.
Sailing holiday? Oh, sailing?
Yeah.
Oh, without the birdie?
No, I was actually with my family, believe it or not. With my dad and my brother and my sister. So, yeah.
No wife?
Not at that time.
Okay, not at that time. You hesitated. You're a naughty man.
No. But
okay, we got some news coming from what they're going to resume at 4:10, and no 20 overs. So the news is that we're going to be resuming at 10 minutes past 4 o'clock. Of course, that's Jamaica time. 10 past 5 o'clock in the Caribbean, and no reduction in the overs. 10 minutes interval. So make a note of that.
Yeah, okay. So that's play starting in 20 minutes from now.
20 minutes from now.
So we've got 20 minutes to fill with our scintillating.
Yeah, but Barry Wilkinson, who's done very little work for the day, is going to come and call and eating lots of food. Thanks to our friends at Kingston Cricket Club. They've supplied us some wonderful food. I see you've got a couple boxes there.
Yeah.
How was the food in Jamaica?
It was actually a very large box.
A very large box. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the Jamaican food. I'll tell you one thing I have noticed here. There's a lot of fast food places.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Like I walked into KFC a couple of days ago.
KFC in Jamaica?
Yeah, it was about 1 o'clock.
Yes.
And it was rammed.
I think, and Barry Wilkinson knows these things as a market, I think there's one KFC in Jamaica that they said per capita sells the most chicken in the world. Is that right? Trinidad. It's Trinidad. In the Barnard Promenade, they say that it sells the most chicken in the world. Can you imagine that? KFC.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I prefer my doubles from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah. I just want to pick you up on something there. Before you said it's 10 past 4 in Jamaica and then 10 past 5 in the Caribbean. So is Jamaica technically not in the Caribbean? Or was that a slip of the tongue?
No, it is very much in the Caribbean. No, but it's very much in the Caribbean. But they're all behind, and they've been for quite a long time.
Right.
All behind, so it is. I see Doc is coming back. But Doc, we got news, good news. You're going to be starting in about 20 minutes' time. And the 20 overs will be bowled, and the break is going to be 10 minutes. So we've got some talking to do. Maybe we can do a recap. Barry Wilkinson is about to take over from me. Where's my phone? Yes, it's right here. The news is that the West Indies, of course, in terms Ferguson and, of course, both in that side, Latham with Ali and Henry and Bracewell left out. The West Indies, interesting construct of their side with Poran, Mears, Brooks, Hetmeyer, Powell, Thomas, Holder, Smith, Shepherd, Walsh, and McCoy. No room for Alzari Joseph. And Akil Hossain, I'm surprised by that. And Dominic Drake, the left arm, very talented all-rounder. I want to thank KLS Radio, Omega KLS FM 89, our host, NCN Radio in Guyana, CBC Barbados, of course, 104 FM in Barbados, Starcom Network, Real FM in Grenada, Point FM, of course, Taj as well. And of course, we want to thank all of you for being very much a part of this broadcast and staying with us while we continue to bore you with our boring conversations. Gentlemen, I suppose if things were good, by now we would be playing. I mean, we've not had a lot of rain. It's not the kind of rain, driving rain, that cricket should not have restarted. And it's pretty obvious that we got to look, and we've said this for a long time, we got to look at our coverage. There's no doubt about that, because we can't have these kinds of interruptions. But the good news is that the West Indies players are out. I see Phil Simmons, who's under tremendous pressure as a coach. Some people think the time has come for us to go past Mr. Simmons now. Have you heard that in New Zealand as well, Andy? I'm sure you've heard that.
I mean, of course he's going to come under pressure because of the run of bad results. You know, there were eight losses in one-day internationals in a row. Then obviously they only won one match in the series against India. But you know, is it always about the coach? At international cricket level, I just don't feel that you know the coach is the one that should, you know, be responsible for the results on the field. You know, I mean, and so like I don't know. I guess it's the easy option, right? It's the easy option to change the coach, say, okay, we're going to get a new coach, new manager, all that sort of thing. But as I mentioned on Mason and Guest the other night, the thing with West Indies cricket is, okay, just to take you back, right? This is New Zealand's first tour of the Caribbean in 8 years. Can you believe that?
Can you
8 years.
It's a long time.
It's astonishing. Anyway, so I went back to see when we last played a T20 in the Caribbean. It was in Dominica in 2014. Of that side, the New Zealand side, 6 players are still here. Of the West Indies side, 0.
So who are those 6 players from New Zealand as a matter of interest?
So Tom Latham's not playing today, but he's in the squad.
Right.
Kane Williamson,
yes.
Trent Boult, Tim Southey, Ish Sodhi, and Mitchell Santner, I think.
Okay.
So, but the point I was making on Mason and Guest the other night was that's incredible stability for New Zealand over a huge long period of time. You know, I mean, actually, here's a question for you guys. Who's the most capped player in this current West Indies side? Who's got more caps than any other player?
Jason Holder probably would
Jason
be.
Holder, I think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, till recently it would have been Karen Pollard.
Yes, okay. I mean, Pollard's obviously a huge loss, and obviously, you know, there's other players like Andre Russell not playing, but they're a very inexperienced side, you know, and I don't think the coach should take the blame for. The coach shouldn't take the blame for inexperience. So, you know, it's a very long-winded way of answering your question, Andrew. But yeah.
But do you think that Ken Williamson is under pressure in terms of his job? What do you think? If he, let's assume he doesn't perform well here, you think there'll be lots of conversations going on in New Zealand about replacing his captain, or you don't think so?
No. Kane Williamson's got the job for as long as he wants it.
So would you describe him as the undisputed leader?
Absolutely. I mean,
really.
But since you brought it up, one thing I will say is during the Test series in England recently, Kane Williamson missed the second Test because he had COVID, which is a whole different question altogether. But at that time, Simon Doull suggested that on Sky Sports coverage, he suggested maybe it's time for Williamson to let go of the Test captaincy and just focus on his batting and let Tom Latham take over. But that's just a pundit's
what kind
perspective.
of reaction was there in New Zealand to that?
Well, I don't think it was it's just one person's opinion.
But isn't Simon Doull big? Is he a fellow that you would quote?
Yeah, he's
sure?
definitely
Former
new.
cricketer, he was a big television commentator.
And he's getting more jobs too now. He's
Yeah,
doing
he
very
is.
well. But
Lots of work.
yeah, I mean, people will take his opinion seriously, no doubt about that. But my personal view is that it's Kane Williamson's job for as long as he doesn't want it anymore, right? So a bit like Joe Root.
So you're saying you didn't agree with Simon Doull?
Yeah, I don't agree with him.
Okay.
I think Kane Williamson's still our best captain. There was some logic though in what he said, because sometimes when you, like for example when Joe Root resigned, right? It wasn't immediately obvious that Ben Stokes was going to take over. Okay, yes, of course, he was probably the best choice. But in the case of New Zealand, if Kane Williamson was to say, I don't want the captaincy anymore, it immediately goes to Tom Latham. There is no question about that. So I agreed with Simon Dool in that sense. I just think that Kane Williamson's going to have the... You know, he's been there quite a long time since Brendan McCullum retired, which is... what year was that? 2016, I think. So he's had the captaincy for 6 years. I don't think he's under the same amount of pressure as, say, Joe Root was. You know, after England lost here in the Caribbean and back in March. You know, and Joe Root was very public, saying it's you know, it had a big effect on his personal health. He chose his words very carefully, I might add. And so, yeah, I think Kane Williams safe. Is he under pressure? Well, I think, as I said earlier in the commentary, I think this is he's on 15 not out at the moment. You know, at just over a run a ball, which is good for him, obviously, because one of the problems he had was he missed all this cricket for New Zealand during the home summer because of his elbow injury. Then he went to the IPL, and there was just stats galore. You know, if you're a cricket nut and a stats man, he was basically the worst batsman in the IPL. But he was there for his captaincy of the Sunrisers. If he wasn't captain of the Sunrisers, would he have played all those games?
Another question for you. Do you think he should play at this time all formats?
Yeah.
You still think so?
Yeah, definitely. I think
any concerns at all about any? I mean, he's not done well in recent times, but we know his ability. And you still think he should play in all the formats?
Yeah, but this is almost the perfect moment to talk about Trent Boult.
Yeah.
But I think Williamson should play in all formats. But the only thing that is going to prevent him from that is, first of all, his elbow. He's got a long-standing elbow injury, which kept him out of the home series against Bangladesh, the home series against South Africa. So he hasn't played Test cricket. Well, he played in England, but he missed a lot of cricket. So he doesn't actually play a huge amount of cricket compared to someone like Ben Stokes, for example. So, but yeah, this situation with Trent Boult is very, very interesting. He's essentially asked to be relieved of his obligation to play for New Zealand. And obviously he's playing in this match today. This news just broke yesterday, actually. And, you know, the reasons given was that he wants to spend more time with his family. The cynics would say that he just wants to play domestic cricket from now on for more money. Well, not for more money, but probably for more money. But he just essentially wants more flexibility in his schedule and doesn't have to commit to all the overseas tours. And so, yeah, that's big news around the world. You know, like someone giving up their national contract is a pretty unusual decision. It's different to say what Ben Stokes did. He just said, I'm retiring from one format of the game. Whereas Boult's saying, I'm still available, but I don't want to have to travel if I don't want to. So it's a pretty unique situation. I certainly can't remember any time recently where a player has come to that kind of outcome.
Well, maybe not publicly, but in the West Indies, there are many players who have decided that they're going to play league cricket over West Indies cricket for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's true.
And they will not take the central contract, which is awarded by the West Indies, which obligates you to play for the West Indies.
Yes, sorry, I massively overlooked all of the West Indies players like Chris Gale and Dwayne Bravo and Andre Russell and Kyron Pollard and probably Sunit Narayana. Just a bit of an update for the listeners here as well, right around the Caribbean. They are bringing out a whole lot of sawdust now in a black bag and spreading it around with a rake, and that's basically in the areas which are near the top of the bowlers' run-ups. So we're just going to have we've got our start time. It's 4:10 local time here in Kingston, but obviously one of the reasons why it's taking so long to get back on the field is there's concern around those bowlers' run-ups. Interestingly, it's not around the wicket, so it must have been just on the edge of the cover block because they were quite big. The square was completely covered, and most of the bowlers' run-ups were covered. So I think it's just at those top areas. They just want to make sure it's safe. So ground staff still working hard out there. The sun is shining here as we look out the window of the commentary box. Over to Kingston Harbour and the road out to Norman Manley Airport. Actually, one thing I heard the other day is that Kingston has the 7th biggest harbour in the world.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, 7th biggest harbour in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Knock. I see you having some Shirley biscuit from Barbados.
Yeah,
they have them here in Jamaica too, you know.
The Kingston Harbour is the 7th natural harbour.
Natural harbour, yeah. Of course. So you should pay a visit then there, shouldn't you?
I don't know.
Are you going to go to Ocherias?
Well, actually, I
On
didn't
Mobe. Tomorrow off we can be, and thanks to, you know, all the good people, they'll take us down to maybe Mobe and come back, you know.
I would love
if you leave Kingston, you drive, you're in Mobe in half an hour?
Yeah, I'd love to
Not
be
quite.
there. That'd be great. But yeah, it's I'll tell you what, it's so there's just the game's just lacking a little bit of atmosphere as we see the West Indies players coming out now. They're just emerging from their dressing room, and Simron Hetmeyer's signing some autographs for some young kids.
He is,
so that's really nice.
Maybe about the catch.
Yeah, well, yeah. that everyone wants his autograph.
I would think so as well, yes. He looks a little fitter, really.
Yeah.
I think he lost a pound or two after he took that catch because people have been, you know, ragging him about his weight, a bit of a girth. The umpires are coming out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Yeah.
And we're just about ready for the action. The sun is peeping through the wonderful clouds here at, of course, we're talking Sabina. The ground staff just beginning to make their way off the ground. And, of course, as we look from the 3rd floor of the Spankin Media Centre, we can see to our right, of course, the Kingston Cricket Club, that famous club. Some of the great Test cricketers would have played for that. We want to thank them for some sumptuous lunch today. I know that you had your ackee and your saltfish and your liver and your banana. And, of course, a little bit later on, you have some jerk pork and jerk chicken. You know, Jamaica's famous for jerk pork and jerk chicken. So you must, of course, try some of that. I know Barry Wilkinson went out to a place last night and had some, and he quite enjoyed the jerk chicken and jerk pork.
Barry looks over at me and says, he's still telling stories about me. It's non-stop all day.
Indeed.
Hey, I've got a story.
But they're good stories.
Yeah, I've got a story about autographs, actually.
Okay, tell us about that story.
In 1987, West Indies were a very good side.
And before you go, I'm going to take a break now. So no more stories from me. You're going to be joined by Barry Wilkins, who will start the ball-by-ball commentary. The West Indies players are coming onto the ground. That's very good news, with the shadows alongside them. So, and already we can see the New Zealand batsmen are very much there as well. And, of course, we should be starting the cricket stations across the Caribbean. Well, we've been talking for, pretty close to how long now, Barry? How long? About an hour and a half. So it means that
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners. Winners.
It's It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Lengthy rain interval. The sun is back with us. It's again very heated outside. Lovely afternoon, and we hope that the rain stays away for the remainder of this match. If you've missed anything, just to remind you, you're not going to get any reduction of overs. Still the same 20 overs, as things will continue to progress under the lights, because you know the Sabina Park ground is now outfitted with some lovely lights, and therefore we'll have some cricket, T20 cricket on the lights. Here comes Holden now and bowls to Phillips, and Phillips gets the delivery down the leg side, turns it to the short fine leg. Kyle Mears is there, can't stop the single, and the total moves on now to 96 for 2 New Zealand, who were asked to bat first. 97 for 2 rather, whereas New Zealand who were asked to bat first here at Sabina Park.
I'm just trying to think what would be a good total here. I guess they've got 8 more overs after this one. Yeah, maybe 160, 170 maybe, but of course they've still got 8 wickets in hand.
Here comes Holden now, in again, and bowls to Williamson, who's on driving sweetly. Out to the long on area, he'll get 1. Is he going to come back for the second? No, he won't. Really good fielding there from Odin Smith, looking very athletic out there in the middle. That's actually Robin Powell, correction. You can't mistake the Jamaicans, really. Jamaican for Jamaican. But 98 for 2. Williamson, of course, would have played cricket with Jason Holder. They used to play for the same Sunrisers Hyderabad in the Indian Premier League, so they know each other very well. And they also play together for the Barbados Royals now, as it's called, in the Caribbean Premier League. Here he comes in again and bowls to Phillips this time, and Phillips is pulling straight to the short fine leg fielder, and he's out caught. A wicket for the Windies. It's Jason Holder, the man from Bridgetown, Barbados, coming to Sabina, and it was a double Bajan attack there, because that one was taken by his good friend Kyle Dapper Mears, as Barbados really representing, and the West Indies here getting another wicket. It's now New Zealand 98 for 3.
So that's a great example of what I was talking about earlier about, you know, should the coach be responsible for results? Glenn Phillips there, he's tried to play a pull shot to a short ball from Jason Holder. It's looped up off his glove and it's just gone straight to short fine leg. And it's not like he played the shot, played the wrong shot for the ball. He just played the shot badly, you know. So I don't think that's got anything to do with you know how he's been coached. He just didn't play the shot particularly well. But it's disappointing for New Zealand. Phillips looked in quite good touch out there, and obviously he hit that massive 6 not so long ago that smashed the window in the box next to where I'm sitting. But this brings Daryl Mitchell to the wicket, who's obviously, you know, if we'd thought about 3 or 4 months ago, would the cricketing world know much about Daryl Mitchell? Probably not, actually, but his test form in England was just, you know, beyond believable in some senses. And yeah, he comes in at number 5 here. He's a very versatile cricketer, Daryl Mitchell. He opened the batting in the T20 World Cup last year. As we see a change in the bowling again, and it's a spinner Walsh coming back into the attack.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. now is he going to continue and bowls to Williamson, and Williamson is driving out to the long off area, jogs a single. Kyle Mears is there, and he'll just get that to take it to 99 now for 3 and over number 13.
Yeah, that's the right length there by Walsh. He just pushed that up nicely to Williamson. Williamson not one to chase the bowling too much, but he does like to hit through the leg side, so I think Walsh's line was good there. And now with Williamson off strike and Mitchell about to take his first ball, this is where the pressure really goes on Walsh to just bowl a nice line and length and not give away any easy runs.
So the leg spinner has got a well-set field. I'll tell you about that after this delivery. He comes in on bowls as Phillips is down the... Mitchell, correction, is down the ground and just plays the ball into the offside. A bit of sloppy fielding, but he'll survive and he'll get a run. 100 for 3. The 100 comes up after 12 overs and 2 balls. With Williamson on 18 and Mitchell, the new man, he is on 1.
Yeah, so the field well spread here. You've got a line of fielders on the offside, a short third man, backward point, extra cover, sweeper at point, and a long off.
Here he comes in again and bowls down the leg side again there by Walsh, and this one is turned out to the mid-wicket area. The man with the hot hands is there, Shimron Hetmar. It's quite interesting. He had his hair, the top of his hair, dyed and bleached for quite a while. And since he's gone back now natural, his cricket seems to return to some form of normalcy. He's scoring runs again, and he's catching well again. So it seems that the dye and the bleach was just perhaps having a little bit dried out. As this delivery is down the leg side, swept to fine leg. Picked up just about now by Odin Smith. Another single. New Zealand now picking up their runs in 1s and 2s, 102 for 3. Williamson has got 19 from 17, so his strike rate is just over 100. Mitchell has got 2. Good morning to all of our friends and fans listening there in Auckland and Christchurch, and my favourite town in New Zealand, Nelson. I love Nelson, New Zealand. Lovely place. As Walsh comes in again and bowls, and this delivery, Williamson is playing this one, square into the offside. They were thinking of a single, then they said no, but the ball was misfielded there by Shamar Brooks, allowing the run. And it takes a total now to 103 for 3 and over number 13.
Nelson, hey, Barry?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know Nelson is actually the top of the South Island, but geographically north of Wellington, which is the bottom of the North Island. It's a really weird thing, but the weather in Nelson's amazing.
When you walk through Nelson, you think you're walking in a postcard. It's just that beautiful. Here he comes in again, Walsh and bowls. This delivery is down the leg side, turned into the onside, out to mid-wicket. Hetmeyer's there. They'll only get 1. 13 overs gone then in this contest with West Indies and New Zealand. It's the Kiwis being asked about 104 for 3, the latest score. Kane Williamson is on 20, and Mitchell, he's got 3.
Right, so we've got 7 overs left here. Yeah, you'd have to say New Zealand's still in a very strong position at the moment. That was an over well bowled by Walsh there, which he's completed all his 4 overs now. It's finished with none for 29. At an economy rate of 7.25. So now this is when I guess the pressure goes on the rest of the bowlers, and it's been pretty well documented in recent times that the West Indies struggle a little bit at the death in limited overs cricket. I noticed Romario Shepherd hasn't had a bowl yet, so I'm sure he'll come on at some point, but for now...
No, he actually did. He actually bowled one. Yeah, he bowled 1 over. 2 overs and 19 runs.
Okay.
Where have you been?
I must have been off commentary.
Andy, you're sleeping. Here comes Jason Holden. Do you know him? This delivery is on the line of the all-stop. He's a very tall gentleman, age 30 from Barbados. Have you seen him before?
I have.
Well, he's bowling, Andy.
I have.
Wake up. I think you're on New Zealand time.
Sorry, I think I got confused between Shepherd and Smith. Must have been off commentary when Shepherd was bowling, but yeah, the platform's definitely set now, isn't it?
Yeah, the platform is set, but a couple of wickets for the Windies and things could change. Well, here comes Holden now as he continues in his 3rd over. He's got 1 for 14. He comes in now and bowls, and Mitchell is on driving sweetly. Like perhaps if he was just playing that, not just off his legs, but in the gap. And he'll get a run to take the total to 105 for 3 and over number 14. The run rate has dropped 7.88. Let's talk a little bit about Kane Williamson, because while he's very nice to look at in terms of his batting, he does have a little penchant to just not get the 4s and 6s that you want at times, does he?
He can score really quickly though. Like in the semi-final of the T20 World Cup last year, he scored something like 80 off about 40. So, yeah, he can do it.
Here he comes in again and bowls on the line of the leg stump. Jason Holder running just to the right of the field of the batsman. Had he picked that up and thrown it at the stumps, it would have been an easy run out, but I think he was impeded by the batsman, correction, and he was unable to pick it up.
I just realised my mistake, Barry. I meant Powell, Rovman Powell. He hasn't had a bowl yet.
No, Rovman Powell has not bowled, so we've had Kyle Mears. He opened the bowling, he's only bowled 1 over. 1 over for 8. Holder's bowled his 2.3 so far for 15. McCoy 2 for 18 in terms of 2 overs, no maintenance done for 18. As Holder comes in again and bowls, and this one is driven down the ground. Should just get another single. Romario Shepherd 2 overs, no maintenance done for 19. Hayden Walsh 4 overs, so he's done. No maiden, none for 29. And Odin Smith has got 2 for 16 from 2.
I'd give Smith another bowl actually.
Yeah, he's got the wickets. He's looked well as the sun continues to shine brightly here at Sabina Park. There's a short third man and a backward point. Extra cover, long off, long on. As Holder comes in again and bowls. And this time Williamson is trying to drive at that. Misses, taken in by the keeper. There's also a deep mid-wicket, backward square, and a short flying leg.
I know, but your point about Williamson's a good one though, Barry, and sometimes I wonder why he bats at number 3 in the side. Okay, I already said earlier today that Conway should open, but sometimes I think he'd be better suited to being an opener in this form of the match.
Here comes Holder in again now and bowls to Williamson, and Williamson this time is getting a short ball, a slow delivery, and oh, that was dropped, but it was a spectacular effort by Kyle Mears at short flying leg. It was very similar to how the last batsman was dismissed. A slow short ball that Williamson tried to hook at it. He got a top edge and it went just in the reach of Kyle Mears. He dived at it and he got a finger to it, but he was not able to hold on. It would have been a spectacular catch there just on the little 45 at short flying leg, but he put it down and the batsmen in the meantime were able to get a brace. So a chance there for Williamson. He goes to 23. It's 109 for 3 after 14, the latest score at Sabina Park.
So once again, the
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add battery and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Slid was able to just reach out and got his left hand just in front of the boundary because it was going for 4, and he saved 2 runs. He's doing really well out there in the deep Shimron Hetmar as the total now creeps up to what? 118, is it? 111. Smith bowls again, down the leg side, straight to short flying leg. Chance for him right out here. Direct throw, he would have been out, but he missed it, and a single allowed. 112 for 3. I want to remind you, watch all Premier League matches on C Sport. Sign up today on csport.tv and enjoy your free trial until August 31st. See Premier League football only on C Sport. That's the new way to watch football in the Caribbean.
Who do you support, Barry?
Arsenal.
Oh, really?
Since 1999. Being a French fan for quite a while. And I just couldn't help but fall in love with Arsenal. As this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, driven straight to cover, and there is no run. Henri, Vieira.
Yeah.
There was a lot to love.
Yeah. I'm Liverpool since 1983.
Well, you had 30 years of hardship, but you were able to recover last year. That's good. Join the football conversation on csport.tv and get a free trial of watching all Premier League matches until the 31st of August. Make sure you sign up now. Hello to Mr. Oliver McIntosh and Carlo Redwood, doing a great job of that verticast. As this delivery is down the leg side, wide, no doubt. And a signal wide now by the umpire. And that's going to be a sundry, 113 now for 3.
Yeah, just lost his line there, didn't he? He fired that one down the leg side, just a little bit wide for Williamson to glance that, because if he had got any bat on that, would have, unless he picked out the fielder, which would have been unlucky, that would have gone away for 4. So not so much damage.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Williamson. And Williamson's wrapped in the pad. A loud shot for LBW. It was down the leg side. He tried to swing that into the onside, missed it, hit the pad. And there is just one leg by, or no, actually the reason why the umpire didn't give him out is because he didn't signal leg by, so it actually came off the inside edge. And I think the players recognized that, that's why they weren't too interested in a review.
So Mitchell's now on strike, and he can hit a big ball, so let's see what happens here.
Here he comes again and bowls, this time to Mitchell, who's pulling powerfully. That's gone down to the mid-wicket boundary, but again, that man, Shimron Hetmar, is doing the fielding. Tremendous work there from Hetmar. He had to run to his right again, cheered on by the Kingston Cricket Club and the fans there. He really feels kind of empowered, Shimron Hetmar, and that's just 1 run. Saving 3, well done. 115 for 3 in over number 15. Turns and comes in again and bowls to Williamson. Williamson gets a slow delivery that he's driving in the air, out to long off, over long off. That's gone for 6. It was a slow ball. He saw it quite early. His eyes opened quite big. And little Kane Williamson, who I just accused of not being able to hit the 4s and 6s, says, take that, Barry Wilkinson. It's now 121 for 3, the latest score after 15 overs. New Zealand with Williamson 13, Mitchell 9.
Yeah, New Zealand's just managing to tick this along at a comfortable rate. It's basically been going about 8 and over for the entire innings, and so that 6 there by Williamson, where he just lofted that majestically over extra cover and cleared the boundary pretty easily in the end, has just kept that score ticking along. And 5 overs left. Just a reminder, despite the break in play for the rain delay, there's no loss of overs, so that's great news for the limited amount of fans here today, and for everyone tuning in, listening to this broadcast around the Caribbean. It's going to be a full 2020 match.
So it's going to be the bowling of Romario Shepherd now, as he comes in and bowls to Mitchell, who's got 9 from 9. This one is driven hard down to long off for 1. So Romario Shepherd, still a lot to learn, the man from Berbice in Ghana.
I watched Shepherd bowl in Pakistan during the one-day series in Multan, and they used him quite a lot at the death, and yeah, he struggled with that. But you know, it's hard to be too critical on a young player, because actually death bowling is probably the hardest job in the game.
Here he comes in again now as he passes the umpire and bowls. It's whacked out to mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. Whoa, that's 1 bounce. 1 bounce just inside of the boundary, 4 runs. But he picked that up really well off of his legs. I think Williamson is really knocked off with my comment. And he's showing me now that he can hit 4s, he can hit 6s, and I really must apologize to the Windies team for reveling him up, because that's just what I've done. I've woken up the giant.
This is, like I said before, Barry, this is a really important innings for Williamson, for his own confidence, actually. So it's great to see.
He's got 34 from 25. Here comes Shepherd now, bowls to him again, and this one is driven down the ground. That's gone straight. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it will. If anyone can, it's Kane Williamson. He's got another one. 130 now for 3. He's gone to 38 from 26. This is really enterprising batting.
Is that a full toss? Yeah, there was a full toss. So full toss on middle stump, lofted it straight back over Shepherd's head, and then even though there was a long on and long off in place, he found the boundary. So, yeah, Barry, I guess you could say Kane is able.
He is. You know your Bible. I'll test you. Here comes Shepherd again and bowls to Williamson, who's looking to cut, misses. Taken by the keeper. That's a dot ball, and a very good one to have at this time. It's like gold dust. 130 for 3.
There's a few horns out there in the crowd, isn't
Yeah,
there?
the crowd has built, actually.
Yeah.
The crowd has indeed built. It's about what? I guess 600, 700 persons there.
They're bathed in the sunshine as well, down to our left, and in the shade down to our right.
Here comes Shepherd in again and bowls to Williamson. And Williamson's pulling in the air, over. That's gone for 6 this time, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Kane Williamson whacks it, and wow, that was indeed something to watch. 136 for 3. He's gone to 44 from 28. This is an innings of real sheer domination. He's been very attractive, and that 6 certainly showed it.
Yeah, well, his eye's well in now, isn't it? And so, yeah, Shepherd just dropping slightly short there, and Williamson just helped it round the corner almost, and that ball sailed over the boundary.
Again, he comes in and bowls to Williamson. This time Williamson was just dabbing it to short, third man for 1. That's the beauty about him. He doesn't hit everyone for 4 or 6, but he can get the singles and he maintains a strike. 16 overs gone. The latest score at Sabina Park is New Zealand 137 for 3.
4 overs left to go, and as you say, Barry, Williamson.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners. Winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just 1 later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
I should say, and I hadn't seen McCoy bowl at all, Barry, until recently. I watched the first one-day international against India, and he got Rohit Sharma off the very first ball he bowled.
So I'll just do this first delivery as Andrew Mason returns for the end. As McCoy comes in now and bowls to Williamson, who's dabbing this one to the short third man and takes a single. He shouldn't get a single there, but he's got one. He's so creative. 138 for 3, the latest score, as Andrew Mason returns with Dr. Aisha Mansi.
Yeah, very frustrating when you concede a single like that as a bowler. Thanks. Over to you guys.
Indeed, yes. Thank you very much. There's been a constant flow of runs there for Williamson, who just dabs the ball. We saw Guptill doing that as well.
Well, McCoy continues. He's in the bowls of ball. Pitch up and hit in the air, wide off long on. That's gone for 6. Well, we said that these two, particularly Williamson, is a bit slow. He's fooled everyone. He's gone to 46 from 30 balls, and it was a delivery that was hit wide of long on. That's gone for 6. Mitchell, he's in the action as well. A distance of 88 meters, and they are traveling New Zealand here at Sabina Park. 144 for 3. We're into over number 17 with Biggins. I would imagine of making maybe 180, 190. We shall see. Mitchell goes to 16 from 11. Now, how will McCoy respond to this challenge? He's got the short third man, backward point right on the boundary, extra cover inside the circle. Comes in again on his way to Bolton Mission to this delivery. It's outside the off stump. There's a beautiful catch on the wicket. The umpire says he's out, he's gone. Caught behind. It took a day and a half to give that outside line the off stump. There was a batsman Mitchell going for the drive. The edge found, the catch taken, but the umpire took a long time, and he decides to go upstairs. He reckons the time is at 3, it's gone to 2. Have they gone upstairs? Let's see what happens there.
They've just called it the nick of time.
In the nick of time. So we shall see 144 for the loss of 3 for the moment. It could be 144 for the loss of 4. The keeper seemed confident about it. Outside the off stump wide, he thought he nipped it. Let's
Indeed,
see.
yes. I think the bat was a bit more horizontal, so it wouldn't have hit the ground. The keeper was absolutely confident. The umpire took his time, goes Nigel Duguid, and then put up his finger. So he obviously was convinced. He just played it through his mind. And it was the very, very last second that that review was taken, even though Mitchell was, I think, adamant that he didn't touch it. We're seeing the review on the screen right now, and it's an inside edge if it's touched the bat at all. I think it has, because the trajectory of the ball has changed. The seam has changed as soon as it makes contact with the bat. Obviously, the super slow motion and ultra edge will show us exactly whether there was an edge or not. And guess what? Here it comes. There is an edge.
There is an edge. Well, the keeper seemed very confident. The edge found, the catch taken, and the few spectators of Sabina Park, they're quite happy. Of course, people around the region, and it's a ball outside the off stump, and there's the umpire who will stay with his decision. 144 for 4 in over number 17. Mitchell goes for 16. Talk to me, Doc.
Indeed, yes. Well, New Zealand was taking the attack to the West Indies. That ball was a bit outside the off stump. If you reckon that he could have just gone on the back foot and hit it as hard as he could in the cover region, getting an inside edge, which is quite interesting because the ball didn't deviate that much, so he clearly got the line wrong. Didn't feel that he touched it. He was quite adamant that he hadn't touched it. But, of course, the wicketkeeper and the umpire were in disagreement, only to be proven right by technology.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Rain has interrupted play in the match West Indies versus New Zealand in Jamaica.
And stroked away for a single to carry the score to 145 for loss of 5. Williamson is on 46. Neesham is on 10 with 2 to come in over number 17.
We saw McCoy overpitch one ball which went for 6, but by and large his length has actually been pretty good throughout this innings. He was taken to the cleaners by the Indians over the weekend. I think he's readjusted that, and you can see that improvement here as he's improved in his spell. He's now gone 2.4 overs, 1 for 26. His first over was quite ordinary, but he's really improved as he's gone along.
Well, he's going to continue to attack. Looking to finish strongly here. Williamson back in strike. He's got 46. And McCoy comes on again, up to the wicket and bows to Williamson. Williamson is forward, opens the face of the bat and runs it quite expertly down to backward point as a pigeon just flies across the ground at Sabine. Has gone out towards the airport. And that's a single to Williamson. He goes to 47, now 146 for 4. The rate is 8.67 with Guptill gone for 16. And it was a situation where Phillips went for 17 as well. And Conway at 43. Mitchell 16, the last man to go. Phillips got 17. And it's last ball over number 17, bowled by McCoy as he comes into both left-handed Neesham to the delivery. He's flicking the ball away from that leg step down to backward square. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact for a single. So at the end of an over in which the bowler McCoy got the wicket of Mitchell. At the end of over number 17, New Zealand 147 for 4. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
The worrying thing about the West Indies would be that the last 2 overs have gone for 22 runs. 10 runs coming off that over from McCoy and 12 in the previous over by Shepherd. This is where the West Indies tends to lose it in the death overs, where they just haven't found those bowlers who can pin down the batsmen. Now, Odean Smith did very well in his last match, his last outing against India, and I think they're going to turn to him for the last few overs. 3 overs left. They say the 17th is the key over, and that's going to be bowled by Odean Smith, who himself can be very expensive. But once again, we've seen him learning as he goes along, and one hopes that we'll see the lessons being learned in this over. He tends to bowl short, and that's when he becomes expensive. So if you keep it just short of a length on the body of the batsman, that's where he tends to be very economical. That's what you'd want to see from the West Indian perspective.
Well, it's a situation where the last, 3 overs are to be bowled. West Indies would love to ensure that things are quite good for them, but we shall see. Here is Smith as he starts his run, comes into bowl to Neesham, and Neesham is driving. Ball pitched on the off stump, goes down to long off, just a single, so he started well. Ball was pitched up and driven firmly down to long off for 1 to carry the score to 148 for 3 with that single. Neesham goes to 3. Williamson, the captain, leading by example. He's 47. And New Zealand with visions of making, I would imagine, close to 180. They won 48 for 4.
And here's for the West Indies to now make sure they don't make more than 170. So it's a keen contest, interesting contest at this point. And Williamson, to me, would be the key. He's been able to hit the ball to the boundary, even when it's not a bad ball. But by and large, he likes to just place the ball and get singles and rotate the strike.
And he comes again. Smith up and bowls, and a ball which is down the leg side. And the batsman looking to get some batter to that. A wide is going to be called by the umpire. And that means the score will go to 149 for 4. We're into over number 18 now. Doc, look into your crystal ball. Tell me what do you think New Zealand will be looking for here. Talk to me.
They certainly will be looking for 190. I think they'd be very happy if they got anything upwards of 185. But if Odin Smith can keep this key 18th over, which really would dictate the pace of what New Zealand does, if he can keep it tight, that might go down to 170.
Well, here's the ball outside line. The off stump is that going to be called a wide as he looks to fan the ball away. It was outside line the off stump. Luckily for him, there was no bat under that taken by the keeper. So Dot goes into the scoreboard. Well done.
Williamson taking 2 steps towards the ball, and I think Odin Smith saw him coming down and therefore just pulled the ball a bit wider. Once you've committed yourself to that, it's very hard to get the wide called unless it's very, very wide. That was perhaps marginal, but Odin Smith doing well.
But he comes in again on his way. He's up and bowls the ball, which is swung away. Where's that gone? The catch is taken, is it? Brilliantly. Absolutely brilliantly. A ball pitched on the line of the off stump, swung away, down towards backward square, and who else but Mr. Walsh? Hayden Walsh, one of the fittest men in West Indies cricket, diving away, taking a stupendous catch, and Sabina Park rose. A beautiful delivery, and it was swung away, catch taken, 149 for loss of 5. We've seen another piece of brilliance.
Indeed, yes, ironically, another short ball that was hit to the boundary, but a good run there by Hayden Walsh. That's only Hayden Walsh can do. He would have covered, I reckon, about 25 meters to get to that ball, and then diving full length and literally picking up inches off the ground. Excellent effort. This is something we've seen improving the West Indian game, and that's the fielding. 2 superb catches on the outfield today, and one by the wicketkeeper, defining how good the West Indians have fielded it in this innings. 149 for 5. We're coming halfway through the 18th over, and that 170 is looking more likely than the 190.
How do you rate that catch? Talk to me.
It's a very, very good catch, and I think the highlights of it was the fact that he had to run so far, keep his eyes on the ball, and then time that dive. There was no chance for settling. He had to dive and just take it inches off the ground. But as I said, Hayden Walsh is somebody who can do that. I don't think there are many others who could.
Indeed. Well, so it's a situation where Williamson departs, and that's a good wicket to get because he really has been the 4-man, and he's now gone back to the pavilion on a good wicket to get.
Absolutely, and a dot ball, a wicket, he couldn't ask for any more. So Odin Smith taking 3 wickets in his last outing is trying to improve that here.
Have a chance to see the catch. That a brilliant catch, moving to the left. Brilliant catch down on the backward square area. Here Smith, as he starts his run again, will continue. He's in and bowls. The ball which is dragged from outside the line of that off stump down to long on for a single. I sacked to get off the mark. 150 now is covered the board. We're into over number 18. Let me remind you that the West Indies won the toss and chose to bowl. And we're into over number 18 now. 5 wickets are gone, and the remaining balls will be of great importance here. West Indies will love to pull the New Zealanders back to maybe 170. New Zealand would love to get up to maybe 190. We shall see. That's all conjecture. What's reality is that Smith comes in again. In both the sack to this delivery on the line of the off stump, played away square down towards that backward point area on the boundary. The single is taken. So importantly, with Williamson going, it really means now it's 151 for loss of 5 with 1 to come in over number 18.
Odin Smith getting 3 for 33 in his last match is now 3 for 32 with 1 ball left to go. And oh, how he would love to get 4 for 32 or even 3 for 33. In other words, just 1 run off this ball. This is a crucial ball for this over.
Yes, it is indeed. As this delivery is outside line, the off stump, a big drive. It went by to be taken by the keeper. It was pretty close to a wide, but no wide was called. So a dot goes into the book. 18 gone, 151 for 5 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
And we're seeing that maturity that Odin Smith showed in the last innings he played against India coming here as well. 4 runs off of that over and a wicket. That was a superb over, which seriously would have limited the chances of the West Indies, of New Zealand scoring 190. Now this is his best figures in T20, surpassing the 3 for 33 he had in the last match and 2 for 24 that he had in Karachi in December last year. So improvement consistently, and that's what you want to see in the young players. Odin Smith, of course, lauded as the next Andre Russell. I don't know if that's premature, but what we do know is that he has the capability of doing so.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. So we're just about to start over number 19. It's going to be McCoy to bowl. Sacknow's got 1. Nisham is on 4, 151 for loss of 5. And the action continues. Here's McCoy as he comes up now. He's on his way to bowl to left-handed Sacknow. He's in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot to bowl, which is pushed away up towards mid-on. They get 1. Will they come back for the second? They will. Holder comes off the boundary. The return comes in. And he would have to move with the pace of a Usain Bolt to stop them from getting a second. The ball was played rather slowly down towards long on. Holder had to come a long way and just outside the circle. They're back for the second run. Good running by New Zealand. And over number 19, they go to 153 for 5. And with that, Sacknow goes to 3.
Of course, there is a Bolt playing in this match, but it's not Usain. Trent Bolt waiting to come in and bowl.
Here's McCoy, comes in again to bowl to Sacknow to distillery, outside the line of the off stump, dragged the way down towards that long on area. They'll get 1. Will they come back for the second? Holder's alert, picks the ball up, sends a return, and they get a single. So this has been pretty good in terms of what we've seen since the departure of Williamson. And a batsman at Williamson to depart, it could be the difference between maybe making 170, maybe 190.
Absolutely, yes. And the way the West Indies are bowling right now, there's no opportunities for boundaries. A very deep field. Every field that can be on the boundary is there. And therefore, once you hit the ball, you're definitely going to get 1. But the New Zealanders are trying to convert those 1s into 2. In fact, I thought they should have gotten 2 in the last one.
154 for loss of 5. As this delivery is short, O'Sullivan, the off stump, the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. It was wide and it went by to be taken by the keeper. 154 for the loss of 5. And the action will continue. So Sacknow's got 4. Nisham is on 4. It's 154 for a loss of 5. We're into over number 19.
I reckon that was the slower ball there by Obed McCoy. A good line, good length, just like before, but this time just taking the pace off the ball. The batsman not able to make any contact whatsoever.
Here is McCoy as he comes up now on his way. Goes past the umpire. He's in and bowls short. And that's good bowling. It was slow. The batsman was looking to swing the ball away. And it went by outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 18 overs and 4 balls gone. This has been a very good over by McCoy. It's 154 for loss of 5 with 2 to come in over number 19.
The last ball he bowled was 127 kilometers per hour, which we said was a slow ball. That one was 118 kilometers per hour. So he really slowed it down and fooled the batsman twice in a row.
Well, the action will continue as it's going to be McCoy. As he comes up now, goes past the umpire, he's in and bowls, and the ball is hit in the air. It's going to be safe. Down to third man, it goes away. That's gone for 6. A ball pitched up, the third man inside the circle, a lot of batter to that, and it goes away for 6. An important boundary by Nisham to go to 10. It's 160 for loss of 5 with 1 to come in over number 19.
Unfortunately, 6 come off of every McCoy over, but you don't fault him for that one. That was just a swing, a thick outside edge, and lobbed over into the third man area for 6. So no fault about McCoy there. That's what's going to happen at this stage of the game. But good bowling nonetheless in this over.
Here is a delivery by McCoy. Last ball, the over is in. Bowls to Nisham. Nisham gets 1 outside the leg. Somebody's going to be called wide. It is going to be called wide. Down the leg side, looking to turn the ball away. It was a slower ball. He's got to go again. 18 overs and 5 balls, 161 for 5. Nisham has got 10, Sacknow's on 4.
Mixing up the pace very well is Obed McCoy. That was 119 kilometers per hour. The one that went for 6 was 131. So he's mixing up the pace well. But you cannot afford to bowl wides at this stage of the game, in fact, at any stage of the game.
Last ball of over number 19 to be bowled by McCoy as he comes up now with a shadow alongside him, in both pitched up and a drive in the air. Down towards cover, just a single. Coming off the board to pick it up is Hetma. The return is lobbed over the bails, so he ends pretty well. So we've had 19 overs gone. New Zealand have batted at 162 for 5, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
11 runs.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
That he's going to bowl.
Well, he starts again. It's 163 for 5 as he comes in again. And, well, doesn't get it right. Goes back to his mark. Short third man. There's a man at backward, more wide third man. There's a cover. Extra cover inside the circle. In he comes, round the wicket, on his way to bowl to Neesham. He's in and bowls to Neesham. Neesham is driving up to long off. It sails over long off. That's gone into George Ellie stand. That's a big hit. That's gone for 6. What a shot by Neesham. 169 for 5.
Literally slugged it because that was over. There was a long off there, but there was no chance for long off to take that ball. That was hit with a lot of force. A flat ball, a bit shorter than you'd expect. Wide, which allows you to free up your arms. And if you're going to bowl it short and wide, that's when you're asking for trouble, and that's exactly what Neesham did.
Yeah, he hit it very hard indeed. Hit high over long off for 6. How will the bowler respond? 5 balls are left, 169 for 5. He comes in, bowls to Neesham, driven in the air, down to cover. Will they come back for the second run? The return comes in, and he gets home. Not the driving Keith Boyce return when he played for the West Indies. The fielder at cover. Is that Tom? Is that who's up there? That looks like Powell up there, running away to pick it up, moving to his left at cover. They came back for the second. So it's been a good over so far for New Zealand. 4 to come. Neesham goes to 19 from 11. Sackner's got a 4 from 3. 171 for 5.
9 over so far from the two legal deliveries that have been bowled so far. A wide to start it off. 6 after that. 2, New Zealand, of course, will be looking to score in the region of about 20 here. We'll be looking for 2 more 6s.
Well, he starts again, 171 for 5. On his way, goes past the umpire, now he's in, and bowls the ball, pitched outside the line of the officer, swung away, but the catch be taken! No! Down towards long on, and the fielder down there, who's that down there?
I think that's Romario Shepherd.
It's Shepherd. He's looking at his fingers now, bursts through his fingers, and have a look at that. It was a slow ball, dragged from wide the off stump down towards the long on. Shepherd comes across, he should have taken that.
Indeed.
Oh my golly.
We spoke about how well the West Indies was feeling so far. We've seen some spectacular catches, but that was what you'd call a sitter.
Oh, 3 to come. They got 2. Neesham is 21. This is a good knock by Neesham. In he comes, round the wicket again. It's Holder. In bowls to Neesham. Neesham is dragging the ball away. Where's that gone? Down towards, oh, it's going to go for 4. The fielder on the wicket boundary could not get across to stop it. That's at mark, goes to the Kingston Cricket Club. That's gone through the forward square area. Big over. The rate has now gone to 9 with 2 to come. 177 for 5. And spectacularly, Neesham is really doing very well here.
Well, that was swept for 4 mid-wicket, but the ball was at the exact same line. That has been very expensive all along. He's bowling very wide outside the off stump, and bowling slightly short of a length is Jason Holder, and that's causing the hemorrhage of runs. So he's now coming around the wicket, but I fear that the damage is done. That was just bad tactics.
Well, he comes up now on his way, Holder in, bowls to Neesham into this delivery, driven down to the boundary. Will the fielder get across? He can't. It goes away down to backward square. The third man could not get across in time, and Holder's leaking runs here. It's 181 for 5. How many on the over so far?
19
19
off the over so
in the
far.
last over, 1 to come.
As I expected, New Zealand would get about 20, but this is very poor bowling from Jason Holder. The line has been off completely.
Oh my golly. Yes, he's been off. 19 runs in the over. As I said, it's the difference between maybe making 165 and 185. So 1 to come. 181 for 5. Neesham has gone to 29 from 14. And Jason Holder begins his run. Last ball on his way to bowl to Neesham. In bowls to Neesham. Neesham is sweeping down to backward square for more. What a big over. Dragging that ball from side of the line, the off stump, as if he were playing to a spinner. And the ball rinsed across the ground like a shot from a gun. Some 23 runs off the last over, bowled by Jason Holder. And New Zealand being inserted. They finished their 20 at 181 for loss of 5.
This was the difference between the West Indies being able to pin New Zealand and New Zealand making what we call the power score at the start, 180. And that was because Jason Holder just insisted on bowling that line out wide outside off stump, allowing Neesham to drive the ball for 6, allowing him to hit the ball on the offside and sweep him twice for 4 off of that very same line outside the off stump. Excellent batting by Neesham. You have to give him credit for that last over. But I think the West Indies lost their plot as well. In the end, Jason Holder taking 1 for 43 off his 4 overs. Very, very expensive. Good batting there by New Zealand.
So, how do you read it now, Doc? 20 overs gone, 185 for 5. Talk to me.
So 185 for 5 is not much dissimilar to the last innings that the West Indies had bowled in when the Indians had scored 188. You'd say that that's about a par score, slightly above par score, but the West Indies batting performance has been below par for far too often. So right now you have to say New Zealand would feel fairly comfortable with the 185. I think they reckon they should have scored more, but those middle overs after the resumption when Odin Smith, even Obed McCoy to some extent pinned it back a bit, was all undone by that last over by Jason Holder.
Well, and of course, we had Williamson making 47 from 33 balls. I'll run through the details for you. Gupta caught Hetmar ball Smith 16. Conway caught by keeper Thomas off Smith for 43, 29 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Kane Williamson, the captain, led by example before he was caught by Walsh down at Tobacco Square for the ball of Smith for 47, 33 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Glenn Phillips caught by Mears off holder 17. Darrell Mitchell caught Thomas Bow McCoy 16, and then the innings 27 after the last over. It was Nisham not out 33 from just 15 balls, 3 fours and 2 massive sixes. Sickner not out 4, 185 for 5 from the 20 overs, with extras being 9. There were actually 9 wides. And in terms of the bowling, Mears 1 over for 8 runs, didn't come back. That was a bit strange. Holder was expensive. 4 overs, no better than 1 for 42. McCoy 4 overs, no better than 1 for 39. Shepherd 3 overs, no better than none for 35. Walsh 4 overs, no better than none for 29. And Odin Smith 4 overs, no better than 3 for 32. A word on the bowling of the West Indies. Were you surprised that Kyle Mears only bowled 1?
I was. In fact, what was interesting is that when they resumed play, or just before they resumed play, it was Kyle Mears who was bowling to coach Simmons as if he was practicing for the next spell that he's going to get, but that was not to be. You'd have to say Nicholas Porter actually made the right choices, because those middle overs after the resumption, as I mentioned, were bowled by Odin Smith, who had his best figures in T20 internationals, 3 for 32 off 4 overs in his home ground at Sabina Park. We saw Obed McCoy, who was hit for some sixes that weren't his fault, but nonetheless bowled pretty well and kept it on a good line. And then Jason Holder, of course, 23 off the last over. You wouldn't have given Kyle Myers that over anyhow.
What do you think of New Zealand's total? 185. Perhaps a little bit over.
So, do you think it's the winning score? Talk to me. Look at your crystal ball, Doc.
Well, I reckon that New Zealand would be the favourites at this stage. The interesting thing about this innings is that you had 2 people who made 40s, Dean Conway and Williamson. And then there were a host of 16, 17, 16, that sort of thing. In the end, it was Nisham who came and scored that 33 off of 15 balls that made the difference between an ordinary score and what I think is a good score. Now, does the West Indies have 2 people who can make 40-odd? And have 4 people who can make teens, and then have 1 person come and finish it off? That's where the test will be, because it will require at least 2 batsmen to bat very well. And we haven't seen that consistently in the West Indies team.
All right. Well. It's going to be a tough assignment, I would imagine. When you look at the bowling of the New Zealand side, it's pretty good bowling, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. In fact, I would say that bowling is perhaps just as strong as the batting. You've got a lot of experience there, as you do with the batting lineup. So Southey and Bolt, 2 very, very experienced bowlers, and you have a young man named Ferguson who doesn't bowl too slowly either.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new National Party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all times. NNP, your best bet for the future.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners. Winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one little ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
We got the call on our way home that something was wrong. When we got here, we saw that the entire house was engulfed in flames. Just sitting there and looking at you, basically a whole life investment going up in flames. It did take a toll on us as a family. Once we decided to rebuild, the thought came up to use the Housing Authority of Grenada. After they sent in their quotation, which we thought was very, very reasonable, we decided to go with Housing Authority of Grenada. They were very helpful. They visited the site weekly. The staff was very professional. The contractor was very professional. They delivered our house on time. The quality of work was amazing. And as you can see today, we are not disappointed. I would definitely recommend Housing Authority of Grenada for all your construction needs. With their affordable costs, high level of customer service, guidance, and building expertise, they will help you as they help us.
Hey, I know a store where you can get almost everything English. Things like quality cell phones with all accessories, various sizes of Bluetooth speakers for every occasion, clothing for men, women, and children of the highest quality, colognes, watches, and custom jewelry at the best prices in the nation. You can also shop for the best in baby items like disposable diapers of different brands and sizes. We have computers, fridges, microwaves, cookers, and washing machines. Also in stock are blood pressure machines and batteries for watches and more. Every deal is a steal. Visit Little England right here in the Quasi in Sutez. Call us today at 458-4111. That's 458-4111.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemille in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Mears now, who's just about to face as he comes in now and bowls, and it's a situation where they need 186 to win. Here he comes in now and bowls to Mears, and Mears is getting delivery down the leg side, plays it to the fine leg area, so he'll get a run. The West Indies are off and running. One without loss.
Just another reminder for our listeners in New Zealand and all around the Caribbean is that Devon Conway has taken the gloves for New Zealand in this fixture. Very versatile cricketer he is too. So he's got the gloves, and Martin Guptill standing next to him at first slip. We've got a short third man as well, so here we go again.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Brooks on this occasion. Brooks is driving sweetly down the ground. That's gone down to long on, just in front of the George Headley stand. A lovely save. That had 4 written all over it. I know they're going to want to have a look at that for sure. But I think he might have just saved, what, a run or two?
Oh, I think he saved that comfortably, didn't he? That was Tim Southey down there, stretching out.
Yeah, look back at the replay, but he got 2 runs. Here's the replay. Southey sliding. Was he encroaching? No, I don't think he was. Well saved. He saved 2 runs, and the West Indies batsmen should have really done better in terms of running between the wickets on that occasion.
Yeah, for sure.
So here comes Bolt in again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is cutting elegantly. That's gone into the boundary for 4. Just wide of a backward point. And Shamar Brooks looking quite impressive and elegant on that occasion. Short outside of land the off stump. He was on the back foot. You don't see the cut shot being played a lot, but Shamar Brooks was definitely there, more punching it nicely, and it's 4 runs for the Windies. Well played.
Yeah, I just mentioned that New Zealand's employing a short third man, Ish Sodhi there, but even if he had been back on the boundary, he may not have saved that.
Here he comes again and bowls to Brooks. Brooks is driving on this occasion, straight to cover. No run there for him on this occasion. 7 without loss. West Indies need 186 to win if you've just tuned in. And they're off to a pretty enterprising start.
Yeah, Jimmy Neesham doing the fielding there at cover, and how vital were those runs he scored at the end of the innings. But this is just a pattern for him. He just seems to be able to come in, strike the ball really cleanly right from the start. But also, he got away some pretty good bowling then.
Here he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is whipped away. Ooh. Out into the onside. Chance for a catch there by Satner. It was pretty low, but it's going to go into the boundary for 4. So another boundary to Brooks, and he looks in fine touch. That's 4 runs to him, and the West Indies are motoring along in over number 1. They're 11 without loss.
I really like the look of Brooks, actually, Barry. Back in June, so just a couple of months ago, I watched him play in Pakistan, and yeah, I think Brooks is actually a really good player, and nice to see him playing some nice shots already.
Here he comes again and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks this time gets the delivery on the line, the off stump, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. The over ends. Windies needing 186 to win after over number 1, the latest score, 11 without loss.
Well, I guess that's the perfect start for the West Indies, isn't it? As the reggae starts blaring out around the ground for the small crowd that we've got here, but yeah, 11 without loss after the first over bowled by Trent Boult represents a perfect start really for the West Indies. Next up it's going to be Tim Southey bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, and so Lockie Ferguson, although he's probably the fastest of the New Zealand bowlers, he's just limbering up at mid-on. I really don't like those black shoes he wears, actually. They just look completely out of place, but that's just my personal preference. So it's going to be Southey now coming into bowl.
Here he comes now and bowls to Mears, and Mears gets a delivery that's short, wide, and down the leg side. And it's a wide, and they're taken by the keeper. There's 1 sundry, 12 without loss.
It's the 10th wide of the match, and it's unbelievable at this level that, I mean, that wasn't even a small wide. That was a good 1.5 foot outside leg stump. So Southey will be looking to, I guess he's looking to get some swing, but he needs to be pitching it much wider and closer to off stump.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Mears. Mears is driving to the mid-off area, and there is no run. 12 without loss.
Yeah, that one seemed to maybe just straighten slightly. Maybe there's a little bit of swing there for Southey, because he did start that around off stump, or perhaps just outside, and Mayers in the end just played it straight down to Williamson at mid-off, but it may have just moved in slightly. As we see a change in the field now, Guptill going out to the mid-wicket boundary.
So it's Southey bowls to Mears, and Mears is wrapped in the pad. The ball down the leg side, played just forward of square. And total now goes to 13 without loss. West Indies off and running, looking well. Great conditions, the crowd has improved, and we should have a very good game.
Gee, it would be nice if that party stand was open at the moment with the sun shining on it. I'm really looking forward to Sunday, actually. By all accounts, it's going to be a bit of a sellout, I've been told.
You think so?
That's what I've heard. Free flow as well, right? You pay your entry fee and you can drink as much as you want. It's apparently how it works here in Jamaica at Sabina Park.
Southey comes in and bowls to Brooks, who's stylishly playing this one square into the offside, out to the backward point area. There is one run there for him. Brooks looks in really good nick today, in fine touch. He's on 11 from 6. It's 14 without loss. This should be a really good game if the West Indies can get off to a good start. We've seen Kyle Mears get some good runs. He's got a couple of half centuries against the Indians, and he's looked threatening and dangerous. This is a really good New Zealand attack, however, as he comes in now and bowls to Mears, and Mears is wrapped on the pad. It's a loud appeal for LBW, and he's given him. That looked pretty plumb. I doubt Mears will go upstairs. It was pitched on middle stump, very similar delivery to the one that he played into the onside earlier. And Mears is wrapped in the pad for an LBW decision. He's going upstairs. I think that's a waste of time. Unless that was a no ball, it looked very, very plumb. But let's wait and see what the replay says.
Well, the telltale sign was Southey's reaction, wasn't it? He didn't even turn around and appeal. He just ran straight on down. It looked straight, and I'm pretty sure this is the ball's swinging a little bit here, Barry. That seemed to just angle. Well, of course, Southey's coming over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, and so, yeah, we just see the replay now. Yeah, there's a little bit of shape there coming in. That's hit him on the knee roll, in front of leg stump by the looks of things. So hard to see this one getting overturned, but of course we're going to go through the procedure. First up, it's ultra edge, and let's see here. Is there any bat involved there? Doesn't look like it. Hits him on the back leg, on the knee. So it's just now a matter of the ball tracking for confirmation. Probably sounding a bit like the third umpire here, but sometimes these take way too long. But yeah, very good bowling by Tim Southey, nice and full, nice and straight, and just waiting for confirmation. Of course, there's no big screen here at Sabina Park, so here we go. Oh, actually, that's a little bit close.
Umpire's call. So had he not been given out, he would have still been batting because it was umpire's call. Marginal decision there, and it goes against the West Indies and against Mears. He has to go. Mears is gone for one then. It's 14 for 1. The West Indies will get to keep the review because it was umpire's call. Mears LBW to Southey, and it's now a situation where the Windies have lost an early wicket.
I have to say that's really bad news for the West Indies to lose Kyle Mayers so early in this innings. As I mentioned before, I feel like they're a bit light in their batting anyway. And so losing Mayers, who has, as you mentioned, Barry, has been in pretty good form recently, is a bit of a crushing blow. And so, Nicholas Puran coming in at number 3, you're right. Okay, so that's an interesting decision. The captain promoting himself up the order. Maybe he just wants to have a decent bat. You know, that could be part of it. Rather than putting pressure on himself, coming a little bit further down the order. But he'll take strike to Tim Southey, who's got 2 more balls left in this over. As the music goes again. I like that. It's very nice. Can't wait to get to Barbados, actually, Barry. I know that's where you're from, and
yeah.
I was looking at some pictures online the other day of the ground, and I see there's a swimming pool in the ground.
Not sure if that will be up and running for the Barbados leg, but yeah, there usually is. There usually is one.
Have you ever called a few balls from the swimming pool?
Definitely not. Definitely not. So it's going to be Southey, who's got the wicket. Mears gone for 1. So Puran is the new batsman, the West Indies captain. And he's been a not bad nick recently. He's got a couple of half centuries, and he's been beginning to look good. What he has not been able to do is to win a lot of matches for the West Indies. So here comes Saudi now, and it bowls to Puran, and Puran gets a full delivery that he's driving down the ground. That's going to go for 4. That's a beautiful shot. It fooled everyone. It was pitched up, and Puran just pushed at it. Saudi reached his hand out to try and get it, and the fielder there, Williamson, at mid-off, he dived, missed it, and it was good night nurse into the boundary for 4. Lockie Ferguson also there at mid-on tried to retrieve, but that's all he did because he picked it up from the boundary. So Puran is off the mark with a boundary, first ball, and the Windies look pretty good.
Yeah, Southey looking for the Yorker there, but just didn't quite get it right.
Here he comes in again, Southey and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump. Puran is stroking the ball nicely to the Satin, who is at cover. No run for him on this occasion, and the total remains on 18 for 1.
Yeah, so that's that's the first 2 overs gone, and a run rate of 9 and over so far. It's not too bad. So, but of course, the crucial thing now is wickets. What the West Indies need is for Shamar Brooks and Nicholas Puran to really, I don't know, at least a 50 partnership, something like that. I think that's going to be imperative for them if they're going to win this match. Because the thing I also noticed when I was in Pakistan, Barry, watching the one-day series there back in June, was that they've got some good hitters down the order. Shepherd, for example, is a very good hitter, and Powell as well is quite a powerful player, but they just need to get the platform right now as Bolt resumes the attack.
Here he comes in now and bowls. This delivery on the line of the off stump. Plays screen to the offside. There's no run there for the West Indies. 18 for 1.
It's also interesting, New Zealand's gone with a much more conventional approach here. In the Kiwi innings, the West Indies opened with Kyle Mayers. He just bowled 1 over. They changed their bowlers, I think, in every one of the first 4 overs, whereas New Zealand's using their regular opening pair. Bolt bowling is second, and I'd be very surprised if Southey doesn't do the same.
Here he comes in again down bowls, and this time Brooks is not timing it, plays it into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, Brooke needs just to be a little bit cautious here, having lost his opening partner, and hard to say he was tentative there, but he certainly didn't look like he was trying to score off that ball. Rather, he was looking to defend it, but it was probably a ball that he probably could have forced away through the offside off the back foot, but in the end he just knocked it back into the back to the bowler.
This delivery is short, just on the line of the middle stump. Brooks is ducking, taken there by the keeper. 18 for 1. When you look at the West Indies batting lineup, Hetmar has not looked bad recently, got a half century in his last innings. Do you think they're capable of getting this total of 186?
I always feel that in 2020 cricket, where you've got 2 international quality sides, there's always a chance. But someone probably has to bowl pretty badly, I would say, and I'm not sure if that will happen.
This delivery again is on the line of the off stump. They're going to take a quick single, push to the mid-off area, and there was some impediment there between the bowler and the batsman. In the end, they were able to still sneak home that run, but I think a bit of desperation might have just sneaked in there a little bit. 19 for 1. Brooks moves to 12. Purana's on 4.
So with the, the change in field here, we're just seeing Lockie Ferguson drop back to a regulation third man with those awful black boots that he's wearing. And so New Zealand just strengthening their offside field in the circle, bringing the man up from the point sweeper. It's Neesham, and he's just slotting in there at point.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump, pushed into the cover, and there is no run. 19 for 1.
But my point, Barry, is that New Zealand's got a pretty experienced attack. The one guy who does tend to go for a few runs actually is Ferguson. So whilst he's very fast and probably the quickest in this match, he does tend to go for a few runs, and even in the matches in Europe during the English or the European summer, he tended to leak a few runs at times.
Again, this delivery is down the leg side and played out to the short fine leg. It's just what, 1 run? It's actually a leg by. 20 then for 1. The latest score after over number 3, Windies needed 186 to win.
Right, so just the 2 runs off that over. 3 overs gone, and so that's already putting a little bit of pressure on the West Indies here in terms of run rate. As Southey hands his cap to the umpire, so he'll bowl his second over here. But New Zealand has a very experienced attack with Mitchell Santner, the left-arm spinner, and Ish Sodhi, the right-arm leg spinner. And also Glenn Phillips is a fairly useful, he's always an option as a spinner. So, you know, if the captain, Kane Williamson, feels like there might be, you know, pitch might be a bit too paced or a little bit slow, he's got a few options there.
So it's going to be Bolt, Southey rather, as he comes in and bowls to Puran, who's swinging this brutally over the long on. That's gone for 6. That was pitched on the line of the off stump, and Puran just came across and swung it really hard and handsome. That's 6 runs. He's in a no-nonsense mood. Puran has got 10 from 5. It's now 26 for 1.
I'll take that, says Nicholas Puran to Tim Southey. Just dropped slightly short, picked it up immediately. The ball sailed directly into the boundary and hit the CG United sign.
Again, he comes in and bowls down the leg side and swung out to fine leg for 4. Puran flicking it, and it was no chance there for the fielder at the short fine leg. 4 more runs. This is what the West Indies want, because when it comes to a situation where they have 2 fielders in the deep, they're finding the gaps and being able to get the runs.
Well, the other thing that you got to wonder about here is the field setting, actually, because we've seen a 4 there that's just gone over short fine leg's head, and we saw another 4 that was sort of to wide long on, and in neither case was there a fielder anywhere near the ball where it went.
Here he comes in again and bowls a delivery that's on the line of the middle stump, played into the onside, there to Lucky Ferguson, and they're going to get a single. This is good cricket from the West Indies. Puran has gone to 14. It's 30 for 1.
Yeah, and see, New Zealand made a change in the field then. They brought up the sweeper on the point boundary and brought him into the leg side in the deep. And I had a question mark about why the fielder was on the point boundary in the first place, because Southey bowls full, so the chances of him, you know, leaking a 4 to that area, I would have thought it's pretty slim, as they make another change in the field now. Martin Guptill's coming out of first slip, and he'll go into, I guess, a regulation mid-wicket.
So it's going to be Southey in again and bowls, and this delivery short and pulled away. He tugged that, didn't time it. He'll still get a couple of runs. It's gone out to the mid-wicket area, and they'll get 2. Good cricket by the West Indies, 33 for 1. Brooks goes to 14. That was way too short, but he didn't time it. He tried to pull it too hard. And as a result, it was tugged, and they were able to get a couple of runs.
Now, this is a big over for the West Indies, though, isn't it? They've scored 13 off this over so far, I think.
Here comes Southey in again and bowls, and this delivery is short again and swung beautifully. That's gone out of the ground. A massive 6 over backward square. Shamar Brooks, you beauty. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 20, 39 for 1. You could not have asked a better one than that.
Well, when we arrived at the ground today, Barry, with Andrew Mason, I said park the car as far away as possible.
I think that might have just actually hit the soldier's car.
Yeah, well, it cleared that first line of cars, including that Range Rover with that hideous blue colour. And then it may have got to the second row of cars, but yeah, that was absolutely beautifully picked up by Brooks. It sailed over the boundary, sailed over square leg's head, and Southey under pressure here.
Here he comes in again, Southey, and it bowls to Brooks, and Brooks this time is beaten with a beautiful delivery on the line of the off stump. Great comeback ball to end the over. 4 have gone. It's the West Indies needing 186 to win. They're 39 for 1, the latest score.
Well, doesn't that scorecard look a whole lot better after a single over? It was 20 for 1 after Bolt's second over, so with 3 overs gone. 19 runs coming off that over for just the 1 wicket, so they're looking a lot stronger, and be interesting to see what New Zealand does now. It looks like a change is being made. Trent Bolt coming out of the attack, and Mitchell Santner, the left-arm orthodox spinner, will be coming into the attack with 2 overs left in this power play. But he fairly regularly comes on early in the innings, so no real surprises there. This, of course, is his 70th match. He's got 72 wickets in his career, so at a relatively good economy rate of just around 7. So he's also been captaining New Zealand recently while Kane Williamson was back in New Zealand for the matches in Ireland and Scotland and the Netherlands. So that was something new for Mitchell as he prepares to bowl right now.
So it's going to be Santner, the left arm spinner, and he'll be bowling to Puran, who's got 15 from 7. Here he comes in now and bowls to Puran, and Puran is getting a short ball, pulling it in the air. He's got a lot of that. He could be out caught. Catch taken. Puran is gone. It was short. Puran did the right thing and pull it. There was absolutely no timing on that whatsoever. And Santner has come in and taken the wicket. The Windies now wobbling a bit. 39 for 2. Their captain, who hit a couple of sixes, now he's gone, and they're in trouble again.
Hard to criticise him too much for the shot that he played, as Glenn Phillips there took the catch out in the deep on the leg side. He just didn't execute it that well. But perhaps it wasn't quite the length to hit it, but it was short. It wasn't. I don't think it was necessary.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new National Party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new National Party. The new National Party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
Really can't afford to lose another wicket now.
So Santner now bowling to the new batsman Thomas, who gets a delivery that's short. It's actually Brooks who's on strike because they did cross. That was short, down the leg side, swung to backward square, and there's no run. So Santner immediately getting the breakthrough. He'll be happy with that. Despite those 6s and 4s, the Windies still are way behind. This delivery is tucked into the onside, out to the mid-on area. 1 run there for the West Indies to take the total now to 40 for 2 in over number 5, as they need 186 to win.
Yeah, and you'd wonder why that there was a single there, but actually getting Brooks off strike's probably not the worst thing, because it means that the Santner has a chance at the new man Thomas.
Here he comes in now and bowls, and Thomas is getting him on the line of the leg stump, tucks it into the onside, and there is no run. The crowd has really picked up. We've got a decent crowd, I would say. What I've recognized, a lot of corporate boxes are open, especially in the George Shelley stand, which I thought was closed. But there are more stands, of course, open on this side, as this one is played down to the short flying leg, and an easy single there in the end, with Thomas being able to get off the mark. So 1 ball left in this very successful over from Santner, the left-arm spinner. Wicket .1.1. How will it end? He's coming in now and bowls to Brooks, who's on 21, and Brooks is defending, like if it was the first ball of a test match, and pushes into the offside, and there's no run. The latest score then, the Windies with a target of 186 after 5 overs. They're 41 for 2 with Brooks on 21, Thomas on 1.
Yeah, very good over from Santner there. Obviously the wicket, very crucial there. Puran being dismissed, and so Santner really has tightened things up for New Zealand. West Indies now 41 for 2, and we're going to see another bowling change coming up here. It's Lockie Ferguson. In some ways, it surprises me a little bit. With the success that we saw from Santner in the previous over, I might have been tempted to give Ish Sodhi an over here rather than Ferguson, and maybe keep him back for later. But then again, he's a man that's likely to take wickets. He bowls regularly around 150, so let's see what he can do here. Let's see if he can knock one over.
Well, the action continues as it's going to be Sankner to bowl. A ball which is short in the air. Will the catch be taken? It is. And Thomas goes a nothing shot to a short. Well, actually Ferguson's first over and a big swing, top edge. And the ball went down towards the field, that short fine leg, the catch taken inside the circle. So Thomas's knock did not last as long as a Bajan snow cone, as you would say. And he's gone 43 for 3, and the West Indies are in trouble.
Indeed, in successive overs, we've seen the bowler take a wicket with the first ball of their innings. Both took catches where the batsman was trying to hit the ball away without assessing the bowler at all. In both cases, you'd say that the ball was there to be hit. Devon Thomas, in this case, trying to hit that over square leg, getting the top edge, which just looped up.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one little ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch. In stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
And indeed, it was just so busy trying to get things in order for the commentaries. And, well, things worked out for us. And we're happy to bring the commentaries, as they say, from near and from far. So I shall now look at what is happening in terms of the bowling. And it's going to be Ferguson to bowl. He's pretty quick. He's going to bowl to Brooks, the batsman, cross where the catch was taken. But, Doc, this is some problem
Indeed,
for the
yes,
West Indies.
because the New Zealanders have bowled okay, but the wickets were really given to them, especially the last two, were balls that should have been put away. The West Indies have been guilty of not batting 20 overs in the last few innings that they've batted. It's not because they're going after a massive chase, where you're getting wicket soft dismissals like you've seen so far.
Well, it's going to be Ferguson. We know he's pretty sharp. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Brooks, who's played some sumptuous shots so far. As he comes on his way to bowl to Brooks, and to this delivery, Brooks is forward, ball pitch right him in the block hole, digs it out, plays the ball at the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. So here we go. Guptill caught Hetmar, bowl Smith 16. Conway, that's Devon Conway, caught Thomas, bowl Smith 43. Williamson caught Walsh, bowled by Smith for 47. 33 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes, and really ignited the innings with some wonderful shots. Phillips was caught Mears Bowl 17. Mitchell caught Thomas Bowl McCoy 16. Here's Ferguson. He comes in again to bowl to Brooks. He's in bowl to Brooks. He's off the back foot. Steers the ball away into the outside. A long way down. The return comes in. And in the end, they get back into the respective creases. Outside land, the off stump. Play down to backward point. Yes, no situation. And then they return to their respective creases. So it was Neesham, and he played the innings, really, of the day. He got some 33 from 15 balls, 27 I think came for the last over from Holder, and he really treated Holder with scant respect. Here's Ferguson, comes in again, he's up to the wicket, he's in and bowl short and played away down towards the position of short backward square, and the return comes in, hits the stumps, Saudi, and they get a run.
We're anticipating the short ball there because a deep backward square leg was put in position. You've got a short leg, so to speak, or a backward short leg. So you knew that short ball was going to come. What Brooks did well was to roll his wrists.
Yeah, he did. Well, he gets a run to go now. What's he gone up to now? He's gone to 21, is that right? 43 for 2 and over number 6. Just to continue, we got as far as Neesham, 33, some 27 1 over, 15 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Sankner not out 4. 185 for 5 from the 20 overs, a rate of 9.25. There were 9 extras, 9 wides, and I should look at the bowling in a minute for you. Always good to recap what has happened. And sometimes commentators are accused of not doing the basics, not recapping. People are always joining the broadcast, so it's vitally important that you let them know what happened earlier. Hetmar hasn't scored as yet. The man from, I think he's a Berbetian as well. Of course, Berbice, they've produced some wonderful cricketers. Rohan Kanai is from that part of the world. And it's just about time for Ferguson. 2 balls left in over number 6 as he comes in to bowl to Hetmar to this delivery. Hetmar is get about Zeland, the off stump, and it goes down towards that third man area. A ball that was angled across him, and it goes to third man for 1. So he's immediately after Mar. The rate required is 10.09. 1 to come in over number 6. The West Indies are 1 in terms of wickets. They've lost 3. Just 43 runs on the board. So quickly then the bowling. Mayers 1 over for 8 runs. He bowled only 1. In fact, he actually bowled the first over. Holder 4 overs, no better than 1 for 43. 27 from his last. Here's Ferguson. Last ball, the over. Comes in to bowl to Brooks short. And Brooks looks to swing the ball down the leg side. The ball goes by with some pace. A wide is called by the umpire. So the bowler would have to wheel and come again. It's 44 for 3 with 1 to come in over number 6. And in terms of the bowling, McCoy 4 overs, no better than 1 for 39. Sharp 3 overs, no better than none for 35. Walsh 4 overs, no better than none for 29. And Smith 4 overs, no better than 3 for 32. So we brought you up to date in terms of what happened when New Zealand batted, and we should look at what has happened so far with the West Indies batting. Here's Ferguson. The last ball, the over, comes into bowl to Brooks with 21. Shot down the leg side. It's going to be another wide. So getting his radar wrong here. The ball down the leg side, another wide to carry the score to 45 for 3. Doc.
Don't know if the radar is that wide because, as I said, he set the leg trap. You've got that person just 45 degrees on the circle, and you've got now the deep backward square leg being sent even further square away from square. So he's at a sort of long leg position. The batsman having a chat because I think Hetmeyer just pointing out to Brooks that, listen, this is what the plot is. Don't give it away. If it's down the leg side, just let it go or tap it down for a single.
It's 45 for 3. Here is the bowling of Ferguson, having to try again as he will continue up to the wicket. He's in and bowls down the leg side, and the fielder at short fine leg had it, and the ball dropped from his hand. That, as you said, the trap was there, and it went. Is that Sodi down there? I think it looks like it is. Whoa! The ball went into sand. There was Brooks whipping the ball away in the air. Sodi, as he dropped to the ground, the ball dropped out of his hand. But there's a clear plan. Let's have a look at that, Doc. Talk to me about it.
Indeed, that ball was short on the leg side, just as the trap was set. Brooks not rolling his wrist this time, playing it, knowing that there's a short fine leg there. Goes into Sodi's hand. He was diving to his left, and it just didn't stuck, really. It had to stick because he was in here when he took it. So I'll let off for Brooks, but I tell you something. Had he been out there, I don't think he should play the rest of the series because that was a set. This is basic cricket. That was
basic cricket,
here,
yes, you're right.
For it.
So the over costs 4. Some 6 overs gone. 45 for 3 is the latest to Sabina. And we're going to have time for Sackner to continue the attack. His first over was a good one. I remember that I've got to give you the details of the West Indies innings. So far, Mayers can be a bit hot and cold. He was leg before the Saudi for 1. Brooks not at 21. Poran caught by Phillips off Sackner for 15. And Thomas caught Sodi Bull Ferguson for 1. So left arm spinner is going to operate. He's going to be bowling from the George Headley stand-in as he comes in to bowl to left-handed Hetmeyer, 45 for 3 over number 7. He's in and bowls. Hetmeyer's back, turns the ball neatly into the onside, down to that forward square position. Backward square comes off the boundary to get a single. So with that, Hetmeyer and over number 7, he is on to 2. Brooks has got 21, and the West Indies are 46 for 3 in over number 7. Doc.
So far, Hetmeyer happy just to rotate the strike. Brooks obviously the man who's looking for the boundaries, and Hetmeyer playing very sensibly. What we cannot be afforded by the West Indies is another wicket for the next 4 or 5 overs.
Right, yep, you're right about that. 46 for 3, they're in trouble already. And Sackner just 1, 2, 3 fielders on the offside, saving 1, comes up, he's in, and bowls, and Brooks is chopping the ball to backward point, can't score. There's a short third man, backward point. There's an extra cover all inside the circle. There's protection of the boundary to cover. Long off, long on. There's a short fine leg. There's a mid wicket and a backward square. Here is Sackner comes in. He's up and bowls, and Brooks is off the back foot. It's the ball over the it's going down to backward point for 1. They'll get a second. Cover has to come off the boundary. Throwing towards Hetmeyer's end. They're back for the second, and with that, Brooks gets 2 to go to 23. And the West Indies required rate is 10.22. They go to 48 for 3. The current rate is 7.38. In over number 7, they're 48 for 3. Here's Sackner, comes up now, he's in and bowls, and Brooks is whipping the ball away wide off, long on for 1. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. Long on comes across to pick it up, moving to his right. The return comes in. Brooks gets a single to carry the score to 49 for 3. Brooks is 24. Hetmeyer's got 2. Over number 7 being bowled, and it's up to 49 for 3. Here we go. As it's going to be the left arm spinner. It's going to be Sackner as he starts to move in again. He's up to the wicket. He's in and bowls off the back foot. Swung away by Hetmeyer. Will he be caught? He is. Down a backward square. Well, Hetmar getting the ball was swung away, down to backward square. The catch is taken, and New Zealand are large and in charge here at Sabina Park. The West Indies in trouble. They're 49 for loss of 4.
One thing I was commenting is Stanton is not getting that amount of spin as expected on a wicket like this. Therefore, he's not really posing much of a threat in terms of turning the ball. What you see the West Indians doing is insisting on playing the ball in the air, even to the fielders. Now, you're taught in this game that you either look for the gaps and play the ball in the air there, or you play the ball on the ground. The West Indians are intent on playing the ball to the fielder in the air, trying to clear the fielder every time, as if 3 fours is not equivalent to 2 6s. Too many wickets are lost by the West Indies due to soft dismissals, and this too was another soft dismissal.
Okay, so out comes your favorite batsman, and you know who that is, Jason Holder. Am I right?
Well, he is actually. I do admire Jason Holder as a batsman. I don't expect to see him there in the 7th over at 49 for 4.
No.
Certainly don't expect to see him opening either. But the point is that he's the sort of person who should be playing the role that Santner played when he, that Neesham played when he batted, which is you go in for the end and slog her out. What you're expecting from him now is a long innings. What you could suggest is that Rovman Powell maybe should have come out before him.
You think so?
But
you sent Powell.
once again, Powell has just not been performing. There's been no consistency. We'd commented that the New Zealanders had 2 batsmen who scored 40s. You had 4 batsmen who were in the teens. And then you had Neesham at the end. The West Indies just not able to produce even one so far who looks like he's going to score 40. Everybody looks like they're trying to hit the ball in the air.
All right, so the action will continue. It's going to be the left-arm spinner. It's Sackner to bowl. He's going to be bowling to Jason Holder, who examines the field very carefully. So there's the short third man, backward point, extra cover inside the circle. There's also the cover, long off, long on. There's a man on the, interesting field, almost fine leg, that's interesting. And a mid wicket. Here's Holder coming forward, turns the ball away from that leg stump. Ball by Sackner out towards mid wicket for a single to carry the score to 50 for 4. 50 for 4. We're into, in fact, we just complete over number 7. So we've completed over number 7. Holder is on 1. Brooks has gone to 24. It's 50 for 4, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
West Indies almost.
I'm a winner. You are winner. We are winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just 1 later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
'Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Here's the delivery, bowled by, that's Sodi, on the back foot, deep in his creases. Holder turns it to the wicket for 1 to carry the score to 51 for 4. We're into over number 8.
I think it's the first time that Sodi's bowling at Sabina Park. He has played CPL in the past.
Yes, he has.
That was in the Trinidad bubble when all the matches were played in Trinidad. So this is the first time he's bowling at Sabina Park, in my recollection.
Well, it's 24 he's got, and he comes on his way. He's up to the wicket now. He's in, and Bo Sodi, and Brooks is swinging the ball away. Where's that gone? Over wide, long on. That's gone for 6. A juicy full toss. And those juicy mangoes you get in Jamaica. And he swung it lustily wide of long on. That's gone for 6. 57 for 4. We're into over number 8. Brooks goes to 30.
Well, that was a gift. It was an absolute rank full toss, right in the slog zone, and that would be a home run in any sport.
I would think so as well. It's very juicy, like those
there.
juicy mangoes you get in Jamaica. We'll give Andy McLean some pretty soon. First ball of over second of over number 8, hit away for 6. In he comes and bowls, and Brooks wraps in the pad and the He's given like before. Will he go upstairs on the back foot? Immediately goes upstairs. He went on the back foot, struck on the pad, solely bowled to Brooks. And Brooks has decided, I'm going upstairs. We shall see. Is it going to be 57 for 5 in over number 8? Talk to me, Doc.
I reckon the ball was kept a bit low, actually. It was slow in the air, so the bowling it a bit, obviously a bit shorter because it actually pitched. But it was slow in the air. I think it actually pitched on leg stump, and being a leg spin, it would have been hitting leg, middle and leg. But let's see what they have to say. He was quick to go on the ask for the review, so he's quite convinced that either he got an edge or it was going down the leg side.
Well, we'll see. We're all glued to the telly now. Here we go. Talk to me, Doc, through this.
Well, that ball's short. It's actually on about middle and off, and it's hitting him in front of the leg. The question is, will it continue down the leg side? I guess we'll have to wait on the ball tracker. No chance of that being hitting the bat. But it looked like it kept low.
Yes. Have a look at that. Ultra Edge is on its way.
No chance of it hitting the bat.
No.
Far away.
Into the pad
and that's
low.
because he was playing it where it should have bounced. I think it just kept
Yep.
low. Hit him on the back pad.
Right.
And hit him, I think, in front of leg stump. So this might be the umpire's call.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Okay, here we go. Have a look at that. Original decision is out. On the back foot. Struck on the pad. Impact in line.
Missing.
Missing. Oh, so Brooks lives to fight another day. Hope urges on and tells us tomorrow will be better. And the umpire has to change his decision. There's a roar at Sabina Park because it's a lifeline for Shamar Brooks.
Indeed, he was dropped in 2 overs ago, but this one I think was not his fault at all. That ball just kept low. And luckily I think, poetic justice was done because it really wasn't the ball that beat him, it was the bounce.
Yeah, it was. Well, he's gone to 30, 57 for 4. We're halfway through over number 8. And he comes. This is Sodi. On his way to bowl to Shamar Brooks. The right-hander in bowls to him. Outside the line of the off-stump. He's looking to drive the ball away. It goes by to be taken by the keeper. So 3 balls are left in over number 8, 57 for 4. The West Indies having to score the rate of 10.46 now. So the problem for them is that the rate is going up, but they're also losing wickets as well.
Not much spin there by Sodi.
No.
Sodi, I think, trying to bowl the googly actually, but it just is not turning either way for him, as you'd expect, as I said.
When he starts again, comes in to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is driving out towards cover for 1. Fielder comes off the boundary. Sankner sends his return on. It was outside the off stump and hit away down to cover. Sankner came off the boundary, sent a strong return to the keeper, and Brooks gets 1 to go to 31. Holder's got 2. 1 to come in over number 8. The West Indies are in trouble at 58 for 4. Here's Sodis. He comes up again on his way. Bowls to Holder. Holder is forward as if he were saving a test match at Sabina Park on the last day and plays the ball away up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up to end over number 8. 58 for 4 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
I think it's a critical time for Jason Holder, who could
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Sankner comes in to bowl to Brooks, who's on 31. He's off the back foot, can't get a single, hits the ball into the pitch, goes bouncing down towards cover. So things are very, very tight, like the local economy here. 58 for 4. Big trouble for the West Indies. In comes Sankner, in bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is off the back foot, hits it into the offside. This time we'll get a single down to backward point. Will he come back for the second? Cover comes off the boundary. They're back for the second run. Shamar Brooks, the man from Barbados, gets 2 to go to 6. 33 at 60 for 4. We've got 2 balls left in over number 9. Sankner's been good. 2 for 9. Left arm spinner. Comes in from the George Kennedy standing on his way and bowls to Brooks. And to this delivery, Brooks is off the back foot. The ball follows him, plays it up the offside, and he can't score well bowled.
Very good bowling there by Sankner, because he's turned a few balls in this innings, this over, which has caused Brooks to just think twice before he plays his shots. That ball just coming in with the arm.
In he comes on his way, goes past the umpire. Now he's up to the wicket. He's in and bowls off the back foot, chops it down to backward point, can't score. How many runs came from the over?
Just two
from
runs,
the
yes.
over.
Very good over.
Yeah. So, but a target of 186. The West Indies are in real trouble here at Sabina Park. 9 gone, 60 for 4 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
And Sankner just tightening the screws even more, bowling a very good length, but bearing the line, varying the turn Whether it's purposely or not, I'm not too sure. But it's enough doubt in the batsman not to go over the top, not to try to come out to the bowler. And that's the sort of tight bowling you want. On the other hand, is Sodi, who went for a 6 in the last over, tightened up his own bowling as well. But he has the tendency to go for more runs than Santner does.
Okay, so it's going to be the West Indies 126 more from 66 balls. And they are in trouble as Sodi to continue. He's got the short third man and the short backward point as well as he comes in to bowl to Jason Holder. Up bowls Holder. Holder's driving, reaching for it down to cover. Can't find a lovely piece of real estate at Sabina. To get runs, the ball goes straight to the fielder. 60 for 4 over number 10. The target is 186. Here's Sodi. He starts again. Comes in with a shadow alongside him. He's up and bowls. Holder gets short ball and swings it down towards backward square, just a single, short of a length. Another day he would have swung that ball away into the Jamaica Pegasus. I see you'd have to get a different angle, I can assure you. But it was short enough, and instead of hitting that ball away down to Mo Bay, the ball ended up still at Kingston, here at Sabina Park. Just a single, 61 for 4. Here's Sodi again. He goes to what's he now? 3 with that. Single comes up Sodi in bowls and Brooks reaches for it, drives out to cover. They need more than that. That was thrown where the off stump. Sagna comes off the board. He fires the return to the keeper. Just a single. 3 to coming over number 10, 62 for 4. The target is 186.
Giving a lot of flight is Sodi. He's giving a lot of air, trying to tempt the batsman to play the drive. He doesn't have that much turn on the ball, so if you get in line, you can chance it. But of course, in the precarious position they are, the West Indies wouldn't want to be doing much more than.
In he comes on his way again. This is Sodi, and Holder is reaching for it. The ball goes through the fielder at the short extra cover area, and they'll get a run. That's sloppy work by the man with number 22 on his back. We'll just tell you that in the minute.
Williamson, that's
it's
the captain.
Williamson, the captain. He must lead by example. Oh, my golly. The ball went through him. Maybe he's getting a bit old. 63 for loss of 4. Here's the action continuing. 2 to coming over number 9. Brooks is 34. Waits on Sodi. Comes and bowls to him. And Brooks is getting a ball which is given lots of air. Hits the bottom of the bat. Can't get it away for more than 1. Down towards that mid-wicket area. More backward square, gets a single. So the screws are being tightened here at Sabina Park. 122 to get in 61 balls, 64 for 4. 1 to come in over number 10. We're approaching the halfway stage, and the West Indies really need something. They need energy here. Here is Sodi in bowls and Holder's driving 4 runs. Wide of extra cover. Reached for it, a big strong man brought up in the flying fish and cuckoo of Barbados and hit it wide of long off. That's gone for 4. And what a way to end the over. At the end of over number 10, Holder's got 8. Brooks is on 35. We reached halfway stage. 10 overs gone. The West Indies are 68 for 4, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Well, over pitch there. I think it showed. He bowled with giving it a lot of air. Probably miscalculated the reach of Jason Holder, who's a very tall man. Holder just going outside the off stump with his big long reach and hitting the ball in the air for 1 bounce 4. So a refreshing boundary there for the West Indies. I think Sodi would be a bit disappointed because he bowled very well until then, but just over pitching to Jason Holder. 68 it is for 4 now, which means that the West Indies halfway through the innings have lost almost half their wickets, certainly not half the runs scored. They have a long task ahead of them.
All right, so how do you call it, Doc?
Well, right now, if New Zealand was ahead at the start of the innings, they're further ahead.
Yeah, I would imagine. So then you call it New Zealand, Doc?
And so right now, New Zealand's certainly in the ascendancy.
Can I ask the question again, Doc? Don't answer.
I don't give up until the last ball.
Okay.
We have Odean Smith who can hit the ball around.
Yeah, big, strong Jamaican.
So let's wait and see.
Yeah, McCoy can give it a bit of a whack. We won't want to get to McCoy, I would imagine. But 10 overs gone, 68 for 4. And, of course, Andy McLean, who's going to be painted the tongue red in Jamaica tonight, joins us. Andy, how do you read it now? 68 for 4, 10 gone.
Well, I think, as Doc's mentioned a couple of times, in the New Zealand innings, you had Devon Conway at the top of the order and then Kane Williamson at number 3, both making quick 40s. So they did 2 things. They didn't get out, and they scored quite quickly. Unfortunately for the West Indies, as I think Nicholas Puran said a few weeks ago, that losing also becomes a habit. It's not just winning's a habit. And just whatever they seem to try at the moment, it just isn't working for them. And although Brooks has looked pretty good for his 35 so far, wickets have just tumbled all around him. And yeah, at this halfway mark, if I was a betting man, I just don't think I'd be betting on the West Indies right now, I'm afraid to say, Andrew. And then you got to wonder, what do they do? Do they just go out and then because they basically have to start slogging now. They're not going to get there easily because they haven't got the wickets and they don't have the run rate. And so at 68 for 4, they're only going at 6.8 and over, and obviously they need considerably more than that at the moment. But part of it is that New Zealand's bowled well. No doubt about that. Apart from that one expensive over from Tim Southey, they've actually bowled really, really well, and that's put the pressure on the West Indies. And that's in this game, pressure is everything, I suppose. And I'm sure you're going to put some pressure on me later on tonight, as you said. You paint the town red.
Yep, indeed. We're going to take you out, not to worry at all. It's going to be Ferguson to continue the attack as he comes in and bowls outside the off stump. We start over at number 11, and there's a big drive from Brooks. The ball goes outside the off stump. An outswinger that goes by to be taken by the keeper. The target is 186. We're into over at number 11, and the West Indies are 68 for 4 and in trouble at Sabina Park.
The other thing you'd say is that this is going exactly to plan for New Zealand, right? They open with Bolton Southey, they bring Santner on as per normal, then they bring on Ferguson, then they bring on Sodhi. So there's no pressure on Kane Williamson at all.
In comes Ferguson on his way, goes past the umpire. Brooks was 35. Down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide by umpire Duguid, the man from Georgetown in Guyana. Lovely man is umpire Duguid, and a very experienced umpire. Of course, you've got Gregory Brathwaite, who's the fourth official, came into the box a little bit earlier and spoke to us. And we've also got young Reefer. So they get in the exposure. 69 for 4 over number 11 being bowled by Ferguson. He comes in, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, he's up and bowls. And this is the delivery outside the off stump. Brooks on the back foot and stares expertly down to third man, but just a single. The rate is now up to 12 required. They're scoring at 6.7. So two things are happening here. Over number 11, they're 70 for 4. They're losing wickets, and that rate continues to climb. So double trouble for the West Indies here.
Well, the easiest way to slow the run rate down is to take wickets, right? That is the best way of all, and that's exactly what's happened for New Zealand today.
Here's Ferguson. He comes up now to bowl to Holder's got it. He's in and bowls to Holder, and Holder gets a short ball. And an off-me shot, as they would say, kind of short. I think the bowler saw him coming down the pitch and just banged into the pitch, and Holder just got the ball out of his chest and worked the ball away into the onside, down to that square-like area. There's protection in the boundary. Just a single to Holder to go to 9. Over number 11. We're halfway through over number 11. It's 71 for 4. Ferguson has been tight. In he comes to bowl to Brooks, who's 36 from 37 balls. He's in balls to Brooks. Brooks gets one outside the off. Looking to dab the ball, a rather lazy shot to full-end delivery, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Another dot goes into the scorebook and more pressure for the West Indies here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a lazy shot, wasn't it? It was, okay, admittedly it was nice and full, possibly around Yorker length, but there was just no conviction in that shot whatsoever. It was either leaving it, which is unlikely at this point.
It was a bit of a nothing shot.
It was an absolute nothing shot.
Well, he's got 36. 2 to come in over number 11. As he comes up, he's in and bowls, and there he is coming forward. The ball, which is on the line of the off-stump, hits the bottom of the bat. Doesn't time it at all. Goes up the onside of the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's no run. So in this over, we've had the wide, then 2 singles. So we've had a very good over for New Zealand here. 115 from 55 balls. With only 6 wickets in the bag. 1 to come in over number 11. Being bowled by Ferguson as he comes in to Brooks, who's 36. He's in, bowls to Brooks. Brooks drives outside the off stump. Lazy shot. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Over, says umpire Duguid. At the end of over at number 11, 71 for 4 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah, and that was a good over from Ferguson. Aside from the wide, he bowled a good length, he bowled a good line, and I suppose that's all you really need to do at this point of the innings. Obviously, it's a different situation to what it could have otherwise been because of the tumbling of wickets that happened, in the last half hour or so, which I guess from a bowling perspective, makes the job a little bit easier. Interesting, even with New Zealand in this dominant phase, they still have all maximum allowed fielders, or all 5 fielders outside the circle, which I find a little bit surprising. Some of them seem to be unemployed out there. The other thing to note there, Andrew, was Phillips before had to field that one down on the backward square boundary, and he could barely see into the sun.
Well, it's going to be Sackner to continue. He's in and bowls and Holder swinging the ball in the air and will be safe. Goes up towards the position of mid-on. Long on came off the burn. That looks like so. Yes, ball dropped in front of him. It was a bit of a nothing shot by Holder. To delivery from Sackner. He's lucky to be there. Gets a single. Let's have a look at that. On the back foot. Yeah, played against the jump, bit of bounce as well.
Daryl Mitchell coming in
Mitchell,
there.
yeah.
He just couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, he couldn't get to it. Holder gets a run to go to 10, 72 for 4 over number 12. In comes Sackner, bowls to Brooks. He swings at it. That's the pressure developing. And looking to swing the ball out of Kingston. Instead, it goes into the gloves of the keeper. So, 72 for 4.
Sattner's actually got a couple to turn here. Have a look at this one on replay.
Yep, yeah, here we go. Yes, yes, the ball turned. Yeah, it did. Yes, you're right. Played and miss. Well, almost as if he's batted with a cuckoo stick. 72 for 4 on needle. The ball just went past him. The last over, he couldn't get back onto ball. He's 36 from 41 balls, 72 for 4. Here is Sackner comes in, bowls to Brooks. He's on the pitch when he gets it, hits the ball in the air. Will the catch be taken? No! It goes to 6 over Mitchell's head at long on. Something for the crowd to cheer about. It was in the air, burst in the clouds, as we would say in Caribbean parlance. For a moment, Mitchell thought he had gold. Instead, he got less than bronze. It went over his head for 6. And that shot had a tinge of desperation about it, I would suggest. But luckily he gets a 6. Well played to Shamar Brooks. Here Sackner comes in, bowls to Brooks. Brooks is getting outside the offside, so wide, hiding the ball. And it's quite skillfully allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Brooks 42-78 for 4, with 3 to come in over number 12.
Yeah, just three balls left in this spell from Sattner, and apart from that 6, he's bowled really well.
He comes into bowl to Brooks, and to this delivery, Brooks is on the back foot, swings it. Where's it going up towards Mitchell? Takes the catch, he's gone. It was short, but on the back foot, the ball went a long way down towards long on. Mitchell comes forward, pouches it quite comfortably, and Brooks's innings comes to an end. He made 42. In over number 12, the West Indies in the doghouse is 79 for 5, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah, you mentioned on the previous.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now, for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
12 is about to come to an end. Powell comes out to do battle. Holder's got 10-2 right-handers at the crease. And here we go. Sack the left arm spinner. Will continue the attack as he comes in to bowl to Powell, and Powell gets one down the leg side. A wide is called by the umpire. There was a scream from the bowler. So 80 for 5, 106 to get from 50 balls. So what do we have? 186 to get. It's 80 for 5. Sackner comes in, bowls the ball short, and there's a Powell going on the back foot, playing the ball away up towards mid-on. The bowler comes across to pick it up. 1 to come, and Sackner's always bowled beautifully here. He's picked up 3 for 18. Will want to finish strong as he comes in to bowl to Paul, and Paul is on the back foot and just laps it down to backward square for 1 to end a fine spell of bowling from the left arm spinner. Beautiful bowling. His 4 overs cost him just 19 runs, 12 gone, 81 for loss of 5 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah, very tidy again by Mitchell Satner, and really you can't really ask for anything more in the middle overs of a T20 match. He bowled 3 overs from the Michael Holding end, which is in the George Headley stand, and then he bowled his last one from this end, the broadcasting end, or the Courtney Walsh end. Very, very tight indeed. He's going to be replaced now by Ish Sodhi, the other New Zealand spinner, the leg spinner. And I think I might have got confused before, Andrew, with Powell, because actually he's barely featured in this match today. Were you surprised he didn't bowl earlier today?
Well, that's an interesting question. He hasn't really been bowling a lot. To what they need from him is to get some runs. But yeah, I mean...
But he's coming in at number 7.
Yeah, one would think he'll bowl. So Sodhi continues, he's in and bowls. And this is given lots of air on the leg stump. And there's Paul coming forward and driving nicely down to long on for a single. So 82 for 5, the target 186. This is over number 13 being bowled. And Sodhi's been brilliant. Number 61 in his back. And I said the lights are coming on here at Sabina Park. And it's going to be Jason Holder assigned the task to try to revive the innings for the West Indies. He'll have to do well. In he comes. So the in bowls to Holder. Holder's forward, drives it. Neat, short, lovely, flowing drive down to long on for 1 to go up to 11. 83 for 5. And 12 overs and 2 balls gone. Powell comes in the strike. He's got 2. We really have to give the ball a whack if the West Indies are going to really do anything here. Here we go. As it's going to be so easy. Starts to move in again. This is his 3rd over. Comes in and bowls to Paul. And Paul is on the back foot, turns the ball away neatly to the onside. Down towards that backward square position. Just a single. So New Zealand wouldn't mind that at all. Just trying to cut out the boundaries. Score goes to 84 for 5. They need 102 to get from 45 balls. But the problem, losing wickets and the run rate is skyrocketing. So double trouble for the West Indies. 102 more to get from 45 balls. Advantage, clear advantage to New Zealand. And they should win this one. But you never know. Cricket is a funny old game. Holder would want to tell you differently. Here we go. As it's going to be Sodhi again as he comes in to bowl to Holder, and Holder off the back foot and just drags it from outside line the off stump down to that big wicket area. We'll get a one, we'll come back for the second. That was short of a length and went a long way across the stumps and helped that ball from outside line the off stump down towards mid wicket. More backward square, comes back for the second to go now to 13. So they need 100 for victory. 44 balls left, it's 86 for loss of 5. There are some, 2 balls left in over number 13. So he comes in, bowls to Holder. Holder's on the pitch when he gets there. Drive! Strikes to cover 4 runs. Beautiful shot, using his feet. Hit that ball with tremendous power. And it went across the outfield. Very well indeed. He timed it beautifully. Gets a boundary. And that shut up the West Indies scores. But let me tell you, a lot of work still has to be done here. Holder gets a boundary over extra cover. Here's Sodhi. He will continue the attack.
He's played a couple of those now, hasn't he? And it just goes to show. Imagine if there was wickets in hand here.
He's on 17 from 12. 1 to come in over at number 13. As he comes up now on his way. Sodhi to bowl to Holder. Holder back. The ball follows him. What a good comeback delivery. That ball was on the leg stump. More on the middle stump. But by the time he played, it was on his leg stump. Had to just come across and was rather choked. The end of the over number 13. 90 for 5 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Yeah, and the lights are all on now, all around the ground, and not that I think the light's going to be a problem here today. The sun's still shining over most of the ground, although there are some shadows extending over the outfield, but I guess they've put the lights on with a bit of precaution because we've just gone past 6 o'clock local time. And back out in the middle there, New Zealand's looking to make another change now. Tim Southey's coming back into the attack from the Courtney Walsh end. Of course, he had that one expensive over earlier on, his second over of the match, 4th in total. But since that time, really, it hasn't mattered, basically.
Where's Barry gone? It seems as if Barry's gone to Nick Grill. Well, because I haven't seen him. I've been on for quite a long time. In the meantime, it looks like, who's it coming back in the attack now? Short of a lens, swung away by Paul. That's gone with tremendous power. So there's the bowler, and it's swung down to the Kingston Cricket Club, and wicket has gone for 6. And the crowd has got something to cheer about. Well, if we can get this young man really living up to his potential. I saw him at a ground, I think it's called Connery, there in St. Kitts in 2019. Hit a ball, it was a tremendous, brutal innings of 100 in the Super 50. 96 for 5, Paul is 9. Over number 14, Saudi comes in to bowl him. He's in and bowls. He's on the back foot. The ball is played away down to that point area for a single. There's a shot of a yes. So 97 for 5, 89 to get from 40 balls. Holder 17, Paul has got 10. And we shall see what happens. We're in over number 14. Talk to me, Andy.
The thing I've been thinking about all day is the old-fashioned scoreboard over there. You don't see that very often anymore. You know, number 4, number 6, or number 6, number 7, and just the basic details. I really like that feature.
Here we go. Saudi comes up now on his way. Goes past the umpire. He's in, bows to Holder. Holder just turns the ball into the onside for 1. We didn't come back for the second. Jason Holder. The return comes in, and Paul gets back. Well, of course, they didn't go back for the second. They started as we're stopping, but of course, he saw the danger there and decided, no, there's no need to flirt with danger. And they returned to their respective creases. The ball was turned away. The field at the wicket had a long way to come in. And at the end, they decided, no. He put his hand like a traffic policeman in the busy streets of Kingston to say to Holder, no. 98 for 5. Here's Saudi comes in and bowls, and it's a delivery which is off the back foot, played away into the offside. Down to that backward point area. By Paul, can't score, took an exploratory step with his crease. In the end, they didn't get the run. He's got 18, 98 for 5, 2 to coming over number 15. The lights are on at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Hello to our friends listening all across the world, I'm told. And the situation is 2 balls to come. The rate required is 13.89. Here is Saudi. He starts his run, elbows pumping, comes in to bowl to Paul. Paul is off the back foot, bangs it down to backward point, can't pace the offside field. He thought he had 4 there, but the field at backward point moved quickly to make the stop. It was hit with tremendous power, and he could not get through the offside. 1 to come in over number 14. The West Indies need a blinder now in order to win this, with New Zealand in charge at Sabina Park. Saudi turns, looks up and sees that the batsman is ready. 1 to come in over number 14. Comes into Paul, who's got 10, and bows to Paul. Paul is covering up as if he's playing at a test match and just guides the ball away to the offside down to backward point for 1 to end the over. So 14 gone. Holder is on 18. Paul has got 11. 99 for 5 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
And there
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Now for electrical safety. Familiarize yourself with your electrical panel, as it may be necessary to switch off the power during a storm or flood. Make sure you install a transfer or isolation switch to prevent your generator feeding electricity to Grenlec's line. If trees are too close to power lines, call Grenlec at 237 for advice. By following these easy steps, you will be well on your way to being hurricane ready. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Well, Andrew,
it was hit with tremendous power. It's going for 6. He's up to 1,705 for 5. Barry.
We usually say that ball is going out of the ground. That literally went out of Sabina Park.
Okay, it's one of the biggest hits you've seen in cricket. What's the biggest one you've ever seen, Barry?
Darren Bravo struck a 6 at Kensington Oval.
Yes.
It went over the 3W stand.
Yes, I remember that one, yes. Chris Gale as well had one.
Tony Cozier was alive then.
Oh, Tony Cozier, that's
so
a long time ago.
Before 2014, 2015. And he didn't send out any naughty tweets as yet.
Oh, no naughty tweets. Oh my God, you're naughty to say that.
So
105 for 5. So you're going to join us and we're going to do a three-way commentary?
Yeah, sure.
You want to do that, Barry?
That's fine.
You want to be the competitive Andy?
Well, Andy's a fantastic man.
He's now Andy Murray, who's looking to win in tennis. But how do you say it now, Andy? Over number 1,505 for 5. Talk to me.
Well, I think it's a foregone conclusion, and as I kind of alluded to before, I feel like this is just batting practice for these guys now. But yeah, finally, I think we've got a new ball with the reserve umpire coming off the field. But I always think in that situation, imagine if you're walking down the road and then a cricket ball just comes sailing out of the ground.
Can you imagine that? All right, so 105 for 5, Paul 17 from 10. Here's Sodi comes in, bows to Paul, off the back foot, bangs it out towards cover. Guess what? Will he come back for the second here? No, he won't. Cover fielder comes across to make the stop, and he went for the first one quickly, but realized he couldn't get the second. So 106 for 5, 80 to get from 34 balls. Paul is 18, Hole has got 18. We're into over number 15, there are 4 left. Are we going to have a ding-dong game? We shall see. At the moment, advantage to New Zealand. Here is Sodi. He comes up now. He's in. Bows to Holder. Holder's driving. Where's that going down the cover? Will the catch be taken? No! The fielder at cover did not take it. It was the ball that was outside the off-stump, went for the drive, and it went down towards cover. Looks like Mitchell down there could not pouch the catch. Holder lives to fight another day. They got to run. But that was mighty close to being caught at cover, coming off the boundary.
Yeah, and that should have been taken.
Yeah,
that wasn't
he got
that
his fingers to it. Yeah,
he got there. He did all the right things. Actually,
here's Sodi, comes up now, in bows to Paul. Paul is swinging in the air. Will he be caught on this occasion, or is he going to be safe? The catch, is that taken?
Yes.
Oh, brilliantly. Oh, my God, that's another stupendous catch taken by Nisham. Outside the line, the off stump, he went for the drive. It peeled off the outside edge, and there was Nisham just outside the circle at backward point, come with a big catch and a big wicket as well, potentially. He goes, and the West Indies are in more trouble now after the departure. Let's have a look at that. Here we go, run away from the ball. There goes another spectacular catch. Today we've seen some brilliant ones. The catch is taken, and it means that Paul will have to leave the scene, and that's a big wicket for the New Zealanders. He's caught Nishan Bolsodi for 18. In over number 15, the West Indies 107 for a loss of 6 in search of 186. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
And those ones are the hardest.
Grenadians, you are the pillars upon which the new national party has been built. Grenadians, you will continue to be the mainstay of the new national party. The new national party will continue to be there for you. Together, we will rebuild the party and continue to serve the people of this nation. We are the party with you in mind at all times. We've been tried and tested, and you, the people of Grenada, are fully aware of our wonderful track record. The new National Party, standing proud in Grenadian politics at all time. NNP, your best bet for the future.
We hope you're getting the commentaries loud and clear. We haven't had one single complaint today, so we thank our friends at Omega. That's a new name. Of course, it used to be KLS Radio. It's now Omega FM 89, I'm told. Lots of gospel music being played as well. Bishop Manning has taken over. So 108 for the loss of 8. We want to thank our friends at CBC in Barbados. They had one or two challenges, I'm told, this morning. Getting the broadcast. I hope things are right. Mr. Pearson Bowen there at CBC. And, of course, Mr. Anthony Green at 104. Thanks to you for making sure that we're hearing the commentaries all across Barbados, from Crab Hill and St. Lucie to Of course, Bayfield in St. Philip, where I was born. 108 for loss of 6. We understand we got international listeners as well. Here is a delivery, bowled by Sodis. He comes up now over number 15. He's in and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd is onto the front foot, drives it down to cover, can't score. So the over comes in and 15 gone. Holder's got 10. Shepherd hasn't scored as yet. It's 108 for loss of 6. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
I guess the only question now is whether West Indies will bat out their overs or not. There's no issue with the light. Remember earlier today we had a break of about an hour and a half due to rain. Actually, it didn't rain for that long, but it just took a while to get the ground ready again. And yeah, 5 overs left, 4 wickets in hand. Let's see what happens as Trent Boult comes back into the attack.
Yep. How good is Mr. Boult? Can you tell me? Trent Boult. How good is he?
How good is he? What, at cricket or running?
That's a wonderful answer. Of course, Usain Bolt is from Jamaica. The best sprinter of all time, there's no doubt about that. Shelley Ann Fraser's male, of course. Male. You have to get that right. Male, of course. Shelley Ann Fraser. They say she's the best female sprinter of all time. Here's a drive outside the off stump, down to backward point. Without that legs to get there, the ball goes to the boundary. It was outside the off stump, ball by Bolt, and stroked away by Holder wide of that field at backward point. That's gone for 4. 112 for 6. We're into over number 16. Holder goes to 24. There's a bit of a change. Hello, Mr. Is that Usain Bolt who's coming to take over? Hello, Dr. Mansing. Nice to see you. Are you okay?
I'm okay, but I don't know if the West Indies is. A good shot there. The shots have to be played like that. That was outside the off stump to be driven along the ground.
Here's Bolt as he comes in, bowls to Holder. Holder is forward and just plays it very carefully into the offside down to cover. The captain, Williamson, comes inside the circle to make the stop, fires the return to the base of the stumps. 113 for 6. Shepherd hasn't scored as yet. Holder goes to 25. And after conceding 27 from his last over, I think he owes the West Indies some runs here, don't you think?
But I think he's doing what he's supposed to do. 25 off of, what is it, 17? 18 now. Has to just carry on to the 40s. I'm interested to see why Odin Smith wouldn't have come before Romario Shepherd. But of course,
here's Bolt, comes in, bowls. The ball pitched up and driven straight away down towards that long on area by that Shepherd for a single. And he's off the mark. You were saying you would have sent Smith now?
Well, Smith, of course, is expected to bat, it seems, 2 overs and just go after. But when you need 12 runs, 14 runs and over, he would probably be the better bet. Not that Shepherd can't hit the ball, but you'd want to keep him in reserve.
Yep, I agree with that. So the rate required now, Doc, listen to this. It's 16. Here is Bolt. Comes up now, in bowls to Holder. Holder gets a shot, swings it. Where's that gone? Is he going to be caught? Oh, he's out. The ball goes down towards the wicket. The catch is taken. And Holder goes further trouble for the West Indies. It seemed to be a bit of a tired shot from Holder. It was a long hop. As swung away to mid-wicket, the catch is taken. Jason Holder departs. Further trouble for the West Indies. Have a look at this. The ball banged in short. Holder swinging from outside the line. The off might have gotten big on him. It was in the air for a long time. And the fielder coming off the boundary at that position of mid-wicket. The catch is taken. Holder is gone. Phillips takes the catch over number 16. 2 balls are left. Holder goes to 25. 114 for 7 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Well, he'd be disappointed, but he had to go after that. The ball bounced a bit more than he expected, and that was the undoing. However, I still feel that if you pick your gaps, hit it near in the gaps. But if you hit it towards the field, just play it on the ground, take the 4 instead. We were trying to get the ball over the fielders with so much consistency or regularity rather that they keep getting out like that. However, in this case, you can excuse Jason Holder because only 6s will talk at this stage.
I agree with that. So your favorite batsman comes a call in now. It's Odin Smith. What part of Jamaica is he from? Is he Kingston man?
No, he's not. He's Odin's from originally from St. Elizabeth. Now lives in Kingston. But Odin also has to realize that though he's a 6 hitter, it doesn't mean that you have to hit a 6 off of every single ball.
Yes, 14 parishes in Jamaica, I'm told. Here is Bolt, comes up now in bowls, the ball pitched up, and there's the batsman coming forward. Smith plays the ball up the onside pitch, there's no run. Of course, it's Clarendon, Hanover, Manchester, Portland, of course, St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, St. James, St. Mary, St. Thomas, Trelawney, Westmoreland. Have I missed out any, Doc?
I think you've got them all. I can't.
Indeed. So here we go. Of course, we're in the capital, the nation's capital, Kingston, Jamaica. 114 for 5. Here is Bolt. Comes up now in bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd gets one outside the off stump, looking to steer the ball down towards that position of third man. No bat found. The last ball over number 16. 114 for 7 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
And so, of course, it's all there for New Zealand now. 114 for 7, chasing 187 is the West Indies. The New Zealand bowlers not doing anything spectacular, but bowling to a very disciplined plan. And you can see how that has just undone the West Indies altogether. Nobody of note, apart from Brooks, who got 42 off of 43, carrying forward. And this is the difference between the two teams. They had New Zealand had 2 people who scored 40s. You had some people who scored cleans, and then you had Nisham.
Toward
come
the
in and score
27 from the last over.
Yeah, 35 off 15.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
However, if you even erase that 35 there, it still looks like a tall order for the West
I agree
Indies.
with that. 114 for 7. It's just 4 overs to go now, and just Walsh and McCoy to come. So the action continues, and it's Ferguson to see what he can do. He's going to bowl to Smith. They're good hitters towards the end, and that's the important thing. You know, when you look at New Zealand, you got a Nisham there who made the difference, because at one stage it looked as if they might have gotten maybe 165, 70. They got 185.
Indeed, yes. 165 would have been quite
manageable, you think?
Well,
Possibly?
not manageable, but quite possible for the West Indies until that last over.
Here is Ferguson, comes up now, in bowls to Smith. Smith is driving over the top off that mid-off, and that's gone away for 4. Interestingly, at this stage, there's a fielder inside the circle. I thought he would be back on the long off bound. It sailed over his head. That's gone for 4. What do you think the thinking is there?
Well, I think they're actually encouraging the batsmen to play in the air, because a lot of these balls have gone straight to the fielders.
Oh, my God. No! They're going to push the fielder right back on the bound that long off. I was rather surprised by that. So the big batter for Smith came down. He hit that powerfully. Here is Ferguson. 118 for 7. Comes in bowls. Outside the outside. Is that going to be called a wide? The umpire had a look. I think the batsman might have been looking for that to be called a wide. 16 overs and 2 balls, 68 to get from 22. 2 big men at the crease, one from Jamaica, one from Guyana. And of course, good old Odin Smith brought up on the Akin saltfish, the living the banana, the bammy of Jamaica. Of course, the national dishes are Akin saltfish. We're going to get some of the Jamaica Pegasus tomorrow, I'm told. Here is a delivery from Ferguson, which is pitch ball outside the edge, down to third man, 4 more. Big edge, the keeper couldn't catch it. And the ball goes away for 4. Doesn't matter how they come now. 122 for 7. 64 to get from 21. Smith goes to 8. And he just faced 3 balls over number 17. And now they're looking to try to get every run. It was hit off the edge. The keeper couldn't take it. They went behind him for 4. Doc, talk to me.
Trying to make room is Odin Smith. That's why the last ball before this wasn't a wide.
122 for 7. Here's Ferguson. Comes in and bowls to him. Outside the off stump, he swings at a ball that was bowled at the pace of Lance Gibbs. And he played a day and a half early. He was completely fooled by the change of pace. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper. That's T20 for you.
And smart bowling there, because the variation totally underneath.
Yes, indeed.
Saw Lance Gibbs over the weekend.
You
just
did?
to let you know.
Oh,
He's
where?
in good
In
spirits.
Jamaica?
No, in Florida.
In Florida. Good old Lancelot Gibbs, a wonderful man. Here is Ferguson, over number 17. Comes up in bowls and a swing away. Down towards wide long on for 1. Will they come back for the second? No. So just a single to Smith. He goes up to 9. It's 123 for 7. The target is 186. We're into over number 17. So the assignment for the West Indies is very, very tall. Of course, they've got to be inspired by Jamaica. Jamaica, land we love. Stir response to duty's call. Here we go. As it's going to be Ferguson to continue. Last ball of the over. Comes into bowl to Shepherd. And Shepherd gets the ball short, swings it up towards wide long on, just a single. So he's come back beautifully, Ferguson. That's what good bowlers do. The first ball was a hit with tremendous power over mid-off for 4. The fielder was pushed back from mid-off to long off, and then he bowled beautifully and didn't... We had a situation where last over cost us, but they were building up, I would imagine, for maybe about 15, 16. That didn't happen. So 17 gone, 124 for 7 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
And indeed, he went for 10, but that included an outside edge which went for 4. So he did come back well after that first boundary, as the television screen showing a very blue Range Rover with Sheldon Cottrell about to go into his car. Nice to see Sheldon up and about. He's obviously chomping on the bits to get started here. But as far as the game is concerned, I don't think even Sheldon Cottrell could have saved this, because this needs a heroic batting performance.
Well, Barry Wilkinson has come back from Nick Grill, and he's going to take over very soon. His ball is in balls of a pitch up and hit in the air. Where is that going? We're in trouble. Bang! That's gone for 6. My insurance policy is a big one. Oh my golly, it was hit with tremendous power over the long on area. That was it Oh, mightily by Shepherd for 8. Now he's gone 130 for 7. That was a biggie. That was hit with tremendous power. Doc, talk to me about that.
Indeed, yes, that was a bit fuller. He just hit it straight and high.
Here's Bolt. Comes in again to bowl to Shepherd and bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd gets a wide ball. 4 more. Outside edge found down to third man. The crowd is jumping. There are not many here at Sabina Park. A ball pitched outside the off stump. Big drive. Outside edge found down to third man for 4. Shepherd looks as if he can strike gold. And of course, Jamaica is the country of gold, given what they've done in athletics. So he would be inspired by that thought. He knows that if you itch for success, then you have to just keep on scratching. Here we go. 134 for loss of 7. Over number 18 being bowled. And Shepherd is on 12. He comes up now, bowls, and he swings it. Where's that gone? Down to backward square. We'll get one. Will he come back for the second? The run is on for the second. The return comes in, then they get 2. It's been a good over so far, Doc, for the West Indies.
Indeed, yes. A lot of swinging there. We got the outside edge in the ball before this, but it was so wide from Bolt that any contact with the bat would have been 4. So that was, I wouldn't say that was a calculated risk. That was a very low
50
percentage.
to get from 15 balls. Still a very tough assignment. It's 136 for 7. Shepherd 14 from 8. Here's Bolt. Comes in to bowl to Shepherd. In bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd gets a short ball and is completely fooled again by the change of pace. That now was bowled with the pace of who? Not Lance Gibbs anymore, really. It was very slow. Maybe Samuel Badry went outside the off stump.
I reckon Samuel was a bit quicker than that.
I would think so as well.
But Bolt's mixing it up very well. In fact, the slow balls are so slow that it really leaves them in 2 or 3 minds.
Yes, and we can see Phil Simmons on the TV, the coach. He's in trouble. He's put on a bit of weight since last I saw him as well. Eating too many ackee and saltfish here in Jamaica. Here's the ball pitch up in a drive. Where's that gone? That's gone mightily over the wide long off here. That's gone into the stands. That's it with tremendous power again. This man Shepherd is a dangerous customer. We've seen it before, and I've often said that he can be hit. Maybe use more as a pinch hitter for the West Indies. That was gone wide of long on for 6. It went 100 meters, and that was another big shot from a big player. That was pitched outside the off stump and hit over wide long off for 6. Talk to me, Doc.
A cricketing shot, no less. It was he put his foot down and just hit the ball in line, but in the air, way in the air. It was 100 meters, as we said, but very well hit. In fact, his shots have been very crisp. I've been very happy with Romario Shepherd's shot. Odean Smith also hitting the ball well. A bit of hope, but 44 off 13 balls.
Oh, it's a big assignment. Here's Bolt. Last ball of over number 18 comes in to bowl to Shepherd. Shepherd is got a ball which is on the leg stump, works it down towards that short fine leg with just a single. That was slanted in his pads, couldn't put it away. So he gets a leg by to end over number 18. 43 to get from the last 12. The last over produced 19. Smith is 9. Shepherd is on 20. 143 for 7 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
2 big overs there for the West Indies, but 29 off of the last 2 overs. Now we need 43 off the next 2 overs for the West Indies to win a very tall order. But I had said that, if you took away Neesham's 35, you perhaps still wouldn't have made it. They're proving me wrong there. So the difference will be Jimmy Neesham, no doubt.
Yep, indeed. Okay, I thought his innings was of great importance because, at that stage it looked as if they might have, you said Gordon won, maybe won at 165, but that last over from Holder was very poor indeed, and they were able to get to 185. So we got Ferguson to bowl his last over, 1 for 16 as he comes into Shepherd, who's got 20 from 11. He's in, bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd gets the ball short and drives it up towards wide long off. 1, just a single. More down to that extra cover area. The field at long off made a tumbling save, and they just got to run 7. 144 for loss of 7. They need boundaries now here, the West Indies. 42 from 11. Smith 9, Shepherd 21. They're meeting pitch to talk, not about dinner. They're talking about can they win this battle. The odds are stacked heavily against the West Indies, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game. The lights are on at Sabina. Here is a delivery, which is outside down the outside. Where is that gone? That's gone out towards the cover area. That's gone for 4. Pitched up and launches into a big drive is Smith. And it races across the outfield like a shot from a gun. That's gone for 4. 148 for 7. And that's another big shot from a big player. Talk to me, Doc, about that.
I reckon that was supposed to be a slightly, a Yorker attempted there. Just not getting it right. It was a bit too high in there for a full toss, which was hit for 4.
And he comes again. Ferguson on his way to bowl to Odean Smith. In bowls to Smith. Smith gets the ball short and swings at it. Goes by with a bit more pace to be taken by the keeper. So 38 to get from 9 now. And I really feel, and I've said this before, that you can't have players like Smith and Shepherd and a player like Paul, and don't bat one them early. I feel that you need to do that sometimes. You know, say to them, look, I give you the license to kill, of course, in cricket terms, of course, and try to get some serious runs. Here we go. It's going to be Lockie Ferguson in bowls, and this is swung away mightily. Oh my golly, that's gone over my wicket. That was hit with a wash span of this day. That's the only way I can describe it. Short of a length and swung over mid wicket. That's gone for 6. That's a wonderful shot. And is there hope for the West Indies? They're now a situation where, have a look at that, bang, and swung lustily. They've got to get it right in terms of the construct of the batting order. Where's that gone? Is that gone up to?
It's in the George Headley stand. In fact, one of the players is halfway up the stand right now.
Oh, yes, trying to get it. Yeah.
So he's jumped over onto the George Headley stand, which is closed, save for the boxes.
Yep, I agree.
There's no spectator there, and he's gone to pick up the ball. But that was hit with perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Flat bat.
Perfect timing.
And
like
absolute perfect timing. That was excellent. He's you can see the fielder who is
who's that?
I think
is that Trent Bolt? No.
No, but he's looking at Martin
Is that
Guptill,
Guptill?
who has found the ball. So he's found the ball about halfway up the George Headley stand, and now jumps over the railing to come back into play. So a good 6 there by Odin Smith. I tell you, it's been entertaining. Whether West Indies wins or not, it's unlikely they will win. It's been entertaining cricket and a good comeback and a good advertisement for people to come on Friday and Sunday to come and watch the West Indies play live.
They've made 40 runs for the last 16 balls. Here's Ferguson. Getting a bit of tap towards the end. Smith has gone to 19 from 8. And these are the resources you got to use early. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Smith, and Smith gets a ball short, swings it. Where's that gone? Down to the position of third man, and stopped just inside the boundary in the back for the second for a moment. It looks as if it might have gone to the boundary. A good tumbling save. Is that Sodi out there?
Sodi, yes.
He saved too.
Yeah, well, the ball that kind of bounced and trickled instead of bouncing into the boundary. That took a thick outside edge. But good effort there by Sodi, who paddled it back, and there was support for him, and therefore just 2 runs. So
yes, indeed. No, so what do you have now? 30 to get from 7. Smith is 21. Shepherd is 21. 156 for 7. 1 ball left in over number 19, and here's Ferguson, comes in and bowls to Smith, and Smith has fallen, drives up towards the boundary. That's gone for 4. Keep saying, they've got to get it right. I've said it for a long time. You can't have Smith, you can't have these guys batting so late. One of them, they've got to come early. I've said it for quite a long time. They've got to get it right in terms of the construct of the innings. And there we go. A boundary, 160 for loss of 7. 1 to come. They need 26 from the last 6.
And how many
160 for 7 is the latest score to behind.
How many came off the last over from Jason Holder? 23 runs.
23. You're right. Absolutely right.
26 needed off the last over
exactly,
here.
Exactly.
That was not a very well bowled over anyhow. But good hitting here by the West Indies, putting some excitement into the game.
Yep. Again, you got Paul. You got these big hitters. Somebody's got to come early and say to them, look, I need for you. I need 20. I need 30 from 10 balls. It doesn't matter if you get out. You can't have this kind of resource towards the end of the innings. You're going to waste it. So here we go. Last over is about to be bowled. As Saudi comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, which is swung away up towards that mid-wicket area, just a single. More mid-on. First ball is a good one. So what do we have? 47 runs from 21 balls, 161 for 7, 5 to come. And the New Zealanders should go on to win this. But again, I say, get it right in terms of the construct. Here we go. Smith 25, Shepherd 22. And the cameras on the captain, who looks very thoughtful there. Here we go, as Saudi with 5 to come. The target is 186 to 161 for 7. Some excitement for the crowd. But the assignment is, I think, is going to be a bit too much for the West Indies. Long off, long on, mid-wicket, right under the boundary. There's also a man on the backward square boundary. Short fine leg, short third man. And their fielders inside the circle, saving 1. There's an extra cover and a backward point. Here's Saudi, just trying to get his mid-wicket right, down by the Kingston Cricket Club, which provided us with lunch. We've actually got some corn pone in that was sent in recently. Here's Saudi, comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Smith. And Smith has got a ball, pitch up and swings it down towards long mid-wicket, just to run. And that's about it, really. The ball is swung away for one, and it's 162 for 7 with 4 to come. The target is 186. Smith is 26, Shepherd is on 22.
Good hitting here by the West Indies prior to this over. Only 2 runs off this over so far, which means that it has to be pure sixes. But a good comeback here by the West Indies, and I agree that these are resources that haven't been fully exploited.
Yes.
However, it is pleasing to see the West Indies not bowled out before 20 overs.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you got to get it right, really. The thinking is going to be different. Here we go. Saudi with 4 balls to come. Comes up now. He's in and bowls short and swung away. Where's that going? Over my wicket. That's going for 6. Short of a length, and Shepherd, the big man from Berbice, one of the 3 counties of that wonderful country, swings it over the positional wide long on. That's going for 6.
And that's a 50 partnership.
That's the 50 partnership. Well. I suppose that with the West Indies possibly not winning, this should ignite the Jamaicans to come in 2 days' time. We shall see. It was a wonderful shot. Here is Saudi, comes up again, in, bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is swinging the ball away. Where's that gone? Down to third man, runs with a skid out towards the boundary. They get one, will they come back for the second? Yes, they will. It came off the outside edge, down to third man, back for the second. And Shepherd thought he might have had some more runs there. 170 for 7, 2 balls are left. Smith is on 26, Shepherd is on 30 from 15. And the West Indies, well.
Well, 17 needed off the last 2 balls. West Indies is going to lose by a Nisham.
By Nisham. Wonderfully said. Wonderfully said. So here we go. That last over by Holder was poor indeed. He didn't marshal his forces. Here's Saudi, comes up now in both to Shepherd. Shepherd swings the ball away. Will the catch be taken or will go for 6? It does go for 6. No. In fact, the fielder spectacularly is able to push the ball over the rope. In fact, and he actually saved 5 there. Beautiful cricket. Who's that out there? Just trying to work it out. But that's another piece of brilliance.
Absolutely. There's something they practice actually quite a bit, where the ball is going over the wicket, over the boundary, and you go back and just get it before you land on the ground, you throw it back into the ground. In this case, he was actually within the ground itself. No chance of taking the catch, and Phillips was there to just save the rest of the run. So excellent effort there, and New Zealand really have done well.
So 1 ball left, 171 for loss of 7. The target is 186. And Saudi, last ball, comes in to bowl to Smith. He's in, bowls to Smith, and Smith swings at the delivery. Now, where's it gone? Down to that mid-wicket position. But a tremendous effort by the West Indies will come to an end. They'll lose by 13 runs with Smith and Shepherd towards the end, giving it a real go. Congratulations to New Zealand. They'll win the first T20 at Sabina Park.
Well, the West Indies, as we said, have lost consistently over the last few years, but you're seeing improvements in their game. We'd mentioned that they should have won some of the series that they lost in the recent past, and here's another match where perhaps they can take some solace. They can take solace because there was rear guard action, but unfortunately, key moments are lost by the West Indies. That last over by Jason Holder, the inability to capitalize with your top order, but in the end, you can't say that they were disgraced. They lost by 13 runs. Yes, it was impossible from the 17th over, but good spirit shown there. And as you said, this hopefully will encourage Jamaicans to come to to Sabina Park and watch the matches on Friday and Sunday.
Indeed. Well, in the end, the New Zealand's winning by 13, but they really gave it a fist. There's no doubt about that. And Shepherd is a dangerous man. I like him as a batsman. I actually prefer him as a batsman than the bowler. He can be very expensive. And we all know the exploits of someone like Odean Smith. I agree with you on reflection. He might have even gone ahead of Holder, but that's all in the past. Let's congratulate the winners, New Zealand, by 13 runs in a quite exciting game at Sabina Park. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you. Congratulations. You struck gold at Sabina.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess as I think you said just at the end there, that Nisham was possibly the difference in the end. When you look at it in terms of what happened in the last overs, but the problem actually was the West Indies top order. That's where the game was lost. And it just shows you though, like had they managed to keep a few more wickets in hand for, even 2 or 3 more overs, then this would have gone right down to the wire. Because there's power hitting at the end. Powell had his brief cameo. Shepherd, as you mentioned, did really well, finished with 31 not out, and Smith 27 not out. So the disappointment for me was the West Indies top order today. That's where I feel the game was lost, and I do feel that their batting is just a little bit light. And Maybe there is a case to push some of these guys further up the order. Maybe they could even bring in another bowler, possibly as well. That could be another option. But I was a little surprised Powell didn't bowl today. I know he does bowl from time to time. He wasn't used at all. At one point I got confused. I was thinking of Powell, but I said Shepherd hadn't bowled, but of course he had. But yeah, pretty good performance by the Black Caps. I think sometimes it happens at the end there when, you know, the game's kind of over. You kind of lose a little bit of focus, bowl a few bad balls, get hit for a few sixes towards the end. So although on the scorecard it was fairly close towards the end, it didn't feel like a close match, if you know what I mean.
I think, you know, in the balance, the West Indies can be pretty proud about a few things. They bowled 7 bowlers, so I think that they had a lot of resources there. And in the end, it was really that last over by Jason Holder that was the decisive factor, because 23 runs came off of that over. 23 runs, which I think could have been saved because it was just unimaginative. He was bowling in the same spot and getting hit repeatedly and continued to bowl in the same spot. So that might have been the difference. But of course, it's a team effort and everybody has to bowl and pitch in to make sure that if one person gets hit, the others can recover. 185 was a power score. Oh, was it 180? Yeah, 185 was a power score, but we said West Indies have been having below par performances. However, the batting power is there. Now, you did say that the top order was light. They have the potential to bat. The problem is that they feel that they must hit the ball in the air consistently. What we saw today was soft dismissals with balls that really could have been played on the ground. They don't have to hit out. Hetmeyer on 2 is trying to hit the ball over a fielder at the boundary, when you can either hit to the right or left or keep it on the ground. Pooran trying to dispatch a ball in the air when once again Guptill and Conway showed that you can just stay there for a while and play it along the ground and accumulate your runs. So some lessons that have to be learned there. I'm happy to see what Odean Smith did. I'm happy to see what Shepherd did. But the reality is that even the upper order can do that.
Okay, let's go and join the presentation with Darren Gangas.
Welcome to the end of match presentation of this first T20 of the Cricket West Indies T20 series, West Indies versus New Zealand 2022. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: Betway, CG United, Fan Craze, MasterCard, and Blue Waters. I'd now like to introduce Mr. Wilford Billyhaven, Director, Cricket West Indies, and President of the Jamaica Cricket Association. He will present the Player of the Match award, and it was a tight call. Jimmy Neesham featured, but all in all, the vote went to Mitchell Santner for his 3 for 19, and he was in a partnership of 36 with Jimmy Neesham. I'd now like to invite Ms. Santner to collect his check first and foremost. Congratulations to him. And we'll now have a chat with him first. Mitch, what worked really well for you today with the ball?
Obviously, there was a little bit of spin, which was surprising. Obviously, looked like a pretty good wicket. Yeah, I think obviously the links are key against these guys. They obviously can hit you pretty far. So obviously back of a length kind of worked today. And I think, you know, as a unit, we were able to pick up wickets, which was pretty key.
How much of that you spoke about came from your experience playing here in the Caribbean Premier League and in the past in the Caribbean?
Yeah, a lot. Obviously, I played in the CPL in Trinidad. Yeah, obviously, you find out obviously what links kind of work against these guys, and you know that kind of step hit can go 100 metres over your head. So if you're trying to obviously come back, and it was obviously a little bit of surprise to see it spinning, but it's obviously a nice thing.
You finished your complement of 4 way before the last 5 overs. Is that a phase of the game you relish bowling in?
Yeah, I guess I just do what I need to. Obviously, bowl in the power play, the back end, and then kind of went through, and I think, you know, throughout our bowling innings we were able to pick up wickets, which was obviously handy against these guys, and they bat so deep. Obviously, you know, the 5 wickets at the end when they're 8 down as well. So yeah, it's obviously key to keep picking up wickets, but you know, you still got to be on because anyone can bat in their lineup.
You led this New Zealand T20 international side in the last 3 or 4 series. Now you have Kane Williamson back in the fold as leader of this team. What are your thoughts in terms of his reintroduction back into the side, and how significant is it?
Oh, it's massive. You know, we've obviously seen for a long time he's an outstanding player and an outstanding captain. So you know, I think the way he kind of controlled that innings was outstanding. Then obviously finished off with a niche at the end to get us to a pretty good score. And you know, he's obviously a calm head to have out there when you want to bounce ideas off. So yeah, obviously, you know, we've had a few big dogs come back, which is nice.
Yep, near full strength. Congratulations again on your award. Well bowled.
Thanks, mate.
So that was our player of the match, Mitch Santner. Moving on, I'd now call on Nicholas Puran, the captain of the West Indies, to come forward and have a chat. Nicholas, another tough day at the office, not the end result you'd want. Let's go back from the first half of the game. You seemed to control the game with the ball up until the 15th over, and then things started to go a little bit haywire. Are you happy with the combinations that you've used in those last 5 overs, and what's the learning that you can take away from that phase of the innings?
I want to give Jesus all praise and thanks. I wouldn't say the last 15th over, I think we're really happy, going into the last over there. Obviously, we got hit a bit in the last over there. I think we're really happy to obviously defend, chase 175. But in saying that, I think as a bowling group, we were excellent in the last 5. I think 1 over went big, so we'll take that. Obviously, we want to keep getting better as a group. In saying that, I was happy with the performances of the bowlers today.
Mitch Santner spoke about the pitch just slowing a bit and offering something for the spinners in the second half of the game. Was that a little bit challenging for you as a batting group?
In hindsight, you look at it, obviously Santner bowled really well. Ish got away with a few. But out there, first ball of him there, I thought it was a matchup for me. Was a little bit slow on the wicket there, but it happens. But in saying that, we got really close to the total, and I'm happy we started to find that template. We know scores over 175, 180 is tricky for us, but we're seeing that we are batting deep, and guys are actually starting to play the situation a bit smarter today. Obviously, Jason was in that position when Sharma worked. I thought both of them batted really well, just didn't get that big over that was required. But in saying that, I think the template is coming really nicely. And Shepherd, Odin, Rothman, they came on, obviously strike at 200 in the end. So I think we're coming nicely. Obviously, winning and losing is contagious, and we're on the losing side at the moment.
Yeah, that partnership between Odin Smith and Romario Shepherd made things look a lot closer. But in that middle phase, when you were chasing, you lost 4 or 5 wickets. Are you happy with the role clarity of your batters, maybe the top 5 batters in this T20 international side?
The rules are clear. In saying that, obviously Hetty got a short ball. That's his strength. But I know he'll learn from it, and in that situation, he might want to hit that in the ground, or maybe hit it in the gap. But I'm not going to kill the batsman, to be honest. I think we're getting better and better at it. And again, the more games we play, we'll get better. And hurting, obviously, losing obviously hurts us a lot. And we're trying our best. A couple of things have to go in our favor a bit as well. And things will be all right.
Better luck to you and your team on Friday in that second game.
Thank you.
Right, that was Captain Nicholas Puran. I would now like to call Kane Williamson to come forward and have a chat. Kane, congratulations on your win. How pleased are you with this outcome?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to get the win, but I think the performance and what went into it was more pleasing, and we know how dynamic this West Indies side is. They're a very gifted side, and we've seen a lot of their players do some amazing things for a long time. So we know that that's what they're going to bring, and for us it was nice to stick to our plans and execute pretty well. But having said that, there's always things you can improve on.
Your last T20 international game was way back in November 2021. You return this time around 47 with the bat. How do you assess that effort from you?
Yeah, look, it's just about trying to play roles as best you can for the side and be nice and clear on that. So it was nice to make a contribution, and there were a number of really valuable contributions, even the 17s off 10 and those sorts of things that kept moving our innings forward to get a competitive total on that surface.
Were you a little bit worried there in the end with that partnership from Shepherd and Smith?
The power is always there in the West Indies side, so for us it's just trying to stay calm, execute our plans as best we can, and hope that's good enough. And we know that they're going to keep coming hard, and for us it's sticking to our plans.
Well, we look forward to seeing you on Friday. Congratulations again.
Cheers. Thank you.
Captain Kane Williamson, congratulations again, taking the first win and leading the series 1-0.
All right, so we're back, of course, to do a wrap as well in terms of the commentary. Gentlemen, you can stay with us. We're going to just wrap pretty soon. It's been a longish afternoon for us all. Just a bit of static coming into the commentary position. Let's hope that it's loud and clear still. Quickly, 185 for 5 in 20 overs. Conway got 43, Williamson got 47, Phillips got 17, and Neesham, who was my man of the match, I thought his impact in the game was the greatest. 33 from just 15 balls, with some 27 on the last over to get New Zealand up to 185 for 5. Of course, Williams's Williams' 47 was good. And in terms of the bowling, gentlemen, Kyle Mears just bowled 1 over. Had Jason Holder very expensive towards the end. His last over cost as many as 27. 4 overs, no better than 1 for 42. Obed McCoy, 4 overs, no better than 1 for 39. Shepherd, expensive, 3 overs, no better than none for 35. Walsh was decent, 4 overs, no better than none for 22. And Smith, 4 overs, no better than, and he picked up 3 for 32. And in fact, I once said it was a hat trick. Now, when the West Indies batted, Kyle Mears didn't get off. He just got 1. Brooks got 42 from 43 balls. Puran was disappointing, 15. Disappointment with the way he got out. Thomas got 1. Hattenmara got 3. Jason Hole got 25 from 19. And then in the end, it had to be people like Powell and company to try and come through to win it for the West Indies. Powell got 18 from 12, but then Romario Shepherd 31 not out from 16 balls, 3 sixes and a 4, and Odean Smith came together, gentlemen. He made 27 from just 12 balls with 4 fours and a 6, and the West Indies not able to get over the line, but in the end they made 172 for 7 from their 20 overs.
At one time you were thinking West Indies might have been bowled out before the 20 overs, so it's good to see that there was rear guard action. You mentioned Puran, Devon Thomas and Hetmeyer, all of whom had soft dismissals trying to hit the ball in the air, when at that time they perhaps could have reconsidered that and just tried to hit it along the ground, build a partnership and grow the total. But with that sort of collapse, I think the West Indies did well to come back at 172 for 7.
Now, in terms of the bowling, Andy, let's look at it. Both 4 overs, no better than 1 for 36. Saudi 4 overs, no better than 1 for 46. Sankner, the man of the match, 4 overs, no better than 3 for 19. Ferguson, 4 overs, no better than 1 for 33. And Saudi 4 overs, no better than 1 for 34. Where than the New Zealand bowling?
It was a pretty good effort, wasn't it? I mean, Satner, I think, I probably disagree with you, Andrew. I think that Satner totally deserved the Man of the Match award. I think his 3 wickets in the middle of the innings slowed the rate of scoring down, basically, and it left way too much for the guys at the very end of the innings. Shepherd, Smith, and Powell. It just they just had too many to score with not enough overs left, and so I think those wickets by Santner were crucial. And as he alluded to there in the match after match presentation, there was a bit of turn in the wickets for the spinners, and I think reading between the lines with what Nicholas Puran said is that maybe the West Indies misjudged it by not having more than 1 spinner. I mean, which could have been Puran himself. Actually, I saw him take wickets in Pakistan. So, yeah, New Zealand had the right team on the field basically for the conditions.
But remember that Brandon King is not playing, who could come in and be an explosive batsman. Akil Hussain is not playing, who could be a tighter bowler. So there are improvements that West Indies can make. But for this match, I think New Zealand executed far better than the West Indies did and deserved to win.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming through and being very much a part of the team. It's been a very long time, of course. Lots of rain today, but we were able to get the match over and the end of victory by 13 runs for the New Zealand side. Thanks to you, Doc, and of course, thanks to you, Andy McLean, our guest commentator from New Zealand. So final scores then, 185 for 5 and 20 overs to New Zealand. And the West Indies 172 for 7 in the 20 overs. New Zealand win by 13 runs, and their smile is as broad as Sabina Park.
This is Real FM Radio. You have been listening to live cricket coverage in Jamaica for the first T20 match, West Indies versus New Zealand. Coverage of the game came to you with the compliments of the New National Party, the National Lotteries Authority, and Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Grenlec. We thank you.
Introducing the Grenlec mobile app. You can now get your bill balance and easily track energy usage for your home or business. Report and receive alerts about power outages. Plus, stay up to date by receiving the latest notifications. Yes, the Grenlec app keeps you connected anytime, anywhere. The Grenlec mobile app. Download for 24/7 access.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners, winners.
It's the big one. Grenada, imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just 1 lotto ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers